What's up, guys? My name is Peter Lymberopolos. I am a real estate investor, wholesaler, do some property flipping as well. We started this challenge from complete scratch to show the road it takes to make $100,000 wholesaling real estate. The goal was to show what it looks like to get into real estate with no capital, no experience, almost kind of figuring out as you go with free marketing. So a lot of door knocking, cold calling, outbound acquisitions, mainly to pre-foreclosures. My personal favorite distressed seller type leads. There's a couple spillovers that you'll see here in the challenge too that mix in some different lead types, but it's mainly pre-foreclosures. The reason I did this, I've been wholesaling real estate for a while. I love it. It's completely changed my life. I get a ton of people asking me about it, trying to figure out how to get into it. This documents the entire journey from nothing, from no pipeline at all, how much work, how much dedication, the emotional roller coaster it takes to make it in real estate, and eventually after 135 days, make over $100,000. What's up, y'all? My name is Peter Lymberopolos, and this marks day 0 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Been wholesaling real estate for about 6-7 months now, but over the last 90 days, from January 1st till today, March 31st, I have done a little bit over $189,000 in wholesale real estate assignments, as well as a 6-figure flip me and a couple partners are working on right now. Now, wholesaling real estate has completely changed my life. Coming from a college kid who was set to work the corporate 9-to-5 sales gig at a wealth management company, I took the leap of faith, jumped into something that I had no experience doing, but was passionate about, and that was real estate, and it's completely changed my life. I want to do this video series because I know it can change somebody else's too. With that being said, I'm super stoked for this. I do have a couple deals in the pipeline, but we'll be starting over completely from scratch. Goal of this challenge, we're gonna go out, get some new deals, find some new wholesales, and ultimately do it until we make $100,000. Stay tuned for tomorrow where we kick off day 1 of wholesaling real estate till we make $100,000. See y'all tomorrow. What's up, y'all? This is day 1 of wholesaling real estate with me till I've made $100,000. Started out the day at the gym, hitting a little bit of back and buys, finished off with a 5K row. Absolutely killed me, but saw a Lamborghini Urus on the way out of the gym. Nice little Tuesday morning motivation to make cold calls. Did a lot of cold calls today. Hit about 150 before 1:30. Finished off with 333 calls. 9 of those were answered from pre-foreclosure leads, which I then set 2 appointments for. One's in person on Friday. Looking forward to that. Made one offer to a lead I'd been chasing down for a while. Talked for a total of 109 minutes, and then followed up with about 15 of our PPC old pay-per-click leads, and was able to get a really cool sub-2 opportunity in Broken Bow, Oklahoma, a short-term rental cabin back online, so that would be a cool one to get figured out. Nothing super crazy today, just a lot of cold calls, over 300. So wholesaling real estate's hard work, but it kind of segues me into this whole challenge. What in the world even is wholesaling? Wholesaling is a real estate investing strategy where I essentially bird dog and go out and try to find contracts with sellers and then flip those contracts to end up finding an investor or a buyer who will buy it from me for more. For example, my first deal, found a seller that was willing to sell her house because she was going through the pre-foreclosure process for $145,000 to stop her pre-foreclosure auction. And I found an investor for $165,000 and made that 20K spread in the middle. So it's super cool. Doesn't take a lot of capital to get started. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of sales refining to be able to find the leads, find the sellers. But once you do, it's awesome. So wrapping up day 1 here, was a good day, ton of cold calling, but excited to get to day 2. So see y'all tomorrow. Day 2, wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Big day today, got some momentum. We got our first contract of the challenge locked up, baby. Start off in the morning, hit some legs and cardio this morning with some breakfast while reading before hopping on one of our monthly team meetings, going over some goals for the week. Knocked all day, knocked 26 doors, knocked in the rain. Was kind of brutal. Some older leads, so only 4 answered, but made an offer on another house down in Pflugerville. Guy was in foreclosure, but want to focus on the one we got locked up today, obviously. So this was a lead I knocked 2 weeks ago, again last week out in Fort Worth. Gave some random lady I had no idea what her affiliation was with the property. She said she was like a dog sitter or something, but assured me she would get the contact information to the correct person, to the homeowner. He texted me today, hey man, sorry I've been super busy with work and whatnot. Can I call you tonight? We set up a call for tonight after chatting with him for a little bit. He'd already done a modification on the property. He was threatening done with foreclosure and about to lose his property for no money and just have the bank sell it out from under him. Couldn't keep up with the payments, and he kind of dropped the line mid-call of, if I could just get out from under this thing and get a couple grand in my pocket to be able to put down a deposit somewhere else and cover some moving expenses, that would be ideal. Told him I'd have my underwriters take a look at it. Was able to make him an offer that would do exactly that for him. The numbers are pretty tight on this one, since he, has a modification. There's a HUD lien on the back of the property. So may have to get creative, see what we can do a little bit. I think we should still be able to work with it, but nonetheless, here's the contract down, gaining some momentum. If we're going to be able to do $100,000 for this challenge and do it in as quick of time frame as possible, we're going to have to get cooking here soon. All right, so today was day 3 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. We just got another one under contract. This one sub 2, meaning it's a pre-foreclosure lead, so we would be catching up the amount of money that he owes to the bank and then allocating him some money on top. All in, we'd probably be about $25,000 into the deal. But the banging part is this is like a brand new house. It was built within the last 5 to 7 years. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2018 build, but he's got a 3.5% interest rate. So we'll be taking over a payment on a house that's $1,800 a month at a 3.5% rate. The built-in almost $70,000-$80,000 worth of equity. I'll have to look at the numbers when I get home and get more exacts. That's the power of real estate and doing it the way we're doing it. If we were to go qualify for a mortgage and pay 7-8% interest on a home like this, our payment would be nowhere near at $1,800 that it's at 3.5% interest. Not only are we helping homeowners, we're getting 3.5% interest rate when everybody else is buying homes at 7-8%. Can't beat that. Overall, pretty productive day. Got in a bunch of dials, cold calls this morning. A new Tarrant list dropped, and I was gonna go take pictures of the house we got under contract yesterday. Hadn't heard from the seller today. I think he got busy, tied up with work, so no sweat. So we made the trek out to Fort Worth anyway. Knocked on a lead we were going back and forth working with for about a week or so, and ended up closing it. So it was worth the trip either way. But this was day 3. See y'all for day 4. All right, everybody. So today was day 4 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Pretty eventful day. Just did a lot of more so back end work. Started the day off with a little workout, shoulders and arms, and a team monthly check-in. Talked about some ways to be able to optimize cold calling, hitting more leads, and we kind of came up with getting on a triple line dialer. I have no idea why we weren't doing this before. Most cold calls I've ever made in a day were probably around 340, 350, and that's just on a single line dialer. In half the time today, did 724 calls and almost triple the amount of conversations I was having, hit a lot more old leads that needed to be followed up with. So much more efficient. That was something we should have been doing a long time ago, but got an in-person appointment that we had set on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe. Guy was absolutely crazy. Numbers just didn't make sense. Threatened to hang me by a tree 6 or 7 times during a 30-minute conversation. It was absolutely wild. The guy was nuts. They were huge hoarders. I'll throw some pictures up all over here, but guy was running a Hot Wheel business out of his house. So all of the stuff piled up was inventory, but it was inventory all throughout the house, 2 or 3 feet higher than my head. And I'm not a short human being, but absolutely crazy. You see some crazy stuff talking to foreclosure leads and wholesaling. A lot of properties are hoarder houses, and honestly, I think it makes it interesting and fun, but a lot of people don't like being in those crazy houses. Today's Friday, so hanging out with the girlfriend tonight. Gonna get some fajitas, some good Mexican food, hang out with some of her family. Gonna work a little bit tomorrow, Saturday, make some more calls. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow for day 5. Today is day 5 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today is Saturday, still got it in today. So important to be working on the weekends if you really want to be successful and make this kind of money in the game. Started out with a little workout this morning with the girlfriend. Did some quick cardio and actually did a yoga class. That was interesting. I'm not very good at that, I learned. Still got in 529 dials today. It's important to be consistent, and being consistent applies to 6-7 days a week worth of work. It's also important to prioritize rest and do that kind of stuff. So many of my deals come on Saturdays, even Sunday afternoons knocking. And when people are home, when people are by the phones, is the best time to be contacting people. But ultimately, a lot of this stuff takes some sacrifice, and it's uncomfortable getting used to. Once you can kind of tap into that other side and are okay with missing out on party here and there, there, drinking with friends every once in a while, once you can put that aside and make that sacrifice, is ultimately when you reach that level of success that you want to as just a young guy in general. Not even with wholesaling, just with being a young adult. An important lesson to learn, and one that's been interesting with my 8-9 months now out of college. Those sacrifices are key. Got to keep making them. Not a ton of stuff today, not a ton of momentum, but we've been working a lot of old leads, a lot of stuff here local in my market. DFW has not come out pre-foreclosure wise, which are my favorite leads to hit. Hopefully some new stuff comes out next week, but this concludes day 5. See y'all for day 6. Today marks day 6 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So today, pretty good day. Dallas list drops. These are my favorite day of the month. Happens a couple times a month, but it's my local market. They dropped a ton. But started off the day with a little chest try and 2 hours of meetings. Spent like 2 hours pulling those off the county website. Hopefully by the time I'm posting this, there's going to be an easier way to be able to pull all that data fast. So stay tuned on that, because hopefully by the time I'm posting this, like I said, that's already out and rocking and rolling at full speed. But knocked about 23 doors today. 10 of those had answered, and we got 1 under contract. We're rolling again, another contract, baby. It was a pre-foreclosure lead, knocked it, pretty much walked right in, closed it on a third-party story, told them, hey, this is what we did for made-up names, Bob and Judy. It was really a deal that we had done last month, but the situation was almost the exact same. Walked them through, hey, they were in a very similar situation, living on income that just was hard to make ends meet. Showed them how, hey, we were able to help them get $10,000 in their pocket, relocate, do what it was that they needed to do, rather than just letting the house go to the auction and getting, you know, essentially nothing for it. The other kind of cool caveat to the story here is you got to be unique. So many people knocking on everybody's doors, so many people offering to help, but one of their main issues was their car wasn't working and it needed a new alternator. They had no money to get this part. They had no way to even get there because they have no means of transportation. So I told them that on the day of closing, I would come by with a brand new alternator for him so that he can install it, help him get out with the lease back. So you just got to be unique. If you're put in a position to be able to help people out, that's the name of the game, and that's what contributes to long-term success, is actually doing right by people. That'll be what keeps you in the game for a long, long time. So that concludes day 6. It was a good one. Keep rolling. This is the 3rd contract of the series. The first contract, the guys kind of ghosted me. We haven't been able to get pictures there, so that might not be a deal. But we replaced it with another one today. So we'll see. Keep working the first guy. I'm trying to schedule an inspection for the second one we got under contract. And now we got the 3rd rolling. So see y'all in day 7. All right, what's up, y'all? Today was day 7 of wholesaling real estate till we've made $100,000. All right, so we've got good news and bad news. The good news is the deal we got yesterday, we got assigned this morning around 9:30, I believe. So from walking out of the house yesterday at 2 o'clock to getting assigned for an $18,000 assignment at 9:30, that's pretty sweet. Already had a buyer that we'd worked with before kind of lined up for it, knew their buy box, knew we could get it to them quick. Bad news. This is the ups and downs of wholesaling. They just sent me this text right here wanting to back out of their contract. Hadn't heard back from them since that text, but their daughter just emailed me and said pretty much the exact same thing, but also threw this in the end. Please do not put a memorandum of contract on the property. Ding, ding, ding. Now we know what's going on. So a memorandum of contract, essentially, whenever you enter into a purchase contract, which is a legally binding contract, can place one of these on the property that essentially says, hey, we were the first ones to get to it. It clouds title. It shouldn't let any other investors close unless they do some sketchy stuff. They don't close legally, which has happened to us before. It's crazy. I'm sure I'll make another video about all the craziness that's happened around our MOCs before. Now we know what's going on. Another investor has probably stepped in and offered them more money, tried to under our contract, but ultimately they're not going to be able to close. It's obvious, like, you have another investor who has stepped up now and probably offered you more money. They're not going to be able to close unless we release our MOC or you just go with us. Pretty much told them, hey, have your other investor reach out to me. There's no real backing out of this contract. That's not really how this works at this point. We'll see from here. Probably going to be a wild ride. Like I said, they always are. That's just part of being in the game. Today is day 8 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So some updates from the dramatic events that went on yesterday. We've got 3 deals in the works. Unfortunately, we haven't heard from all 3 sellers. That is kind of the ups and downs of wholesaling, especially with pre-foreclosure leads. We've got 3 different deals. The easiest way to refer to them: the first one we got of the challenge was Darla, the second one we got of the challenge was Belknap, and the third one was Kushla. Kushla is the one we've got assigned. This one's probably the most promising one at this point, but this is the one where I wanted to back out. The other 2 sellers have just kind of ghosted. Darla, that one's just not a great deal, not a ton of potential there. Belknap is still a good deal. We just haven't heard from the seller in a couple days, which could just be completely normal. The guy's a pretty busy guy. But with Kushla, one of our other investor friends here in DFW knocked on their door today and got to talk to him a little bit. He built some good rapport with him, and he's going to try to help kind of push him back our way, be like, hey, by the way, like, you signed a legally binding contract with these guys. Here comes your wisdom nugget of the day from the 23-year-old that really doesn't have a clue about life at all. Wholesaling, especially, and all this stuff that can go crazy and go haywire, is a whole lot easier to deal with if you just realize it's your fault and if you make it your fault. I love the book Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. Maybe this is on me. I should have set some better expectations with my sellers and my clients from the get-go about how this process was going to work. It makes it a lot easier to digest everything that's going on whenever shit's just hitting the fan. It'd be easy to blame everybody else and, oh, these people are cuckoo or whatever it is going on. These people were just trying to fix their situation. Every deal I've done, like I said, has had something crazy go on. So I'm not discouraged. I am looking forward to getting these back on track. And if we don't, they honestly just weren't meant to be. On to day 9 tomorrow. So today is day 9 of wholesaling real estate. So I've made $100,000. Today was interesting. We had put in some good work getting the Kushla deal back online. I'm about to make a call here to our other deals, Belknap and Darla. Darla, I kind of don't care about at this point. We'll see what happens. Today, just cranking a lot of cold calls. Had to do some follow-up stuff. We got sent a lead that's on the market right now that had been taken back from a foreclosure that one of my partners had went and walked today, and we put it in our offer. Good day cranking on the cold calls, getting some deals back online, doing some organizational tasks because hadn't got to do a ton of that since we've been knocking the last few days, but knocking some more tomorrow, hitting some follow-ups on part of that Dallas list that had dropped earlier this week. Taking a shadow with me, so that's always fun. Get to teach some new guys, let them see me do some work, hopefully. That concludes day 9. We're gonna finish up some calls here the rest of the night. I'll see you guys for our first double-digit day, day 10. Today is day 10 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Knocked a lot of doors. Our answer rate was pretty low. Knocked with a shadow today, so that's always cool to kind of have somebody tag along and get to show a new guy the ropes a little bit. But started off the day with some shoulders, arms, cardio, some organizational work in the morning before heading out with them. We're out in Fort Worth knocking today. Got a couple updates on some of our offers yesterday. One offer we're working on the market. Easy Street Capital, which is a hard money lender, has taken this loan or this home back because the loan was foreclosed on, so they're trying to sell it now. We've got the most competitive offer forward right now, and it sounds like they're wanting to take it. We've done some deals with them before. We've got a couple connects at Easy Street, so they wanted to call and make sure we weren't wholesaling this one, but our plan is actually to flip it and refinance it and keep it as a home set. And our other lead, we were working yesterday as a pre-foreclosure. We'd sent out a JV marketing fee agreement. Essentially just says, hey, I'll help bring in a buyer for your property here, utilize the MLS, third party, our buyer networks, everything like that, and then take a 3% commission of the sales price. So one of the husbands is signed. We're still waiting on the other one, which I have not talked to so far. So hopefully that's pretty straightforward. If not, I'll just offer to jump on the phone with him or something like that. About to spend like another hour-ish on the phones. Take it easy. I'll see y'all in day 11. Today is day 11 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Started off the day, little chest try. It's always the morning day, little cardio. 3 meetings this Monday morning, so getting back on track with the team after the weekend. Spent the day knocking some of the new Dallas pre-foreclosure lists that came out. Typically the third list is kind of garbage. A lot of condos, LLC owned stuff that was bought in 2023, just hard to work with. A little update on Kushla. So went over to the seller's house today. Title hadn't heard from them at all just because they're old and don't really work their email very well. So got them to fill out a seller info form we needed, as well as adjusted the sales price a little bit. So now this is gonna be a $10,000 assignment. Reason being, a HUD lien on the back end of the property popped up that kind of just ruined their proceeds. They were gonna end up making not near enough for me to be comfortable with what all we were doing. So decided to bump it up a little bit, make sure they were more comfortable and were getting more so what they were promised. Big news today, our Arlington house got listed. This was a pre-foreclosure. I had door knocked back in like January or February, but pretty cool. Knocked it, ended up setting an appointment for later on that weekend to talk to him just over the phone. This is a prime example of don't judge a lead by its cover kind of thing. Kind of thought it was an ass lead. I wasn't super stoked to call the guy, but after talking to him for a little bit, he was just out of a job, continually laid off by Microsoft and all this kind of stuff, and was trying to break back into tech for around 170 or 174, which our purchase price. Raised private money, put about $40,000 into it in renovations. We had closing costs, everything like that, but you'll see in the listing here what we're listing it for. So should be a pretty good turnaround profit wise. Hopefully this thing sells quick. Still working on it all though. Should be at least closing this Cushla one here soon. That's day 11, but see you all on day 12. Today is day 12 of wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Got another one locked up today. Let's go. One we've been talking about, we've been working on a little bit. It's a house out in Fort Worth. The guy is so far behind on his mortgage, honestly, and wasn't a lot for us to do with a cash offer. I didn't really know where to take it innovation wise. I think the best thing for him was just going to be us helping facilitate bringing in a third-party buyer. Essentially just pitched him, hey, we'll help facilitate bringing in a buyer. We've got the ability to list, do all that kind of stuff. We'll just take like a joint venture marketing fee essentially, so he should get some proceeds on top of it. So that's why I decided to go this route, but we'll just end up taking 3% of the sales price. We started off the day with some back buy, then had a team mental meeting in person to get an amendment and everything signed and uploaded the title. So I was in person with them today. Also had our first showing on our flip that got listed yesterday. It got listed at like 6 o'clock. By like 8:30 we already had a showing scheduled. So pretty cool. That seems a little quick. So hopefully we got it priced pretty competitively. Worked a couple good leads today. We pitched novations on. Personally, I'm not super comfortable pitching novations. I just like simplicity. The more cash deals I can do, the more comfortable I feel. And this is a weakness of mine. So for anybody that's got ideas, word tracks, tips, thoughts about pitching novations, drop them in the comments, because right now your boy needs them, and I'm sure somebody else out there needs them too. So I know I'm probably passing up a lot of deals. Got a couple of those we're working that we've got follow-up calls for tomorrow. One's a lead my boy Nick brought me, and then one is a pre-foreclosure down in San Antonio. So, but we're trucking along. See y'all for day 13. Today is day 13 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So good day today. Started off at the gym, some legs and cardio, take care of some organizational tasks I needed to get done. Around 10 o'clock, ran over to our Cushla deal to drop off some cash for their time to go to the DMV tomorrow to pick up their new IDs. The husband's getting a driver's license. Wife is in need of a new ID. She hasn't renewed her ID since 2004. That's pretty wild. But they're gonna need new IDs to be able to close and get into a new rental, so gotta get that done. After that, met up with the boys. I hit the best barbecue spot in all of DFW. Cadillacs, for whatever reason you're listening to this and want to sponsor a guy who wholesales real estate, underman. After that, made some cold calls for the rest of the day. Only called for just the afternoon and spent 4.5 hours on the phone. It was a good problem to have, but it was ridiculous. Safe to say I've got a crazy headache right now just talking to people. But got another one locked up. We got a condo we'll be taking sub 2, hopefully trying to assign. Last time I got a condo under contract that was still a good deal, we weren't able to get it moved, but this one's a little bit of a better deal. Smaller reinstatement, smaller entry price. It's on a 2.375% interest rate. Tell me who's buying houses or condos or shacks at 2.375% right now. That's nuts. That's the power of creative finance, sub 2, everything we're doing in this real estate game right now. Interest rates are 6-7%, and if we wanted to, we could just close on this condo ourselves and hold it at 2% interest rate and cash flow a couple $100 a month. Good day 13, got some good barbecue, some good deals, good calls in. That wraps us up for day 13. Catch y'all in 14. Today is day 14 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today was hectic, to say the least. It was one of those days where you feel like you're just running and going all day, but it makes the day feel short. Started off the day with some sprints with my boy Ben, cardio afterwards, but headed up to the Dallas condo. We got locked up yesterday, and we already got it assigned, so 10K assignment there. Pretty sweet. But our trip to the DMV for our Cushla sellers went awful, just like every other DMV in DFW. They had to get an appointment for June. I was under the impression that they could walk in and probably just wait a while. I guess they couldn't get that figured out, or that's not an option anymore. So we'll have to pivot to getting a witness done for them, which isn't a big deal. We unfortunately have to do that on too many deals. Spent the day knocking some old Dallas leads. Got my Garland deal I had gotten before the challenge all finalized, amendment change for the close date. That should close. Today's a Thursday. Should close the next Tuesday. That's a 20K assignment, but that is not part of the challenge. Got in a good appointment today from knocking. Old lady, she was in like her mid 80s. She is no spring chicken. She's set to move into a nursing home here within the next like week, 10 days, something like that. Pissed at the bank, bitter, doesn't really know what's going on. She says her house is paid off, but a bunch of people have been coming by about the auction. There were a lot of strings to pull with this one. Ultimately, she didn't like my offer, but she knows she needs to sell. We'll see. We'll stay in touch with that one. That's the person that always calls the day before the auction, and you gotta scramble. And overall, good day. Busy's good, so can't complain about that. But we'll get to it tomorrow for day 15. See you guys. What's up, y'all? Today is day 15 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So back home for Easter weekend this weekend. Get to see some creepy stuff like my brother's head and a fat head. So pretty good day. We started off hitting some arms, shoulders at the gym for doing some cardio. Really the front half of the morning was just all about getting stuff situated. We're heading out of town this weekend, so we got some stuff lined up for the Cushla Ave sellers with the witness we're needing to do. So next door neighbor, shout out Miss Dorothy, is able to help us out, come over on the day of closing and testify for the sellers. So that's awesome. She loved me. Talked to her for like 10 minutes, started telling me about her all kinds of different surgeries and stuff she was having. Made the trip back to Tulsa with the girlfriend, so ripped some cold calls in the car. She did not love that, but we gotta work, gotta make some sacrifices some places. But on the way home, got another contract signed. So this is another pre-foreclosure deal we've got under contract at this point. This one is super cool, probably the most unique deal I've contracted. I typically don't like doing JVs or joint ventures with sellers, especially if they're going through the pre-foreclosure process, but this one's pretty straightforward. So yeah, ultimately Easter weekend, hopefully not having to do a bunch of work, just helping push some of the pipeline this weekend. Enjoy some time with family, kind of lay low a little bit till we're back in action on Monday. See y'all for day 16. Today is day 16 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today was kind of all about the pipeline. Started out at gym this morning, got some good work in, chest tried, hit a little sauna, had a bunch of crap this weekend for Easter, so felt like hitting the sauna. Missed our Monday morning meetings we usually have as a team because I got to go to the DMV myself today, which was awful. You never have a good time at the DMV. It was out in Garland, so we stayed out there, knocked a few new pre-foreclosure leads on the east side of Dallas today. We had 15 to 20 on my list. Only got to knock 12 of them because there were so many that were vacant or absentee owner that somehow wound up on my list. 0 of them answered, so just felt like an absolute flyer boy today, for lack of a better term, just dropping off my phone number, which is not ever a bad thing. If you're gonna knock on a door, you might as well leave your contact info behind. I know I've shown you guys the notes I leave behind on doors before, but my very first deal I did was more than, I think it was like a $21,000 deal that I just left a note on the door. Chick called me back that night, locked it down. So leave a note. To give you guys an update, Darla and Belknap, those are pretty much off the table. Darla, we just haven't heard from the seller since we signed that deal. Was absolutely crazy. He's just completely ghosted me. It is what it is. You win some, lose some. Belknap, it sounds like he got approved for loss mitigation through his lender, so he's probably going to go the route of keeping the house. I gave him that option in the contract. I hate doing that. Unfortunately, it was the only way I was going to get it under contract, was giving him the option to terminate as long as he got some form of loss mitigation through or a modification. But then thinking over some of the other deals, the Dallas condo we have assigned. That's good to go. That's rolling. The Cushla Ave, just getting everything set up for the witness. The seller actually called me tonight because they got some fraud mail by the LLC we purchase all our homes in. Somebody had sent them mail requesting their signatures on a deed. Instead of the TH at the end of our business name, they changed it to an M, so it looks really similar. Sketchy shit. Very weird. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bad apples in this business, so always fun dealing with crap like that. But then our other one, Sierra Avenue out in Mansfield, that's our HOA HOA reinstatement subtail JV we're doing. If you're not doing real estate, that probably sounds like gibberish. Got that one in the title, everything today. So just working on gathering a couple other details, getting that one rolling. So everybody preaches getting stuff under contract, but it doesn't matter if you can't close on it. So got to push that pipeline and keep going. In my opinion, the hardest part of the job, something I've got to be. But if you've got good systems in place, transaction coordinator like I have, definitely makes it a lot easier, because ultimately that's how we get paid. So I will see y'all tomorrow for day 17. Today is day 17 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Pretty good day. Started off at the gym back by Rose, absolutely killed me, hit the sauna a little bit, then had a team meeting this morning, but knocked some pre-foreclosure leads that came out in Dallas. Good answer rate. We got one like super late appointment set. It was actually a lead I was working back on like the December or January auction, but showed back up because he got re-added to the list. Apparently he's now passed away, which is absolutely awful. So his wife, and now she's going through some of the probate heirship process and will eventually be looking to sell the house. Unfortunate situation, but hopefully we can get her helped out there in an obviously challenging time. Had like 3 different calls with the family today of a guy who has a home out here in DeSoto but lives in New Jersey. Been going back and forth with Shell Points, just giving him the runaround on a modification. I told him what was up and what they usually do, and he was on and on. Like, I'm not gonna sell the house, anything like that. And then he's like, but you need to talk to my son. My son handles my affairs, everything like that, just because I'm getting old. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to go over some options with your son. And then we talked today, which was like our second time talking. I've talked to the old guy like 3 times now, and now they're like, okay, maybe we need to look at selling now that the auction is 14 days away. So made him an offer. It sounds like they sounds like it'd be a pretty good little cash deal out in DeSoto. They ultimately wanted to talk as a family, so we'll see what happens there. A good little mix of knocking and cold calling today. My Thunder play tonight, and by the time this is all posted, the playoffs are long over, but today's a Tuesday. Tuesdays my nights to have dinner with my girlfriend, so gonna make some dinner, chill out a little bit, watch my Thunder play. Hopefully by the time you guys are watching this, Thunder are world champions. We're still young, so I don't know about all of that, but that would be sick if y'all are watching this and the Thunder have already won a chip. If not, just know I'm gonna be a sad Peter. So anyways, good day, a lot of hustling today. It was a pretty go day, but I will catch y'all tomorrow. Today is day 18 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Sales guys, hopefully you can relate to this, but we're just on fire. There's no other way to put it. We're on fire. God himself is going to have to come down and hang up the phone with me and a homeowner, or get in the way of me being on the doors, because we're just on one of those spurts, and all my sales guys know it, where you're just deal after deal after deal. So anyways, it's been 18 days of this challenge, and I think we've got 5 or 6 of them under contract that are now active. This is probably one of the best spurts I've ever had. Luckily it comes during the challenge, which is nice. But then also being in sales, you know that there's the lows as well, and you kind of have to expect that. Got another one locked up under contract today. This was a situation where she had gotten a loan to be able to do repairs on her house back when it had caught on fire, a $35,000 loan, something like that. And I guess the loan keeps getting sold off to different servicers and re-amortizing at the same $35,000 amount. So I kind of just told her, like, hey, you tired of dealing with this? Like, let's just get away from this lender and get you into a more comfortable situation where you're out from under the debt and we can put some money in your pocket. And she was just all on board. So anyways, this one should be a pretty good deal, I would think. Fingers crossed. But 270, 280 ARV, got locked up for 90. Going to take pictures tomorrow. I don't think it needs a ton of repairs. Then again, always err on the side of caution when underwriting deals. The whole morning was pretty much working on the pipeline, cold called the rest of the day. That's how we got this deal. This was actually one I had an appointment set for last week that missed their appointment, and ended up getting back in contact with him and closing it right there on the phone. So follow up with your appointments, follow up with your pipeline. Just some updates. My Cedarwood Garland one, which I got before the challenge again, got scheduled for Friday closing with the seller and the buyer. So that one should be good to go. Thought it was Tuesday, but apparently not. Tesoro Trail, got pictures of that taken. Should be listing that. Kushla, everything good there. Dallas condo, spent the time on the phone with the guy today, working out logistics, helping him get his stuff moved out. So ultimately just balancing the pipeline and trying to get new deals. And I think we're doing a good job of it right now. Trying to keep our, food on our table, bills paid, trying to keep up with not only the pipeline, but pushing and getting more deals, because that's really the name of the game. I don't know, we're hot right now, so I hope we can keep it going, because that would be awesome. But I will see you guys day 19. Gonna hit a little sunset walk, reward myself today, and spend some time in nature. So, peace. What's up, y'all? So today is day 19 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Start off the day, little shoulders, arms, Stairmaster. I hate the Stairmaster. Had a little team meeting this morning going over some sales training, but spent like the entire morning running back and forth to properties, grabbing pictures, videos for disposition, finding buyers. So ran all the way from Dallas to Fort Worth for our new Stella deal we locked up last night. On the way back, stopped by the Sierra Ave one to be able to grab some pictures and videos there. That one looks good, or that one should be ready to get taken sub 2. Us put it on the market. We may have to do some minor things to it, more so just cleaning up, kind of cluttered, ultimately not a big deal. Today, a lot of just working on the pipeline some more. Didn't do near as many calls or outreach as I wish I would have. It's a little early in the day, about to head back home to my hometown. Me and my girlfriend are road tripping back for our wedding this weekend, so should be fun. Working on getting the auction delayed for our DeSoto one. Locked in mobile notary for our seller at the Dallas condo. Got one of the seller's sons taking some pictures tonight. The Bridgeport deal on DeSoto, and then the Cedarwood HUD, which we got before the challenge. Just approved that and checked out all the numbers today, so should be good to roll with most of that, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. What's up, everybody? Today is day 20 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So back in Tulsa, Oklahoma today, my hometown. So started off the day, hit a little run, trail behind my mom's house. Knocked some doors out in Tulsa, was actually really good. Knocked about 9 doors. 3 of them answered. 2 of them were appointments. One that I ripped just right there and walked straight in the house. Another we set for Sunday. The one where I got in their house and talked to them at the dining room table was in the neighborhood I grew up in and that my grandparents still live in. Absolutely wild how like close to home that hits. Anyways, was a great appointment. Foreclosure notice was still a little fresh, everything like that. So wife was really chewing on it a lot. Pitched kind of the same thing for that we're doing on Sierra Avenue back in Texas in Mansfield, where we're reinstating the amount that they owe and then would be listing it and taking a 10% cut of the sales price. So they seem pretty open to that as at least a backup option. We'll see. We'll keep working that one. But as far as the pipeline goes, we got the picks back for Bridgeport today. So now that we've got picks, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday, and we're gonna have to close that one next Friday. So we've got title open and everything, but man, that one's gonna be a little bit of a barn burner. We might have to get the auction delayed on that. And then for some unknown reason, I've spent like 2.5 hours on the phone today trying to schedule the mobile notary for Kushla, which should be closing Tuesday. Oh my gosh, the witness is all spooked out because she doesn't want anybody to steal her ID, but she has to send in a picture of her ID before we close everything like that. So we've been going back and forth. I don't want to do the witness anymore, everything like that. And I'm like, this deal's just not blowing up over a witness not being cooperative. Like that's not gonna happen. So leveled with her, wrote title in, and they talked to her to kind of verify some things. So should be good with the mobile notary going over there on Tuesday. So that one should wrap up. Hopefully we'll be wrapping a couple more of these up that following Thursday is when they're set to close. So the pipeline's big right now, which is a good problem to have. These are the kind of problems you want to be dealing with. Unfortunately, it's just stressful. But other good news today, this is not part of the challenge, but our deal out in Garland, Cedarwood, closed. So that was a nice little 20K assignment. Makes for a good Friday. Check out this house. I mean, this thing is ridiculous. Got this under contract for $65,000 and sold it to a buyer for $85,000. That is wild. That house is, for lack of better terms, a piece of shit. We got it done. So that one's awesome. That's the worst condition house I've wholesaled by far. That's what wholesalers are for. Cleaning up neighborhoods, cleaning up communities, getting the property in the hands of a flipper who's gonna come in, make it a beautiful home back in beautiful neighborhood and reduce the eyesore to the rest of the neighbors there. But Friday, it's the girlfriend's dad's birthday, so we're going out to dinner. Head out there, so I've cut the day short, about 5:15 now. But I will see y'all next week on Monday for day 21. The day is day 21 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today was fun. I've been working with my boy Ben for 8-9 months now, and today is our first day knocking together, so that was fun. He's kind of the guy who showed me the ropes and mentored me along the way, so it was really cool to tag along with him today. And we got a deal locked up together, so that was awesome. Started off the day. Today's a Monday, so we had our typical morning meetings with our team, pipeline, going over all that good stuff. As far as the pipeline goes, got a couple updates So Kushla should be good to close tomorrow. Got everything scheduled with notaries. The witness is going over as well. Got them to fill out something we needed from them today. That should be our last step. Also got the seller's notary scheduled for Thursday for the Dallas condo. That's awesome. Bridgeport, we're getting the auction delayed. It sounds like the mortgage company's being pretty workable with us on that one, which is good news because my dispo guy seems to think that that might turn into a $75,000 assignment. So that's sick. Just need a little bit more time to close. I thought we could probably get it in pretty quick with a cash buyer, and we still could, and make 10 grand, something like that. But juice is worth the squeeze on fighting back on the auction. The seller's cool with it, giving them a little bit more time to come back to Texas and get their belongings out. So we're gonna go that route. Tesoro, still work on getting the auction delayed there. So a lot of these May 6th foreclosures coming up here. Today's Monday, so next Tuesday is when the auction is. So just trying to either close them or get it delayed before that. Me and Ben rolled up today, house in Fort Worth. Super nice lady, Jennifer. She's just kind of in a bad spot. School teacher, bless her heart, just not really bringing in a whole lot of money. Husband ran out in December, just kind of let the property fall into her hands, and it's been falling behind ever since. Even before that, they were doing modifications and struggling to keep up with it. Ultimately just decided the best thing for her and her daughter would be to get out from under the debt, get some good money in their pocket, relocate, have help finding a place that's still in the school district for her to teach at and her daughter to go to school at. Should be a big week trying to get a couple of these deals in across the finish line, and get them delayed if we need to for after the auction. Sierra Avenue, this is crazy. So that deal might have blown up. We were under the assumption that his payoff was around like the 330, 350 range, and it was only HOA payments that were behind. I asked him multiple times, hey, how's the mortgage? How's the mortgage? He says everything was up to date with the mortgage. We got the reinstatement quote in, $230,000 behind on the mortgage, 62 missed payments. So we might be shit out of luck on that deal. Yeah, just trying to get with the mortgage company to see what in the world's going on. Hey, is that a mistake? What's the payoff? How can we potentially audible from here? We may just be stuck. You win some, you lose some, but see y'all in day 22. Today is day 22 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today was the first payday of the challenge. So got Kushla Avenue to close for those who have been following along. Little 10K assignment, so nothing crazy, but good little start to the challenge. So yeah, that ultimately was kind of a barn burner to get in. Was working with just really old sellers that were technologically challenged. Had to kind of backpack it the whole way through, but gotta do what you gotta do to get paid. Happy to see one go through the net there. We should have another one. Today is a Tuesday, should have another one Thursday. We've got all set up. Obviously we had one that had closed last Friday that had funded today. That was a $20,000 assignment, but not part of the challenge. We wanted to start the pipeline from scratch. So this is the first one of the new pipeline that's closed. Awesome stuff. We want to keep going. After I filmed last night's video, we actually got another one under contract. It was a lead that was sent to me. It's a condo out in Grand Prairie, so we're going to refer to it as the Grand Prairie condo now. Pretty good deal. ARV's like 150, 160. They're just really ready to get rid of it. I mean, it's an older lady. To all my other 84-year-olds out there, you're still young, you're still beautiful. Trying to get down to Austin for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm talking to like 3 different family members. I've talked to the seller. I've talked to somebody who's signing documents on her behalf. I'm all over the place on this deal. Got under contract for $75,000. It's 1,100 square foot condo. Surely rehab won't be too much. Should get that one marketed here within the next day or two whenever I'm able to get pictures on Thursday. We get another one under contract. Another one that's closed. Should be funding tomorrow or Thursday, depending on when the notary gets all the paperwork back. But ultimately, I hope you guys kind of got to see how I went from knocking on this door because they were in pre-foreclosure, making them a cash offer to help them solve their problem, and then ultimately finding a buyer for $10,000 higher what I had offered them, and then just getting the deal to the closing table. Awesome stuff. Got a couple more we're cooking with here, but obviously we're on the road to 100,000, so we've got to pick up the pace a little bit here. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get them in, and we're gonna get rolling here soon. So happy to see one go through the net here. Today is day 23 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. We're actually made some money into the deal, so had our first one close yesterday, so that's pretty awesome there. But driving back, wrapped up a day of knocking some new Dallas leads that came out yesterday, while also just absolutely trying to get this Dallas condo deal back on track to be able to close tomorrow. So had a couple different things we were fighting through. Finally got the reinstatement in time, but it's only good through tomorrow. So we've got to get the seller to go sign in person, as well as the buyer, who apparently is out of the country, to now do a RON, a registered online notary. I guess he was out of touch. I don't know if he had forgotten about the deal, just what had happened, but he is not really ready to close, and it has to be closed tomorrow. So we're fighting with him, trying to get him, hey man, like, look, we got to get you to the table tomorrow. We got to get this closed. We got to get this wrapped up. The buyer is not the easiest guy in the world to work with, which is a little disappointing. Usually it's the sellers can be difficult a little bit of the time, so it's really upsetting sometimes when a buyer is tough to deal with, but to each their own kind of thing. So also because of some HOA stuff that had come back, that's part of the reinstatement, dropped our assignment fee, so it's not going to be as big as the initial 10 grand we thought it was, but at least it's something. So at this point, kind of just crossing our fingers the guy shows up to the closing table tomorrow and, you know, the buyer signs. If not, I mean, what can you do? At this point, there's an auction scheduled for the property, and if we don't get that done, it just kind of is what it is. Just another pipeline updates. Tesoro and Bridgeport, we're still working on getting the auction delayed for those. Bridgeport, talked to the mortgage company today for about an hour, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Not a great use of time, but hopefully they're going to delay that one for us. And then Tesoro, we're having to pivot to do a temporary restraining order against the bank there. So working with an attorney to get all that filled out here soon. Sierra Avenue, that one is just going to be scrapped. You guys' principal balance is $360 on the loan, plus the $230 reinstatement that we didn't know was there. He said the mortgage was all caught up. On the initial call where I got it under contract, I swear I asked him like 3 or 4 times, dude, I know you're behind on the HOA, but are you behind on the mortgage at all? He's like, oh, no. Like, you know, maybe like a payment or two. 62 payments. It's a crazy thing to lie about. You gotta remember doing this. Sometimes sellers can lie about a little bit. Man, this is a negative ass video. I'm talking about how frustrated I am with sellers and buyers and everybody in between. Wholesaling's fun, it keeps you on your toes, but some days you just have those days where you're just like, damn man, I'm just going through it. What can you do? So not much us or anybody else could do in that situation, but hoping we get another one in the books tomorrow. That would be exciting. So crossing our fingers there on that one. So see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I've got good news. Today is day 24 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Crazy day today. Our Dallas condo deal was supposed to close today as of 6:30. It has not. Some stuff's just going on with titles, attorneys. I guess something about the deed of trust is just being drafted weird to where the buyer is not super comfortable with some of the language. So now since it's a sub 2, we're ordering a new reinstatement, everything like that. Hopefully we can get this cleared up to be able to close tomorrow, as tomorrow is a Friday. The auction is Tuesday, so we're gonna have to get this thing in as fast as possible. We've done a lot more with a lot less, so I'm still feeling pretty good, confident, even though it was supposed to close today. In other pipeline news, we've got the TRO pretty much ready to go for Tesoro Trail. A TRO is a temporary restraining order against a bank to be able to buy ourselves more time to close, do whatever we need to do. And then we got a notice today from the mortgage company for our Bridgeport deal that they denied our request to postpone the auction. So we're also having to do a TRO for that, which we don't have all the info in yet. Hopefully we've still got time to get it done. Working on all of it there. So spent the morning grabbing pictures at the Grand Prairie condo. Everything checks out there. Something weird's going on with the seller. I don't know, trying to gather more info there. I'm working with like 9 different parties. I don't know who's who kind of thing, but the seller checks out. She's the right lady. She just has other people authorized to sign her documents. Very strange, not 100% sure. Stopped by Kushla Avenue, which was the first one of the challenge we had closed, and dropped off an alternator for him like I promised. Being a wholesaler is being a problem solver at the end of the day, and part of the reason I got the deal was I promised to, after closing, once I got paid, to bring over an alternator for them to be able to fix their car for them planning to leave. Gotta get creative, gotta build good rapport, gotta do things other people won't to get deals other people won't. I hope I bring you guys good news that the Dallas condo is closed tomorrow. If not, maybe worst case scenario Monday. That's going to be stressful with the auction being the next day. We'll see you tomorrow. See See you guys. Today is day 25 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000, and holy shit do I have a headache. So I almost exclusively work pre-foreclosure leads. The week before the pre-foreclosure auction is so stressful, it's insane. It's always a great week because usually it's pay week. I mean, here I am stressing out when trying to count my blessings. We've done $30,000 in assignment fees this week, so look at me complaining and bitching. We do have some other deals we're trying to work and get through that are being stressful. Damn it. The Dallas condo has still not closed. We just got word before title closed that they've got some of the documents prepared that the buyer wanted. Whether they're up to whatever he's looking for is up to his discretion, and he hasn't hit us back yet. So we're hoping we can close this on Monday. Getting really tight there, but as long as it's closed in the morning, reinstatement sent, shouldn't have a problem. We're working on getting an updated reinstatement. That's good through that date. Absolute headache. And then we're also working on finalizing the temporary restraining orders to delay the auctions for Bridgeport and Tesoro. Tesoro, I feel pretty good about. I think we got everything completed yesterday, so should have ample time, I would think. But Bridgeport, still waiting on some documents for from the attorney that we're gonna have to get notarized hopefully this weekend. Be able to get those on the judge's desk by Monday to have the Tuesday auction delayed. This Bridgeport one is stressing me out, man, because our buyer we thought would be really interested in this one just gave us a verbal offer. They're gonna want to inspect it. This one would end up being like a $50-something thousand assignment fee, so we gotta figure this shit out one way or another. Today's a Friday, so gonna try to shake a little bit of just this hecticness off and try to enjoy a Friday night or Friday evening. But end of the day, it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta work till 7 o'clock on a Friday night, stressing over deals. You get rewarded handsomely, so it's all worth it in the end. There's highs and lows to wholesaling. I feel like I left a 9-to-5 job and didn't go that route to be able to now work a 12, 14 hour a day job, 6-7 days a week with a hell of a lot more stress, but it's worth it. Or at least that's what I tell myself. See y'all day 26. Today is day 26 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today was a Saturday, so started how I start almost every Saturday, which is a workout with my girlfriend. Honestly, probably my favorite part of the week. Shout out Mia here. Got a good amount of knocking in. Also handled some stuff for the Bridgeport TRO. Finally got the document we needed, sent the notary over, and I guess the document doesn't include Junior on the end of his name, so we're gonna have to send the notary back over tomorrow once we get the document corrected. It's all right, as long as we can have it on our attorney's desk by Monday and kind of just pray for the best kind of thing. It's almost out of our hands at this point, so hoping we can get that auction delayed, because that is a pretty fat assignment fee there, so that would be awesome. Not a ton to talk about today, so wanted to talk about, just as being a new wholesaler, the importance of partnering with people that are experienced to being able to get your first deal done. It's how I got my first deal done. I still partner with a guy to be able to do all my dispositions, which is why I don't talk about a ton of the dispo side here. Partnering with people is absolutely crucial. There's so many ins and outs and complications in a real estate deal, where if you can bring in somebody who's experienced to not only maybe close the deal, but to also do the back end title work, to help, find a buyer for the deal. There's so many different avenues that's worth making a little bit less money on the deal to be able to get it done right and just ultimately get it to the closing table. Like my first deal, partnered with a guy who's I really trust and is one of my best friends, and was able to split like a $20,000 assignment fee. Like it was freaking awesome. But then that gave me the tools, the knowledge to be able to do what he did, and watched him close it, was there for the whole title aspect, learned the game from there, and just from there just been doing it and closing my own deals. I still do work with somebody to be able to do dispo, because I would rather just pay somebody to do that and delegate that out to where I know I'm good at selling, I'm good at knocking doors, calling prospects, doing all that kind of stuff. I want to focus on that stuff as much as I can, because those are my money making activities. So if I can outsource the dispo side, some of the title work, and make a little bit less money, perfectly cool with me, because in the long run I end up making more money. So just wanted to get on here and preach how important it was to work with people not only that are experienced, but just to partner on your first deal. Find somebody who's experienced, partner up with them, bring them a motivated lead, watch them close it, watch them get it to the closing table, collect your check, and more importantly, collect your knowledge. That's going to be what long-term sets you up to be able to make way more money in this game than just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of one deal. It's not worth it. Partner with somebody, learn the game from the inside, you'll be cruising from there. I'll see y'all Monday for day 27. Today is day 27 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. I think everything's kind of all right. Started the day off with some chest try, team meetings to go over the pipeline, and some other weekly activities. Let's talk about a couple deals here, catch you up to speed. Dallas condo absolutely revived at the last second. I thought this was done. Honestly, this is one of the deals I've felt just the worst about in my time wholesaling. I feel like I completely was letting the seller down because our buyer was not performing. With the auction being tomorrow and just everything having not have been closed, I was like, man, we just have completely screwed this seller over. Not to really much of our own fault or degree, but just he was counting on us and it just didn't work. We got the auction delayed at the very last minute. We got an email at 6:30 p.m. stating that they were going to push back the auction because we'd sent in some proof of funds and some other necessary documents to show we were trying to reinstate the loan. So hallelujah, prayer answered that we were able to help the seller out there. More importantly, obviously avoid the foreclosure because that would have been horrible. Bridgeport and Tesoro TROs, I think, are all right. I think we've got the auction delayed on those. We'll have to get confirmation in the morning. The Bridgeport one is still, we're needing to go post the bond for that. Ripped a bunch of cold calls today. No like super spicy leads, few good conversations. Spent about an hour 40, hour 50 on the phone. So I had a pretty good amount of talk time today. Set up one of our buyers to go walk Della property out in Fort Worth tomorrow around 1 o'clock. And then this Grand Prairie condo I got under contract is so weird. I think I'm gonna pull the plug on this one just because I'm uncomfortable with the situation. We have it at 75 and we've got buyers interested around like the 100 mark, so it's a pretty good little assignment, but something's just going on here. Like the seller is an old lady. She keeps telling me she doesn't want to sell her condo and she's being forced to somehow. Then I'm talking to this other guy who's an attorney but is just completely off the walls, weird. It sounds like a scam. I don't want to get into all the details, but I think this lady might be getting scammed and being forced to sell her house. She's being promised like a new condo in Austin and a new car because she won some raffle, and as soon as she brought up the raffle part, I was like, this chick is getting screwed. I'm uncomfortable. I'm trying to get a little bit more details to see if maybe I'm just missing something or being skeptical, but I don't think I am. So we'll see. I think it just wouldn't be very ethical to continue to go through with this deal. I'm probably just going to pull the plug on it unless somebody's able to iron out some info or the situation. Tomorrow is the first auction day of the challenge. We've still got some that are pending, looming, so hopefully we get final answers on those. Hope for the best. So we'll see you in the morning. I'll see y'all tomorrow for day 28. Today is day 28 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Good start to the morning. Got a little gym session in before sales meeting with the team, but a little bit of a hectic morning after that, trying to get everything for the Bridgeport TRO finished. I guess we were still pending a signature from the judge on the TRO, so we got that signed right before 10 a.m. at the auction, got it filed, so we're still a little in the dark on whether it actually worked or not. Blown up our attorney's line, we've blown up, and he just really doesn't know, we've blown up the trustee's line, kind of just in the dark, and it is what it is, so hopefully we'll get some clarification on that tomorrow. That would be fantastic. Sent a buyer over to walk the Grand Prairie condo today. Finally got the reinstatement number in for Dallas condo, so hopefully Dallas condo will be closing and just behind us at this point because that deal has been an absolute mess. Got another one under contract today, a pre-foreclosure down in the Austin area, so I'm in Dallas. Had cold called this lead. Old guy, just really in like a super bad spot. Veteran, doesn't have much family to be able to help him out, anything like that. Really told him, hey man, we got to get you to like a retirement home, moved in with family, we got to do something, but if you don't do anything about this auction, you're gonna be homeless and just out of luck kind of thing. Oh gosh, yeah, I mean, I need some help. So had set an appointment with, shout out Josh, local boots on the ground guy who does some of this as well. Went over, walked him through how to get the contract signed, everything like that. We'll be helping that guy out. He's on the June 3rd auction, so we've got like 3 weeks to be able to close, find a buyer. Should be a pretty good deal. It's in great shape, so should be able to get a decent little assignment fee out of it. See once we start marketing it how the traction goes. Just kind of crossing our fingers about Bridgeport here. Hopefully we've got some good news for you guys in the morning, so we'll see. Take it easy wherever you are in the world. Hope you're having a good day doing it, and see you all tomorrow. So today is day 29 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000, and today, for the first time in my wholesaling career, I've witnessed a miracle. An absolute crazy roller coaster of a day dealing with this Bridgeport TRO. The trustee had finally returned our call and let us know that the property had sold at auction. that sucked. That was for 30 minutes to an hour there, was essentially coming to the realization that we just kissed like a $50,000 assignment completely goodbye. Then about 35 minutes, I don't even know how long it was. Way too long. It felt like an eternity. The trustee called us back to let us know that they had made a mistake and told us about the wrong property and that our TRO worked. Praise Jesus, our deal's still alive. Working on scheduling to get our buyer in there for an inspection. Hopefully we're gonna do that in 2 days from now. Oh my gosh, talk about a prayer answered there. That was freaking awesome. Also, believe the Dallas condo deal has closed today. Our reinstatement was good through today, and I saw an email saying that the seller had signed a little earlier than the buyer said that he signed. So get confirmation from title tomorrow. Honestly, this deal's been completely on the back burner for me, which sounds probably so bad to a lot of new wholesalers. It's not a huge assignment fee. It's been incredibly difficult dealing with the buyer. I've just kind of left it in title's hands. Whatever the hell happens at this point. Sometimes your energy and focus is just better spent going and trying to find your next deal. So learn when to not stress yourself out and just go crazy over one little thing. Pretty good day knocking some doors out in Tarrant County out in Fort Worth here, and pretty frustrating. Got in a guy's house and was in there for like 2 hours just building. Great rapport with the guy. We got along about a lot of stuff, talked about a lot of faith. Great guy, super personal, love Pittsburgh Steelers, connected with him pretty well. But after 2 hours in his house, it was already a pretty tight deal trying to pull it off sub 2, which would be reinstating his loan that's in foreclosure, allocating some cash to him on top, and essentially payoff would have just broken even, like no equity in the deal. Would have been a good cash flowing rental, was on like a 3.5% rate, but he's got down payment assistance lien that he had not told me till about 2 hours in after asking if there were any other liens or anything that needed to be paid off on the property. He didn't know that it had to be paid off. My understanding is upon the change of title that comes due, we've had deals blow up over it in the past. Just would have made the reinstatement amount way too high for us or any other buyer to take on. If I'm wrong and anyone knows how to work around that, drop it in the comments, because that would be sick and a tool I definitely need to add to my tool belt. Ultimately just kind of told him, hey man, look, I'd be happy to help you think about it, just let me know, and kind of got out of there kind of thing. Good day. Glad we got this bridgeboard shit figured out, because oh my gosh, if you can't see my head, it's probably throbbing with a headache. But oh well, we live to fight another day. See y'all tomorrow for day 30. Today is day 30 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Finally, we could put this crazy Dallas condo deal behind us. Sounds like it's officially closed, wrapped up, seller, buyer signed, everything like that, bringing our total to a $4,375.42 assignment, bringing our total for the challenge so far to $14,375.42 30 days in. This is pretty good. Not my best month here. Obviously, we had some other deals that were contracted before the challenge close in this month, but would like for this number to be a little bit higher, but it's all right. Started the challenge a little bit into the month, so we've got some big stuff lined up here for this next month that should be closing. Fingers crossed, obviously. And other cool news today, our flip that we've had on the market for 24 days just got an offer. It sounds like we're gonna move on. $5,000 over asking. The buyer is on a DSCR loan, which means the approval is based on the rental rates in the area, so they would be using it as an investment property. At first we were like, wait, how is this gonna work? Because it's like an 8% interest loan. How is he going to get a DSCR loan? He's bringing $35K down, paying $5,000 over asking, 7-day option. Seems like a super legit, super serious buyer. So hopefully that works out. Should get that signed off on tomorrow whenever our agent sends us over the paperwork. Ran into a little bit of a wild situation today with the summer walk deal that we contracted. I think that was 2 days ago at this point. Old guy, got a super sad situation. We told him we were helping him. Hey, we'll get you up to your daughter here in Denton, move you up from Austin, make sure it's taken care of with some money in your pocket kind of thing to be able to live on. Apparently, some investors that we actually are connected to already had this deal under contract and have been trying to close on it. But typically that means we back out of the deal, which we were going to do. They hit us up. We said, hey, okay, we didn't realize you guys had a contract on it. Not a big deal. Now it looks like they're wanting to partner with us because they like the way our deal is structured a little bit more. So that's an interesting development. We'll see kind of how that plays along. Sounds like we may facilitate bringing in a buyer, and then they've got a little bit of a longer standing connection with the seller. So I don't know. There's going to be a bunch of different parties involved in that that one, but making some money is better than making no money. Good day chipping away on the phones. Wrapped it up with a little team dinner at Las Palmas tonight. Patio, great weather, great vibes, great dudes, can't complain. It's cool to be doing this with a team that guys I actually love being around every single day, so that's one of the biggest blessings in my life. So shout out all the homies on the team. But see you all tomorrow for day 31. Take it easy. Today is day 31 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Just some pipeline work, knocked some doors out. Fort Worth, Tarrant County, the phones a little bit, so did a little bit of a hybrid day. And exciting news, I know I mentioned it in yesterday's video, went under contract with an offer on our flip. So this is the first flip I've done, so I figured, hey, story time, let's talk about it, because most of the deals I do are just wholesaling, right, where we get the property under contract and then sell it to a flipper. We don't actually do any of the work, put forth any of the money, do any of that ourselves. This deal was so straightforward, we were like, we can't screw this up, I don't think. So let's go ahead, let's flip it, let's try to do it. Great learning experience so far. Obviously the property's just under contract, it's not sold, we still got to pass inspection, do a bunch of other stuff. Exciting day. Had it listed at $355, got an offer for $360, so $5K over our asking price on a DSCR loan, which is kind of crazy. It's a loan where somebody's qualifying compared to the rental rates in the area, so the guy's putting 35% or like 125 grand down. Kind of crazy. He's got an 8% interest rate. Interest rates are wild today. Tell the story about how I actually got this property under contract. So I'm 50-50 on it with partners. At the end of the day, if everything goes right with this contract, it closes, should be a little bit above $110,000 worth of profit for us. Great deal, right? Hard one to screw up. That's why we took it on. It all started with door knocking a pre-foreclosure. Anyways, I'm excited about this project. That wraps up day 31. See y'all for day 32. Today is day 32 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Figured I'd take an opportunity like this Saturday to tell the story of my first deal, because it's obviously my favorite one, being my first. It had closed about a week out from when I was supposed to start a corporate job. I just graduated from college, was gonna go the traditional route. Really didn't want to. I wanted to figure out wholesaling real estate and get a good grasp on it and kind of see some proof of concept. Like, one, go through the net before just up and leaving a job I hadn't even started yet. It's important to take risks, but it's also important to take calculated risk, I believe, and not just jump into something not knowing anything about it or having any proof of concept. My first deal came from door knocking. I door knocked some leads out in Fort Worth on a Friday, and I remember that Friday night, 9:30, I was chilling over at my girlfriend's with her and her roommate, and I got a call from a no caller ID blocked number. And I was like, what the hell? I didn't have a CRM or anything at this point. I was just putting my cell phone on notes on doors. I gotten a call. This lady was like, what in the world are you doing? Why are you leaving a note on my door? I was like, hey, you know, I can explain. Just wanted to go over some options. It looked like the bank was giving, you know, you some trouble, potentially had posted a foreclosure date. Did you know about this? And she just broke down crying. And granted, it's a Friday night. I was luckily just not doing anything, but was there to take the call, helped her out. She cried on the phone for like an hour, reached an agreement to be able to help solve her problem with her foreclosure, get her out from the debt that had been causing her so much trouble, stress, get her enough money to move into a new place where she was set up, had rent, moving expenses, everything like that covered, and then compensate me handsomely for being a problem solver and being able to bring in a buyer and do all these sorts of things. So it was an awesome moment, an awesome deal. I was more so just kind of bird dogging leads at that point and was sending them to a partner that could help close them. At that point, it was 9:30 at night. I wasn't gonna bug my buddy, so I was like, well, shit, here we go. I'm about to close this one on my own and get it under contract. And luckily it worked. You kind of just gotta jump into the ocean without a life raft kind of thing and figure it out as you go. And we did. It was a $21,000 assignment fee, so was a nice little cha-ching. Ultimately was almost as much as the base salary at my corporate job. Obviously would have had commission and everything on top of that, but I was like, okay, I know I can do this. Even if I get one of these a month or every other month, I'm gonna make a lot more money than at a corporate job that starts here in, I think it was like 10 days or something. So the next day, once the wire hit, called, quit, been wholesaling ever since. I've even got my own little HUD wall here. So all the deals I've done, yeah, it's been awesome so far. I'm so happy I took the jump, and if this video inspires somebody else to take the jump, that's the whole point of the video, and honestly the whole point of the challenge. So that wraps us up for day 32. I'll see y'all in the next video. What's up, Brady? Today is day 33 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Some crazy stuff we ran into on the doors. I mean, we talked to this old lady who had just fallen and broken her back or something, and she had a dead rat on the front porch of her house in like a little aquarium thing. She didn't know about. That was just all-time gross. One of the worst smells I've ever smelled my entire life. We did have a good kind of same-day appointment. We were there at the house for about an hour. Sad situation where the father had passed. Her stepmother is still alive. She's trying to help her navigate everything, getting her husband involved and having another conversation with her mom tomorrow. So hopefully that goes pretty well. And then just another crazy story. Me and Ben had knocked this door. Poor old lady, she had to be nothing south of 95. Came to the door and was tapping on our no soliciting sign. Was talking about how we needed these vests and permits and everything like that to be out there knocking. I had knocked that door maybe 4 or 5 months ago and left a note on it, and the son had called me back about how his mom wasn't able to keep up with the bills. It was going into foreclosure, all this stuff, how they needed help. But then I just never heard back from the son again. So I told Ben, I was like, dude, this is a fire lead. We need to help this lady. So we drove up to Home Depot. It was our last knock of the day, but we drove up to Home Depot, which is about 5 minutes away. Actually bought like those construction vest type things. I'll show a video or something here, and re-knocked it. Unfortunately, we got the same result, but I feel like we gave it valiant effort and it was worth the 20 bucks to try something unique to get through to her. Unfortunately, I just think she has no idea what's going on, and that's the sad reality of a lot of people in these situations, which is why it's so important to be a good resource to be able to help people. Ultimately, it was a fun day, just kind of kept us on our toes. No new deals or anything today, but still progressing the pipeline we're working with, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for day 44. Today is day 34 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Start off with the bad news first. We had the inspection yesterday on our flip, and the buyer has now backed out. Apparently, it was just super minute, tiny things that the buyer's over in Mexico. Apparently, he just wants nothing to do with it. He wants a super straightforward, easy transaction. We can't take care of it in seller's concessions or anything. So I guess he's backing out and terminating, which is a little frustrating, but it is what it is. Started off the day with just an out of the blue text from the seller at our Stella deal. So spent the first 30 minutes of the morning getting that back on track. Sounds like her daughter is getting evicted from her own apartment. She wants her daughter to come move in with her. I'm like, well, that doesn't really change the fact that your house is getting foreclosed on it, that we need to sell it before because you don't have the money to pay for it. That can still be the plan. It just has to be in another house at this point. Went ahead and got her connected with one of our relocation agents to help her start finding a rental unit and expediting that process. So hopefully it makes her feel a little bit more comfortable. Cool story from today is we got another one under contract. This was a deal I was working on the December 3rd auction, and today is May 12th, or I don't know what today is. Been working it for probably 6 months at this point. Almost got the guy under contract back then. He ended up reinstating the loan. Oh, no, I'm good. Fell 3 months behind again. So called me, said, hey man, it's about time. I've been putting this off. We need to just go ahead and do this thing. I said, okay, let's do it. So him and his wife are stoked. They're super happy to just be getting out from under this debt. We're taking it sub 2. Lower deal, I think ARV's somewhere around like the low to mid 300s. Still owes like 210 on the note. So a bunch of equity here in this deal, which is awesome, and a 3.5% interest rate. It's unbeatable. Buying properties this way is super sick. Not sure the exit strategy on this one yet. Probably going to be a wholesale. Personally, I've got to dump some money tax-wise, so I might buy this. I don't know, depending on inspection, but we'll see. So anyways, just shows the power of following up with leads. Like in real estate, there really is never a dead lead. No doesn't mean no, it just means not yet. So put the right systems in place to be able to follow up with people. So easy to just automate all this out and trust the system to do it. Doing it manually and having those conversations with leads you used to work is really what brings people back and makes them remember you. And it's what did it for this guy and what got me this deal. So proof's in the pudding with following up. So, and also come back and watch my video tomorrow for day 35. See ya. Today is day 36 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today, a little bit of a location change, as you can see, I am in Mexico today. Isla Mujeres, to be exact. Hadn't been working most of the trip, decided to take a day and work a little bit today. So actually locked up a deal on the beach. How sick is that? Probably the coolest part about wholesaling is if you do cold calling, it's very easy to do it remote. I mean, it don't necessarily need to be in the market you're calling at all. Locked up a deal, sitting at the beach, staring at the ocean. I mean, can't really get much better than that. It's a sub 2. The auction's coming up in like 2 weeks, so we've got to close it very fast or get it delayed somehow. But it's a good sub 2 deal. Our entry fee is around $12,000, I think is what it sounds like. Monthly payment's about $1,300. Looks like it would rent for anywhere from like $1,500 to $2,000 a month. The 170's left on the loan. ARV of the property is like 220. May need like some minor work. Seems like a pretty good deal, so hopefully we get this one moved. But yeah, just wanted to share today and talk a little bit about what's so cool about wholesaling real estate is you can be anywhere, even a beach club in Isla. So been trying to manage the pipeline and keep up with it while I've been here. Luckily, some of my partners in support group have been helping me out with that, so I can enjoy a little bit of my trip at least and not have to work the whole time. But got the inspection completed for Bridgeport over the weekend, so hopefully we get some word back about an offer for that. We'll keep y'all updated. See y'all in the next video. What's up, everybody? Today is day 37 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. I am back from Mexico, kind of in full swing, kind of not. If you can tell by my voice, I am sicker than a dog. I don't know what's going on. Even though I was sick, no excuses. Got out, got 15 doors out in Fort Worth, and actually got a deal under contract over the phone out in Forney, so east of Dallas. That one, it's a June 3rd auction, so coming up here in, gosh, like 10 days, something like that. But we'll call that deal San Antonio Drive. Guy just said he had a mental falling out a while ago. Got it at a pretty good price, I think. We'll be going over to take some pictures and walk through it this weekend. It's vacant. Guy's already out in California, so as long as we can get the auction delayed somehow, and it's at a good enough price with repairs, should be a pretty straightforward deal. Figured I'd update you guys on the pipeline because a lot kind of was going on while I was in Mexico. So Bridgeport, we finally got that one assigned after the buyer we did an inspection for backed out of the deal. So that was a pain in the ass. It's assigned at 310. We have it at 282. So almost a $30,000 assignment. Pretty good. Was expecting more from our other buyer, but can't complain. $30,000 assignment. Stella Street, that's one we're going to need to close this week with the auction. The seller's health is all over the place. Apparently she's having to have surgery soon and stuff, so we thought she was ghosting us. I think she's just really bad about her phone, but I've been trying to get buyers in there. We found a buyer for $95,000, which is exactly what we have it under contract for, so whoop-de-doo. Can't get any buyers in there to walk it, so we kind of have to take a sight unseen offer. Trying to renegotiate on price with her to at least get it to maybe like 85, 90, so we can make something. Seller's still making a ton. She hardly owes anything on it. Grand Prairie condo, just no traction there. I mean, condos kind of suck, honestly, from what I've learned in my last 8-9 months wholesaling, whatever, how long it's been. Got the price down for the Grand Prairie condo from 75 to 65, so hopefully we can get a buyer in there. And then Polo Meadow, we had to terminate. Couldn't find a buyer. Inspection stuff just came back bad. And then Summer Place we terminated because the seller has dementia. He doesn't remember us anytime we call him back. Probably not a good idea to be dealing with a guy with dementia. So hopefully he has it figured out. He tells us the VA is helping him. Black Ash, the one me and Ben got that day we knocked together, he's more so working that deal. Sounds like we haven't been able to get back in contact with her. She might be doing a loan modification. She's going off the rails. Sometimes this stuff happens, but pull him back in eventually, so we'll keep y'all tuned for that one. But pray your boy gets to feeling better and doesn't sound like Squidward next time you see him on a video. So I will see you guys for day 38. Today is day 38 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today's a Saturday. I'm trying to get back in the groove of everything since being gone for a week and being sick. Got over like 500 calls in today. Not a ton of action, not a lot of pipeline work. So figured I'd take the opportunity and talk a little bit about biggest deal I've ever done, which we closed on 3 or 4 months ago at this point. It was right at the beginning of the year, so awesome way to start 2025. But it was over a $45,000 assignment. It was awesome. I was stoked. Situation, it was a pre-foreclosure that I door knocked. I door knocked her on like a Friday, I believe, and lady was just in like real bad health, had a bunch of mental issues going on, PTSD from work and being a nurse through COVID and all kinds of stuff that was going on. And I guess she just couldn't afford any of her bills or was more so choosing not to pay
claim I couldn't get her really read what was going on. She had real bad migraines and stuff, didn't want to talk to anybody. Told her, hey, I know you don't want to talk to anybody. I know people are coming by your door. You know, it's annoying. It is what it is, but this is an urgent situation and we got to get this figured out ASAP or the bank's going to take your home and evict you and you're not gonna have anywhere to go. We can't let that happen. Offered her to buy her breakfast, and that's what ultimately got me in the door for a Saturday morning appointment. She had been getting like Meals on Wheels delivered every day, like an assistance program for food. So offering to buy her a McDonald's sandwich was a hell of a lot better than whatever government food she was getting, I guess. So she took my appointment, ended up locking up the deal, offered to help her pay for 3 months of a storage unit and then also help her get out to her family in Michigan so they could take care of her. Bought her a flight, storage unit, sausage, McGriddle. Along the way, she was not the easiest seller to deal with, so every time I went over there or brought buyers over there, ended up having to bring her food. I guess it was like a give a mouse a cookie and he's gonna want some milk kind of thing. So one day I had to buy her like $40 worth of fried chicken, which was crazy, and then another day she wouldn't let a buyer get in there unless I sent her a steak. So I bought her a ribeye. Crazy. It was on food stamps and Meals on Wheels and was being difficult until we gave her a ribeye. Mind-blowing, but anyway, deal's done. We made a lot of money, helped her out. She made a lot of money on the deal as well. Got out to her family in Michigan. It's nice being able to be rewarded handsomely on deals like this, but also be able to help people, whether they're reluctant and act like they don't need the help. Kind of the name of the game with foreclosures is just leveling with people. A lot of the times, these homeowners and sellers haven't done anything for the longest time and have been pushing off a huge problem, and being a voice of reason and a voice of truth a lot of the times really helps with these deals. We're able to help get the bank off her back, put her in a good spot where she's back with family with some money in her pocket, has people to take care of her while she's going through some health issues, was rewarded handsomely for it. So ultimately, that's what makes the job fun and fulfilling. My biggest deal, not my favorite deal, but my biggest deal, favorite on my wallet, I guess. But always want to remember. See you guys in the next video. Today is day 39 of wholesaling real estate. So I've made $100,000. Today is a Monday. It's probably the most happy I've ever been for a Monday for some unknown reason. Just happy to be starting to get back in the swing of things after being gone for a week. I guess I'm crazy. I like working. I love to be in New Mexico, but I like a routine and working. We're 8 days out from the June auction. So usually the Monday, the week before the auction, I haven't been very good about doing this the past couple months, but I'll do like what I call my contract drop-offs. Any homes in my county I live in, which is Dallas County, that I haven't gotten to talk to yet, I'll simply knock them again. Typically the answer rate is really low because I've knocked them a couple of times and haven't been able to get in contact with them. I'll drop off an envelope with a purchase contract in there. It's usually just a super low amount. It's got a little document with some information written just saying, hey, if you haven't done anything, I can still help, can delay the auction, help you get relocated, yada, yada, yada. It's kind of a last-ditch effort at some of these deals. Hasn't worked yet, and I've done it a couple times. Hopefully, if I stay a little bit more consistent with it, we'll find some gold at the very last second, because we do get deals the week before the auction and have to delay them. It's just those ones are harder to deal with and harder to find for sure. Yeah, not a huge answer rate with a lot of those, so just a lot of dropping off contracts today, which it is what it is. The July leads haven't dropped yet. I'm okay with going and spending a day doing that. Got pictures at the property on San Antonio Drive we got on Friday. Look great, just needs to be like cleaned up. Might need 30K worth of work, but we've got to work on delaying the auction. Getting to work on that. It sounds like it's the HOA that's actually foreclosing, so they may be easier to work with and prevent us from having to pay for a TRO, which would be awesome. As far as what we're supposed to have closed this week, we're actually supposed to have Stella close this week because the auction is next week. Kind of ghosting, honestly being really difficult. She's about to make a bunch of money from this sale, but she's got a lot of health problems going on and she just like doesn't want to talk. It's like, bro, you're gonna be homeless in a week. Like, we got to get this figured out. She just is being really difficult to deal with. I know it's probably hard dealing with health issues and whatnot, but at the same time, we've got a contract to help her out and we can't just leave her homeless. So we'll get that one online. I feel good. Just got to keep blowing her up and leveling with her about the situation. Repping my Thunder today. Got a playoff game, Western Conference Finals. Gonna chill out tonight, have some dinner, watch that. But I will see y'all tomorrow for the next video. Today is day 40 of wholesaling real estate. So I've made $100,000. We had some new Dallas County leads drop, got to hit those, hit about 20 doors today. Was surprisingly like all over the phone. So many people were calling me that are on the June 3rd auction upcoming. So still got a good amount of doors in, but was tied up a lot on the phone, which is a good thing. Would rather be busy than not busy at all. Some pipeline stuff, gonna update y'all on just a lot of stuff here. So Timothy Drive, we just figured out today with title work that there's an MOC on it from a contract they had signed 3 years ago back in 2022. MOC, memorandum of contract, essentially a wholesaler, investor, somebody like that who has a signed contract with a seller, place one of those to cloud title to protect their deal and their interests. So trying to contact them to be able to get that removed. Seller's freaking out. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Stella Street starting to become a problem. We need to close that this week, or because the auction is Tuesday, so we're set to close Friday, but we still haven't heard from her. Not good at all. For San Antonio Drive, we got word from the HOA today that they were going to pull the auction. So good news there. Payoff came back a lot higher than we thought. I think I mentioned that in yesterday's video. Still think we can get it moved. So just confirming with the trustee, the auction's moved back. It's not being foreclosed on in a week. So hopefully we'll get that confirmation soon. The Grand Prairie condo, we terminated this one. I think I've mentioned in some of these videos, there's a really weird situation going on there that I'm just not 100% comfortable with. Didn't want to sell this deal, didn't want to do it. Sorrel Trail 1, we haven't talked about in a while because there's been zero traction on the market, but at our first showing, and the realtor called us to say they would be submitting an offer, or should be submitting an offer tomorrow. Fingers crossed there with the Sorrel. Hope we get some good news and get an offer on that one, and hopefully get that one off our books. And then Fisher Court, this is the one I made the video about that I got under contract in Mexico. The dude signed the contract like a week and a half out from the auction and has completely ghosted. Just haven't heard from him since. It's not like a killer deal or anything like that, so I'm not really busted my balls about it, but I don't know what the guy's plan is. He hasn't hit me up, hasn't hit title up. I don't know if he thinks we're just getting everything taken care of and he doesn't need to do anything, but that's not the case. Managing a pretty big pipeline, trying to get it all going through, sometimes is the hardest and most stressful part. Take it easy. We'll see y'all tomorrow for day 41. Today is day 41 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Wrapped up the rest of the new Dallas list today. Got like another 17, 18 doors worth of knocking in. Did some calls later tonight after I got back. Really had a crazy day of knocking. Had our social media guy come with me, take some videos, so maybe got some funny clips. Had some funny stuff happen today, honestly. Had one good appointment. It was a house that was back on the auction 6 months ago, and talked to the wife. She was like, yeah, we got it handled with the modification. We may be looking to sell down the road though. Talked to the husband today, and he was like, yeah, some kind of mishap had happened with the modification, some kind of paperwork issue or whatever. I think we're looking to sell a little bit sooner. Walked through the property, made him an offer. Feel like I was in the ballpark of where he was looking to be. He was pretty excited about the offer. It was just unfortunate the wife wasn't there, so trying to find a time to set a follow-up either appointment or call to go over it with her. So hopefully we can knock that one out. Still no word on Stella Street. Today's Wednesday, the auction's Tuesday, and it sounds like most everything's lined up to be able to close Friday, except for not hearing anything from the seller. Tomorrow we get to do a good old-fashioned wholesaler camp out, baby. My favorite. Gonna go spend as long as it takes tomorrow out in Fort Worth at her house, whether I'm working at a coffee shop and going over every hour to see if she's home. We got to get it figured out, because ultimately it's in her best interest, whether she realizes it, knows it or not. If she goes to let the house go to the auction, who knows if she gets any money for it. She gets a foreclosure on her record, gets evicted, she's in bad health, she can't deal with that. Or she could go through with the agreement with us, like the plan was from day one, get over $50,000 in her pocket. We can still help her find a rental unit and do all that kind of stuff, but she's got to cooperate, and that's been the difficult part. So we'll see how the camp out goes tomorrow. Hopefully it makes for a fun video, so we'll see. Didn't hear back on an offer today like we thought for Tesoro, but we talked to them and they thought they would have it in late tonight, so I don't know, it's 7:30 right now. Maybe they would a little bit later. I have no idea. Maybe it's just delayed. Spending the evening running our Q&A for our free school group, and then watching a little bit of basketball tonight. Just taking it easy. That's day 41. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 42. So the camp out saga begins. Came by and knocked. She was not home, but as I was leaving, a homeless guy walked up to the door. Yeah, my baby mama stay here. Like, my son's here, everything like that. I just sometimes leave the shelter to come check on him, see if I can get in contact with him when she's gone. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. Do you know how I can get in contact with anybody? And he's, but I know like one of their family members lives in 2 houses next to each other around the corner. So literally just walked over following this homeless guy who knows if he's right. I mean, it sounds like he may know something about the family, or at least his baby mama. So couldn't get in contact with anybody at these 2 houses either. Seller at Stella didn't answer. So it's 10:30 right now. Gonna go work at a coffee shop most of the day here to close and just come by every like hour or two. Neighbors said they're usually home around like 3 o'clock. Interesting start to the camp out so far. I'm also just like in the ghetto and there's a million people walking around here, which is crazy, but gonna get out of this area and come back only when I need to. Okay, update. So now it's 2 o'clock. I've stopped by either 3 or 4 times at this point, but the neighbor across the street is the homie. Exchanged numbers with him. He said he was gonna scout some stuff out and let me know whenever she came home. So he's out working in a coffee shop right now, waiting. Still gonna keep going back every hour or two. He says she usually gets home around 3 o'clock, so we're probably gonna give it another shot here in like an hour and a half. Fingers crossed. Still nothing. Attempt number 5, 6. I don't know what I'm at now. Haven't heard from her. You can probably see steam coming off my head at this point. Finally got in contact with the niece that I guess lives there, and who got me on the phone with the seller finally. The deal, it's probably not gonna go through. I left all the documents that need to be signed there just in case. But the seller's not living in there anymore, and she's letting her niece live there because she needs a place to live. And she thinks she can reinstate the like $10,000, whatever it is that's owed, when she just got evicted from her apartment and needs a place to live. Try to tell them like, hey, it's not really a matter of any of that. Like, reinstating the loan's not an option at this point. You guys signed a legally binding contract to sell the house. That's done. Like, we've sent in earnest money. I'm gonna make more money one day and forget about this deal. And forget about it all. Holy stoic moment. Fuck this deal. All right. Who cares? On to the next. See you guys next video. Today is day 43 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Pretty good day of knocking. Hit about 21 doors, I think. 7 people answered, but we had 2 same-day appointments, which was awesome. So first one went about an hour, got in there, talked to both the mom and the son. Super nice family. Honestly, the house was in super good condition, clean, well kept up with. These people just had a rough time since COVID. She got pretty sick for a long duration. Son got sick, but he moved back in to try to help out mom, stuff like that. About $18,000 behind. Got a good amount of equity in the house. Kind of walked her through all the options. You know, reinstating at this point just doesn't make a lot of sense, everything like that. So eventually gave her a cash offer. She was just really reluctant to move. She's an old lady, wants to stay there, all that kind of stuff, but knows she probably needs to do something. So pitched the you stay, we pay option, where we essentially buy it sub 2 and give them no money, to where we reinstate the $18,000. There's like 118 left on the loan, but the house is worth like $250. So would be a sweet deal where we just walk into a house with a lot of equity. We've got a super low monthly payment. We'd rent it out to her for a little bit more than the monthly. She feels comfortable with it because now she's got her son's income and everything like that to help out. And then eventually when she either passes or doesn't make a rent payment, which hopefully wouldn't happen, or is just ready to move on kind of thing, then we get market rent. Would be an interesting deal. I usually don't like pitching that, but their situation, they seemed like with the son being there that they really could make the payments. The payments are like $1,300 a month, and together now between like both jobs they're working, her Social Security, retirement, all that, they'd be bringing in like $8,000 a month. So seems doable. The second appointment wasn't as long, didn't get as far. Set a follow-up call for Wednesday, but lady's just got insane health issues, heart issues, got more surgeries coming up, all kinds of stuff. Medical debt's taking a toll. She's had to file bankruptcy, do all this kind of stuff in the past. Her reinstatement's about $50,000-$60,000. She still thinks she can come up with it in a week, which sometimes you just kind of have to let people work things out on their own. You ask them the right questions of like, okay, like what's your plan to come up with it? And most people just don't have a plan. You just kind of need to let them hit that wall and hit that realization on their own. So she agreed that if she didn't have anything done by next week, we probably need to get the ball rolling on getting title open to make sure she can get money. We can help her find a more affordable place to live, keep the auction off record, you know, do all those things. So ultimately it was a productive day, even though we didn't get a signed contract. Chalk it up as a win. Personally, I hate the follow-up game. I just want to close people when I see them the first time. To be a master of this kind of stuff, you have to master the follow-up. Keeping our fingers crossed with some of those. Maybe we'll see a couple of them, or both of them, one of them, none of them, I don't know, go through the hoop. But it's a Friday, I'm gonna chill out a little bit. It's about 7 o'clock right now. I'm not sure what my work weekend looks like, but probably doing something. So catch you guys on the next day. Today is day 44 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Gonna take y'all through every deal we've gotten under contract since we started the challenge and where they sit.
So starting with Fort Belknap, that one we terminated, or I guess the seller terminated, ended up doing a loan modification. I believe I gave him the right to get out of it if he gets a loan modification. The only way I got it under contract. I hate doing stuff like that. Did it in order to get that deal. Kushla Avenue, that was a roller coaster one getting closed. We closed that for a $10,000 assignment. Spring Valley Road, that one was a crazier roller coaster getting closed with our buyer just being a pain in the yoo-hoo. Ended up making like somewhere around four and a half on that one. Sierra Avenue, that was the one that we were gonna reinstate the guy's HOA payment and then help him, sell it on the back end. We were gonna list it for him. We had no idea he was like 5 years behind on the mortgage when he told us the mortgage wasn't behind, it was just the HOA, so we terminated that one. Sorrel Trail, we've still got that one listed. We just bumped the price down $5,000 a day. Had a serious, or what seemed to be a serious buyer walk it, wanted to make an offer and they just haven't gotten back to us for whatever reason. Bridgeport Drive, still alive. We did a TRO on that one. Got it assigned at, it's upwards of 30,000 if not close to it. Just waiting on the HOA resale packet and the buyer to do a municipal lien search. Should be closing on that one here in the next couple weeks, just whenever that stuff comes back. It's just a waiting game. Stella Street, absolute nightmare. That one is what I believe is getting foreclosed on tomorrow. Deal blew up at the last second with a niece coming in, thinks that she can reinstate it after getting evicted from her apartment. I don't know where she's got 23 grand. Maybe she does. I think they're full of shit and it's probably getting foreclosed on tomorrow. What are you gonna do? Black Ash Drive, that was the one me and Ben got knocking together. That one we didn't get the husband to sign. Now she's flaking on us, thinks she's gonna get a loan modification, even though she did it 6 months ago. Can't change people's minds. They just gotta see stuff through themselves. The Grand Prairie condo, we terminated that one. Something just super fishy was going on with the seller and whoever this person I was supposed to be talking to was. Pretty sure these people were trying to scam her out of her house, but didn't feel comfortable going forward with that one. Polo Meadow, we had to terminate that one as well, just due to like an insane amount of inventory that's popped up on the market. So buyers are nobody was really interested in that. Summer Walk, didn't know the guy had dementia, so that didn't really work. And we also recently termed Timothy Drive, a contract they signed like 4 or 5 years ago with apparently this company that is just Satan when it comes to MOC releases. So they're not willing to release the MOC, and they also had like $70,000 of HUD liens that the sellers didn't tell me about, which just blew up the deal, which is just so frustrating. You try to figure that kind of stuff out beforehand. Kind of stuff pops up. People do mortgage assistance programs, and unfortunately you just can't really help them if they're too far into some of that stuff. And then our new deal from today, Wild Sage Lane, we will figure out if that one gets delayed tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 45. So today is day 45 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Nothing real crazy. Bunch of cold calls. Did like over 900 today. Did a lot more yesterday, but they were a little quicker because we were calling ones that were going to auction the next day. Had some good conversations today, but really the highlight today is saving the San Antonio Drive deal. Don't know if I mentioned this one in yesterday's video, but crazy situation. This was all going on when we were doing the camp out video at the Stella house, so I didn't get to catch up on a lot of details of this one. 2 entities were foreclosing at the same time, the HOA and the mortgage company. We had thought it was just the HOA, so when we got confirmation from them that the foreclosure was stopped, we were like, all right, everything's good. We should be able to proceed as normal. But then we figured out the mortgage company was foreclosing too, which threw us in a last minute bind. Luckily, pivoted the deal to an ovation since we've got more time and pulled off a last minute TRO. The seller's out in California. He's already jumped ship. He thought the property was a lost cause. Real sad deal, was going through a bunch of mental health problems. Helping him out. He paid for the TRO. We're making sure he's got double his investment back, so making it well worth his time. Yeah, got it saved like right at the last minute. I filed the bond payment, everything like that down at the courthouse 15 minutes before 10 o'clock, which is when the sale starts. So trustee confirmed, receipt, all good. The property's a mess because the guy just kind of up and left. So trying to work on doing like some kind of estate sale and getting junk removal and cleaners over there. Hopefully we can get all that done this week so we can get it listed early next week. For those who don't know what like a novation is, it's essentially wholesaling on market. We still give a cash offer price to a seller, but convey to them that, hey, we're not the ones actually buying it. We're bringing in the third-party buyer, utilizing the market and our network. Have it contracted at X. We put it up for Y, and then once we pay buyer's agent fees, closing costs, everything like that, since we double close, we make the split in between. We'll have to put some money into it, obviously clean it up, get it ready to go on the market, get pictures taken, stuff like that. Interesting strategy, essentially just simple way possible wholesaling on the market. So pretty cool. That wraps up today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 46. Today is day 46 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Honestly, today was just one of those really slow days. Just kind of is how it is. There's not a ton of new pre-foreclosure leads out in my surrounding area, DFW, to go knock. Hit some old Dallas leads today, hit about 21 of them maybe. Did some calling afterwards, followed up with some old offers that we made. Really not a lot was going on. Did some pipeline work. We were able to figure out that the one I got contracted on Monday, 2 days ago, today's a Wednesday, that was on auction for yesterday. Figured out we got the auction stop in time, so it's good. Should be a good little novation deal. I think I dropped some of the details for it. Prepping some details for the San Antonio novation we're doing. Sounds like I'm probably gonna have to go over there this weekend and do like an estate garage sale type of thing just to get a bunch of the junk out of there. So that should be fun. Hopefully people come and just take it for free. Probably have to pay a bunch of money to do junk removal and cleaning and all that kind of stuff. We also got an offer on Tesoro Trail, which is nice. We only had one showing and now we have one offer. It was at full price, $380, but the problem is realtors asking for like 14 grand worth of buyer credit out of the offer price to be able to do stuff like the carpet and some paint. I have no idea why they're asking for that much, but that price isn't really workable with what the seller's payoff is and everything. So hopefully we can get negotiations worked out on that, find something that makes sense. A little bit of a slow day. Those happen. I'll see you guys tomorrow though. Today is day 48 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Knocked some leads out in Collin County, just north of Dallas, a lot of the nicer suburbs. Not a lot of answers, just really slow day knocking. That was kind of the first half of the day up until like 2 o'clock. On the way home, hit some cold calling today. Got in contact with a lead, made him a cash offer, and the house is listed on the market. The guy is 17 days away from the foreclosure. This is a lead out in Florida, and his realtor is still showing the property to buyers with financing, all that kind of stuff. So called up the realtor and was like, hey, I saw this was listed, kind of backed off, but I realized that this homeowner is 17 days away from foreclosure. Like, were you aware about this? And she was like, oh yeah, whatever. She just completely played it off like nothing was going on. Like, I've made an offer, kind of laughed at it, everything like that. She was like, this is ridiculous. Like, that's the lowest offer I've ever heard. Offered 138, 250 or something like that. I don't know, kind of random one-off number. She was like, well, we just got an offer at 254 today, so like you can kick rocks. It was like extremely rude to me, which I get it. I'm putting in a low offer or whatever, but I was being really nice to her and I was like, hey, I realize it's a low offer. It's pretty heavily discounted because of the hoops I'm gonna have to jump through to get this close in time. I was like, I'm looking for a deal, like straight up. I told her that. So your client is 17 days away from foreclosure. Like, if this other person, buyer, whoever it is, can close in time, perfect. I can close in time at this price. And she just hung up on me. She was a total bitch, honestly. She hung up on me, calls me back like 45 minutes later and is like, hey, the buyer can't close for 30 days. I was like, bro, that's what I was trying to tell you. So she's like, well, we'd consider your offer if you could come up to 150. Credit, this house is listed at 365, which is crazy because they need to sell it in a pinch. ARV is like 300 to 320. They got a 254 offer. Here I am way down here at now it's like 145, which is what I countered at. I'm the only one in the position to be able to help them. And obviously buyers are interested at like the 250 mark. So seems like a decent deal. We'll see. I sent the offer over this afternoon. Again, a little slow. Wish they had a decision made by now. We're already gonna have to rush it anyway. We'll see how that goes. I just thought it was crazy that this realtor just wrote me off, told me to kick rocks, was just a total ass to me. And then now they're back. Why it always pays to be nice to people, leave the door open, you know, don't burn a bridge, because a lot of times if you really are right about something, they'll come back. Some pipeline updates. We finally got the municipal lien search back for Bridgeport. That one we've been working on forever, so hopefully the end is in sight there. And we got the seller's disclosure and the authorization to sign listing docs back for San Antonio Drive. So hopefully we're getting closer to getting that one listed, ready to go next week. But I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 48. Today is day 48 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today, some new leads in Tarrant came out, knocked a few doors, got some good work in. Got a couple leads, want to run you guys through. One that I got to talk to today, he was back on the auction, gosh, probably 4 or 5 months ago at this point. Didn't take my offer because ARV at the house is like 350. House needs a complete renovation and he wants 400 grand for it. Just out of his mind. Couldn't get him to accept an offer. He had told me at the point he owed around 170, offered him like 185. Decent deal, kind of came up on the numbers a little bit to try to get him some money, but he still balked at it. He's back on auction again. Sounds like I finally kind of talked some sense into him. No buyers giving him what he's wanted. A lot of the offers kind of falling in the same range. Hopefully we can get something working there. I've had good rapport with him for months now. It's just a matter of him making the decision he needs to make. I mean, I talked to his wife too. She's pretty worried about the situation, but still says he gets all the say. And I was like, should probably talk some sense into him. Also got connected with the new sub 2 lead we were working. This one was really close. The auction's about 2 months away, so I didn't apply as much pressure as I probably could have if it was a little bit sooner. Set a follow-up call for Monday. Their reinstatement's about $18,000, offered him $5,000 on top of that. What's cool about this situation that makes sub 2 such a powerful tool is even if they were to sell it on market quick enough to be able to get out from under it before the auction here in like a month and a half, 2 months, or get a cash offer, they would have to pay to close either way. Or we can come in, buy it sub 2, and actually get them not only just out from under it, but get them a little bit of cash in their pocket to be able to relocate. So they're pretty stoked. Sounds like it may be a pretty good option for them. They just wanted to talk it over. I always think that kind of stuff's a smoke screen, but I didn't get over it this time. Hopefully that follow-up appointment goes well on Monday. And honestly just went crazy chasing down a couple other leads, got them on the phone that are like this close to signing contracts, but we haven't put pen to paper yet. It's driving me up a wall. We're close, I can feel it. And speaking of close, we're getting a lot closer on Bridgeport. It sounds like everything should be moved out of the house by this weekend. We got the municipal lien search back. Hopefully the HOA documents are close to coming in. Apparently it's an older couple in the neighborhood who mailed them in, which is wild. We're trying to get a hold of them just by, hey, can we walk you through emailing these into title? Hopefully that gets closed late next week. That would be awesome. We haven't seen a paycheck in a little bit. So knock on wood, that one comes soon. That wraps up today. Today's a Friday. Gonna try to enjoy the weekend. Probably gonna work tomorrow though. Actually, I know I'm working tomorrow, but see you guys tomorrow. Today is day 49 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So today's a Saturday. We had some Dallas leads that dropped yesterday around like 4:35. So didn't get to hit those yesterday, but spent all day hitting a lot of them today. Knocked about 22 doors, 2 appointments. Really don't have a lot from today. Pretty slow day. I mean, these 2 appointments are just like all right appointments. Then again, I've said that and closed deals from it and made huge checks from it. So can't judge every appointment by what it seems, I guess. Since these dropped, I had a buddy go out and run the garage sale at San Antonio Drive. I think he made a bunch of money from what it sounds like, which is awesome. Yeah, just not a lot to update from today. Just some hard work on a Saturday. So see you guys for the next video. Today is day 50 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Hit some new leads out in Fort Worth that came out Friday, but over the weekend was hitting the Dallas ones, so got to these ones a little late. That's all right, so I had a little bit lower answer rate than if they were fresh. All good, because we still set 1 appointment out of it. Catching up on some of the pipeline. So we got the HOA docs back for Bridgeport. Hopefully we can close this. I mean, today's a Monday. Hopefully we can close this later this week. Sounds like now the mortgage company's being slow about getting us a payoff. So hopefully we can expedite that somehow. Ready to get paid. And this one's a decent little payday. I think it's a $27,000, $28,000 assignment. Pretty nice. Want that one to hit the bank account for sure. Other good news, got an offer from the realtor on Tesoro that we've just been going back and forth negotiating with a ton because they want all these different concessions. Sounds like we finally found something that makes sense. We'll have to cut our fee a little bit from the 3% we were originally going to get. We'll get the homeowner out from under the house, stop the foreclosure. Gave them, I think they'll have a little bit over a month. Close date better aligns with where they were hoping to be. So good news there. Hopefully that all works out. And then with San Antonio Drive, got the junk removal crew over there today. So they should be finishing all that up tomorrow. Then hopefully we'll either clean it out, get pictures, get it listed live on the MLS. So that one's moving well. Went to take pictures at a house in South Dallas I got under contract, but I don't think I'm going to count it for this one. I think I just got it under contract too high. She told me it was completely renovated and flipped. Still needs a little bit more work. So I think it's contracted too high. So I'll try to go back, renegotiate, send it to some of my buyers, kind of get their input too. Absolutely working my ass off trying to chase down this guy in Houston to get him to sign this contract. I've been working him for like a week and a half now. Keeps missing appointments, saying he forgot, all this other kind of stuff. He told me he'd be by his computer at 9 p.m. tonight. So I'm gonna call him and try to do the docs. So it's 8 o'clock right now. I'm not making this video past 9 o'clock. Your boy's got his bedtime. Fingers crossed I'll have good news in the morning. Probably won't answer, but he might. He might. See you guys tomorrow. Today is day 51 of wholesaling real estate, so I've made $100,000. It's some more Fort Worth doors. Leads are dropping out there like absolute madness. There's more that dropped today that I'm gonna have to get to go hit tomorrow, which will be 3 days in a row out there, which is awesome. Love the leads to hit. Probably not the best sign for our economy when a bunch of pre-foreclosures are going on. It is what it is. Gotta capitalize on them. Some pipeline stuff. I'm gonna rant a little bit about realtors. No shade to realtors. It's just so funny to me, the polarization between like wholesalers and realtors, the urgency behind some offers. I think it's just because I'm always trying to like not let a seller off the phone, trying to get an offer to him ASAP kind of thing. We're trying to sign an offer on the flip we're working on. This doesn't have anything to do with the challenge here. Been going back and forth for like 4 or 5 days just because the realtor just keeps messing things up on the contract, which apparently she's got something going on in her personal life, so no knock to her, but there's literally like 10 blanks on a track contract. Let's get this going. And then also on the Tesoro one, been waiting for like a day or two now for the realtor to update the closing date. It's like, what in the world takes so long just to update and send a contract back? Like I said, no shade. Some pipeline stuff, working on getting the Bridgeport payoff back ASAP so that we can close. Hopefully that one's done late this week, early next week. San Antonio Drive, got all the junk out. That ran us $1,800. So now we're gonna try to get it cleaned up, get pictures, list it. Hopefully we get that rolling ASAP. We got to get the utilities on to be able to get cleaners in there. And then with Wild Sage, just haven't heard anything from the guy since I gave him the confirmation the auction was delayed. So hopefully he's not just ghosting me now that I helped him get the auction delayed. Kind of what it feels like. It's only been a couple days, so you know how people are, right? Right? Surely not everybody's just by their phone all the time like me, right? I don't know. We'll see. But keep y'all updated on that whole situation. Hopefully we're getting Bridgeport closed soon. Let's go. See you guys. Today's day 52 of wholesaling real estate, so I've made $100,000. Third day in a row knocking pre-foreclosure leads out in Fort Worth. Hopefully there's not a bunch of new stuff to hit tomorrow, because honestly I just want to work from home or the office and cold call. Kind of tired of being out on the road, kind of just complaining at this point, which is all right. Couple updates on the pipeline. This one doesn't have to do with the challenge pipeline, but our flip I've mentioned multiple times, we're finally under contract. Praying this goes through. It's an FHA buyer, so the inspection may be a little bit stricter, but hopefully we pass. Hopefully everything goes through, unlike the last offer we had, which the buyer just wasn't very serious. That was a really interesting situation. Fingers crossed here. But little last minute wrench we were thrown on Bridgeport. So we got payoff back, everything like that. We're good to go for Friday. Called the seller to try to set everything up notary wise, and apparently his wife does not have a valid ID. I had asked that before with the son, was almost positive. He said yes, maybe he didn't. I'm pretty sure he did. I would have probably picked up on it if he said no. But anyways, we're having to get a witness set up. This is the same thing we had to do on the Cushla Avenue one that we closed a while ago. It's amazing to me how many people don't have valid IDs. It seems to be a common theme with some of these pre-foreclosures, but that's right, we'll make it work. It seems like it's not a huge hiccup. He's a reverend at a church, so I think we can get it resolved fairly easily. Always just a last minute wrench to spice up the day whenever you thought you were gonna have everything smooth sailing to close Friday, which hopefully it still will. Just got to do the legwork to get all this done. San Antonio Drive, we got the utilities turned on, so hopefully cleaning that out soon, getting pictures, listing, just making slow progress there. Still haven't heard back from the Wild Sage guy. He finally read one of my text messages, which now kind of makes me feel like he's ghosting, so hit him up some more today. We'll see how that goes. Keep y'all updated on more. Hopefully we can get this Bridgeport stuff worked out, because this deal has been a roller coaster so far and it's taken so long to close, but we're right there at the finish line. We're so close. Hopefully we get all that sorted out tomorrow. See you guys. Well, today is day 53 of wholesaling real estate, so I've made $100,000. Today's a good day because we got an absolute whale door knocking pre-foreclosures. So real quick, got everything finalized for the Bridgeport closing tomorrow. Got the info for the witness. Talked to the son. Everything should be good to go. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that closes and finally we get paid on that one tomorrow. But Dallas had dropped the new list. Got out there. It was like the third door of the day. I wish that This was one we were wholesaling for the challenge, but it makes too much sense to flip this house, so I will not be wholesaling it. Maybe if the challenge is still going by the time we complete a flip, it'll just be part of real estate investing until you make 100,000. I don't know. It's a pre-foreclosure. We would need to close this in 14 days. Definitely helped being able to press a lot of urgency there. It was really just one of those where like you knock enough doors and you kind of just run into a deal like this, where just kind of brought up, hey, you know, a typical part of my pitch is, yeah, there's two sides to our business where, A, you know, we help homeowners understand their options to stop the pre-foreclosure process, but we also do buy some properties as well. And she almost just like cut me off, was like, is that an option? And I was like, yeah, I mean, tight time frame, but we can probably like see what we can do kind of thing. Like just pulled back, and it was just putting in my hands at that point. ARV for the house, somewhere, the after repair value, somewhere a little bit north of 400, around like 410 to 420. Probably needs, all it needs is like a bathroom remodel. Doesn't need much work at all. Lady's been there for so long, she hardly owes anything on the house, so she's getting a big paycheck. Got under contract at $211,000. I would think we would like max out at like 20, 30K in repairs. So I'll let you do the math there. I try not to get super excited about deals, but it's easy to see why getting a deal like this under contract makes me excited. Trying not to get too ahead of myself. Still got to close it, so I do all the title work, so I come back clean. This is one of those deals that kind of flips your financial situation on top of its head if you're a new wholesaler, and it's still just awesome to have if you're an experienced one. So yeah, safe to say today was a good day. We'll take you along the process of getting this one closed here within the next 14 days, and hopefully we got good news about Bridgeport tomorrow. See you guys. Today is day 54 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. And today we get a little bit closer to our goal. Bridgeport is finally closed. $27,500 assignment fee. Pretty good one there. It was an absolute whirlwind, but we'll talk about it here in a second. Caught up on some Dallas leads. Knocked the rest of them that dropped yesterday is what I meant by that. The inspection was complete at the property I got under contract yesterday, which is Grenadier Court is what we're going to refer to that one as. Not sure if I said that yesterday. And then still working on getting the utilities on at San Antonio Drive. But let's just kind of tell the story to wrap up how Bridgeport had gone. So it's a house here in Dallas County, my local county. So I knocked it a couple times. I kind of just noticed like, oh, this is vacant. But we were text dripping the owner of the property as well as cold calling. And eventually he just kind of responded to one of my texts and was like, yeah, like I need help. I'm a couple weeks out from the auction. So we jumped on the phone, told me about how his mortgage company was corrupt. They weren't letting him pay. They were foreclosed on him, yada, yada, yada. But really good rapport, super cool guy, reverend, everything like that. He's awesome, super nice. But he ultimately told me, he's like, well, my son makes all my decisions. Like he helps me with all this kind of stuff. So you got to talk to him. We set up a time to do a 3-way call with all of us. And I think we got it under contract like a week and a half out from the auction, where I kind of just told him, like, look, it doesn't seem like with his health issues and everything, you guys have got the money to be able to reinstate. This isn't even your guys' primary property, right? Like, is there a reason you guys just don't look at maybe getting an offer on this? They were like, well, I mean, at this point, if the auction's going to take it, it might be the best to get money for it. So got under contract like a week and a half before the auction and pulled off a very last minute TRO, which is a temporary restraining order against the bank. So it bought us more time, cost us like $3,000, and we paid for that out of pocket. Went through the inspection, found a buyer, assigned it. Buyer had all kinds of requirements they were looking for that took us a while to close even after getting the auction lid. Finally got it all done, closed. Today's a Friday, so it won't fund till Monday, so I'll probably get paid Monday or Tuesday. Nice to get our number a little bit closer to our goal. Push on and get this challenge done with, hopefully sooner rather than later. Today's day 55 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Did some cold calling today. Ultimately, good day cold calling. Got a lot of offers in, a couple follow-up calls, ghosted, stuff like that. Not a crazy day. Got a bunch of good conversations though, so that was good. Good news, Bridgeport is all wrapped up. Funded today. They funded it a little late today, so should get the wire for that tomorrow, bringing our total for the challenge to this whopping number right here. Still got a little bit to go, but we're getting there. Grenadier, the new deal we got last week, is progressing strangely well. This is unfamiliar territory for me, working pre-foreclosure leads. We're super on top of the seller. She's super cooperative. We got the payoff back today. It's not good through the closing date, so we're ordering another one, but we at least have a rough idea where it is, and it's exactly what we thought it was gonna be. We're working on getting in contact with the solar company to get the payoff. The system was just installed like 6 months ago or less than a year ago, and they say that you can't quarter of payoff for the first 6 years it's in service. That's gotta be bullshit. Don't know what's going on there, but we'll get it paid off somehow, some way. The seller is extremely responsive, working with us. We already had the inspection done. Hopefully we'll get the inspection report back. Gonna be funding this with a private money lender I've used before and just flipping it. We have it under contract at 211. Our contractor thinks it may need 20, 30 grand worth of work, and the exact same build just hit the market next door that is like in pretty good shape. It's honestly super comparable to the shape ours is in right now for 450. So that's promising, but we still need to get it closed. But yeah, everything's going well there. Still working on getting the utilities turned on at San Antonio Drive so we can get cleaners over there and finally get this thing listed. This thing's kind of been a pain in the ass. Tesoro Trail, we haven't heard back from the buyer's agent. I don't know if they're flaking, what all's going on, but hopefully we get some word there soon. And then Wild Sage is probably just off the table. Guy's completely AWOL. I haven't heard from him since I gave him confirmation the auction was delayed. That kind of stuff happens. So, little pipeline check-in, good day calling, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 56. The day is day 56 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today was super hectic for like no reason at all. I don't even know what I was really doing. I was just stuck on the phones with a bunch of different leads for a long time. So hardly got to make as many calls as I would have liked, but we got another deal under contract today, so something to celebrate there. This was an interesting one. It's a novation deal, meaning instead of wholesaling it before her auction date here, and the auction's in 14 days, so we'd have to close in like 10 days, we'd be wholesaling it on the market. So we essentially take the novation contract, send it to the mortgage company, say, hey, you know, we're gonna need more time to be able to help here. Her payoff was right around like 205. So it was in a tough spot cash wise, where a cash number would have been below her payoff. So I leveraged that pretty heavily and then essentially made a novation offer at a little bit above her payoff to where she was getting cash in her pocket, getting an extra 60, 90 days to get relocated, and ultimately getting a higher offer price. A novation is essentially wholesaling it on the market. I could probably sell it as is for somewhere around like 260 to 70 maybe, but ultimately better serves the homeowner, gives her more time to move out, everything like that. Still waiting on the ex-husband to sign, but talked to him about an hour ago. He seems good to go, on board. He's just not home to his email yet, so hopefully that all checks out there. It's cool being able to pivot in different ways and different offers to be able to better serve people and not just always do cash offers. Novation, I know I've probably spoke about this in a previous video. Novation is one of those things I feel guilty about not honing in my skill set pitching enough, where I've probably left a lot of money on the table just trying to do cash deals, but getting better at it, trying to get a little bit more creative with these offers to bring in a little bit more deal flow. But yeah, another deal under contract. That wraps up day 56. We'll see y'all tomorrow. The day is day 57 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. We were banging the phones pretty good. Still working a little bit on the Grenadier file. Still waiting on the solar payoff. We thought we'd have that today. Getting an updated final payoff. We're just gonna honestly try to close this one as soon as we possibly can, and title commitment is back. But San Antonio Drive's kind of taking a turn for the worse. I went over there. This is my first time over there this morning to turn on the AC and everything for when the cleaners got there today to clean it out, and they deemed it uncleanable. It was a mess when I went there too. I wish somebody had kind of said something. It's probably partly our fault for just not going over there and seeing it ourselves, but the house is in pretty bad shape now that everything's like, it's so dirty to the point where the cleaners are recommending getting like whole new sinks and whole new toilets that like there's stains of crap and stuff on them, which is insane. So not sure what we're gonna do about that, especially now that we've poured like $3 grand into the property trying to clean it all up and get it ready to list. I think we might just pivot a little bit, take some iPhone pictures, throw it up on the market an even bigger discount, kind of just hope we can recoup some costs and make anything, hopefully. But it's kind of the name of the game, real estate investing. Not every deal's a win. We'll see. I think we may be able to still salvage something together here. Keep y'all posted. See you guys. It's day 58 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Today sucked. Today was probably the worst day I've ever had in real estate. I've had some pretty shitty days. Started it all off, the day was going hot. Like first half of the day, around like noon, 1 o'clock, knocked a fresh lead out in Fort Worth, got it under contract. Not a great deal or anything crazy, just like a pretty average deal, probably get it moved, make 10 grand, something like that. Text me 2 hours later, just like freaking out, trying to cancel, like all this other stuff, because some other investor had come by, so was dealing with that. Then got to another house, and then my key fob broke off of my key. So I was stranded at this guy's house trying to like super glue it and do all this other shit, trying to put it back together. Was stranded for like 2 or 3 hours, about an hour and a half away from my place in Dallas. Had to order an Uber to go pick up the key to bring it to me. During that whole stranded process while I was sitting in a Panda Express by myself, got word that the flip project we've been working on, the buyer's financing fell through. Today's the last day of the option period, so they are now backing out. And the seller from Grenadier Court, which is just what I thought was an absolute steamer of a deal, best deal I'd gotten yet. Apparently she has a $200,000 tax lien from the IRS. So I hope this inspired you to start wholesaling real estate. It's not always fun, and you gotta deal with a lot of shit sometimes. Fingers crossed for a better day tomorrow. What's up everybody? Today is day 59 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today just ripped a bunch of cold calls. Actually got one pretty decent lead. It's a condo, like townhome thing down in Houston, which typically in my experience is pretty tough to find buyers for. It was just like a good hour-long call, built great rapport with this lady. She and her sister are meeting tomorrow to decide on what to do for her. She says she's got another offer that's higher than mine, but actually likes me more. So who knows? People always say random stuff like that. Maybe it pays off here. But I wasn't willing to come up on our offer because numbers are already pretty tight. But got the new deal, Johnson Avenue. I don't think I dropped the name for it yesterday just because I was frustrated in yesterday's video. The daughter's just being really weird. Like, she's not trying to blow up the deal or anything like that. She's just being like, she's freaking out because she didn't know about the auction or whatever, which is fine. Chill out and everything like that. Trying to get some buyers in there now, so we'll see how that goes. The story of the day is the Grenadier Court one. So I know I talked about it in yesterday's video. Seller calls me and tells me, hey, I just got some more notices. Like, it kind of, whether she just decided not to tell me or it slipped her mind, she apparently has a $200,000 federal tax lien from the IRS, which is crazy for like years of unpaid taxes. I'm not really sure how to navigate it, anything like that. She sent me over some of the notices she got. This is almost just like magical, the timing here. Today is June 20th. It's a Friday, and Monday is June 23rd. The notice says to call the IRS to either work out a number of different options before they put a lien on the house by Monday, June 23rd, 2025, which is legit. Today's Friday, and that's that Monday. We'll see where this goes. It's the fun of it, baby. See you guys in the next video. Today is day 60 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Can't believe we're 60 days in at this point. It's been super fun. A lot of ups and downs on some of these deals. Start off today, got the hollow green deal, which is the deal I talked about in the last video. Built great rapport with the seller, everything like that. She signed. Unfortunately, the auction's a week away, so we're working on delaying that one. Honestly, until this challenge, I haven't had to delay many auctions. You guys are just getting to see the full spectrum of what we're having to do and get creative and delay some of these auctions. So kind of ready for some more deals that have more time to close, but it is what it is. Knocked some more pre-foreclosures out in Dallas County that are also getting foreclosed on next week. So naturally just didn't have a very good answer rate. Still like to do some of that stuff and try to find like a hidden gem kind of thing. Somebody who still doesn't have something figured out a week before. Do a quick pipeline update. Grenadier, this is the one we're kind of stressing out right now about. Not going to be a wholesale, going to be a flip. Supposed to have the title commitment back tomorrow is what title says. So ultimately we'll figure out if there is an IRS tax lien on it, and if so, for how much. So honestly, just praying for good news there. That would be awesome, but should know tomorrow. San Antonio Drive, we decided to go ahead and get that one cleaned out. We're gonna put up a little bit more cleaner, nicer pictures, as nice as they can get. And that place is a shithole, honestly. But a little bit of traction. We've got a couple offers. We got a really good offer at $299 from like a hedge fund buyer. The HOA restrictions in the neighborhood, you can't rent out more than 10% of the home, so they can't buy it as a rental, which sucks. That would have been awesome. So
So hopefully we can still get some more traction on that one there. The Johnson Avenue one, the solar payoff came back $25,000 higher than expected, and I just contracted that at a purchase price of the payoff. Probably not a deal. Probably can't get that one moved unless the mortgage payoff comes back way lower. So we'll see. That one's probably dead there. Westward Wood Way is an innovation we're working on, so work on getting that one delayed as well. Nightmare trying to get all these things delayed, man. Sorrow Trail, not a whole lot of action there. We had that one party that was interested, but the realtor has just gone completely ghost on us. So hopefully we get back in contact or figure out what's going on there. That wraps up day 60. Can't believe it's been 60 days. Pretty cool. See you guys in the next video. Today marks day 61 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. For those who are following along, we officially got bad news on Grenadier Court today. The IRS liens on the property for federal taxes are $220,000 before penalties and interest. That sucks. The mortgage is $112,000. Our purchase price is $211,000, so way over what our purchase price was. Today is Tuesday. The auction's next Tuesday, so kind of in a bind there. We could probably get it done at like exactly her payoff and just novate the house. I'm not super well versed in this. I'm just gonna have to figure it out. There's a way to be able to do a certificate of discharge with the IRS, pretty much showing that, hey, here's what's left on any other liens of the property. Here's what we're purchasing it for. Here's what it appraised for, how much work it needs, everything like that. That's how we arrived at our purchase price. So that process takes 45 days to either get approved or denied, and the auction's in 7, which is not good. So it sounds like the seller had consulted an attorney and might be going the bankruptcy route. So hopefully this is just one of those things that's more so delayed, not as much just not a deal altogether. Still think we can find some way. She still wants to sell the property and everything, even going through the bankruptcy process, so I'm not sure what that looks like, but hopefully there's some way we can still help her with the mortgage, the tax debt, everything like that that's going on. Still get her relocated because she wants our help, as well as make some money ourselves. But this is a pretty brutal blow. The first video when I got this deal under contract, I was so freaking excited. $211,000 purchase price, might need 20-30 grand worth of repairs, and the house next door that's the same exact build just hit the market last week. I think it's listed at $430, and it's not like a crazy flip or anything. It looks just like ours, just if somebody spruced it up a little bit. So it was a hell of a deal. Hopefully there's still something on the stick for us at the end of this process, whether it's 60, 90 days, 6 months, a year down the line, whatever it looks like. But unfortunately, nothing we're closing on this week. It sounds like it's all part of the game. Wins and losses. Praying for some wins here soon. Get this challenge over with. See you guys in the next video. Today is day 62 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Was honestly a really slow day. Ripped a ton of cold calls, not a ton of action. Called through a lot of our old PPC campaign, really no bites there, anything like that. So I'd say maybe 200 of the calls were old PPC leads, and the other 800-900 or whatever it is were pre-foreclosure leads. Not a ton of action, honestly, just waiting on a list to go knock. One in Dallas or Tarrant County hasn't come out in like forever, it feels like, so hopefully a lot drop here either at the end of this or early next week to be able to go hit. But good news, the Westward Way payoff came back lower than expected, so we should be good to go there as long as we can get the off delayed to be able to novate it and do all that kind of stuff. Really the only highlights today, and this is kind of like the frustrating part you have to deal with working some of these pre-foreclosure leads, is just how bad some of these homeowners have their head in the sand. One lady I talked to today for about 45 minutes, she's been having trouble with the mortgage for like 7 years. I made her a better offer than what she was looking for, honestly. Pretty solid deal. She kind of just like flaked towards the document part of the call, hung up on me kind of thing, trying to get her back on the phone, and she eventually just texted me like an hour and a half later, like, oh, well, maybe I'll get a second job to be able to, you know, pay off my $10,000 I owe to my HOA and my 13 grand to the mortgage company. And it's like, there's just no way you can get a second job and pay $23,000 here within the next month, plus another mortgage payment. Like, sometimes it's just so hard to get through to people about. That's where good rapport comes in and follow-up game, so that whenever they eventually do reach that point where they know that they can't save themselves, you can be the one to help and have built a good relationship with them. As frustrating as it can be, never want to burn a bridge or do any of that kind of stuff, because these sellers
sellers need help, whether they know it or not. That's kind of the name of the game for pre-foreclosures. So hopefully we can work on her a little bit more and eventually get the chips to fall on that one, but not, no big deal. So see you guys for the next video. Today is day 63 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Not a ton really going on today. It's kind of been a slow month. Usually this is the time where we're like closing all our pre-foreclosures for the next auction here at the end of the month. Kind of been a slow month, so really not as much action as the Thursday before the auction typically entails, which is okay. We'll be back for a stronger month next month. Finally, some new pre-foreclosure leads dropped, so knocked some new doors out in Fort Worth and Tarrant County today. We should get the Westward Wood Way one delayed tomorrow, the auction delayed tomorrow. So hopefully that auction will get delayed. Trying to get back in contact our condo down in Houston we got under contract, pivoting that to an ovation now since we'll have a little bit more time. Cash deals with condos are really hard to find buyers for some reason in this market right now. So an ovation, I mean, we're gonna have more time with the auction getting delayed as long as we can get that one delayed. So we're gonna novate that one, hopefully make a little bit more money wholesaling it on the market. Not a ton of other updates for today, so see you guys in day 24. Today is day 64 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Knocked some new leads that came out in Collin County. It's a fun county to knock. It's all the North Dallas suburbs. A little bit more money out there, so people tend to be just a little bit meaner on the doors, which is fine. Always makes the day a little bit more interesting. Set a good appointment today that we ran tonight. Sent the chick over an offer. We have a follow-up meeting set for Monday, so hopefully that goes well. Crazy story out in Collin County. I hardly ever go out there, and honestly, it's my fault. Had a lead like a week and a half. 2 weeks ago, I made an offer to, and when it was time to do docs, she just like completely froze, hung up the phone, and never answered another one of my calls, which is crazy. But the auction, today's Friday, the auction's next Tuesday, so I was like, I'm out here, I might as well stop by her house and just see if everything's taken care of. She sold the house to another investor for $67,000 less than my offer. And my offer was like a good one for a wholesaler. Like it was like pretty steep discount already. We probably would have made a bunch of money on it. So somebody out there just got absolutely paid on that deal. It wasn't me. So follow-up game is so important in this line, and hindsight's always 2020. I should have just drove back out to her house and met her in person. You could say that for every lead though. This is just the one that I caught and figured out kind of what had happened, but couldn't get her back on the phone. She was ghosting me, reading my text, even from my cell phone, not my CRM, all that kind of stuff. Guess it just wasn't a deal that was meant to be for me. It was for somebody else, but let that be a lesson to follow up with your leads, because I could have done better in this scenario, and now I pay the price for it. Oh well, win some, lose some, but see you guys in the next video. Today is day 65 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today's a Sunday, banged out a bunch of cold calls, did like a little bit over 550 of them. Sometimes that's the sacrifice of being in real estate, is working on the weekends. But nothing crazy going on today. Not a ton of answers or really any leads from today's conversations. Couple appointments set just like via text or some like follow-up conversations, but nothing too crazy. Got the authorization to sign listing docs and offers signed and notarized for our Westward Way deal. So hopefully gonna get that listing live this week. I'm gonna shoot to get pictures done on Thursday. So hopefully we have that. Maybe it's next week when it goes live, but hopefully soon. Should be looking at a busy week, I would hope. We've got to get the Houston condo delayed tomorrow. The auction's on Tuesday, so we've only got tomorrow to be able to do that. And then it's been forever since Dallas has dropped some new foreclosure leads, so hopefully they drop towards the beginning of next week and we'll be able to knock all those. So fingers crossed for a busy and a good week. See you guys in the next video. Today is day 66 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. Do a little pipeline update and talk about the new JV deal we got. JV joint venture means somebody had sent me the lead to end up closing it, also dispo it. We do all that kind of stuff. We'd gotten this under contract for a JV partner. It's a airship situation that's already been handled. They're looking to just move back out to Mexico. They want a quick cash close. Property needs a pretty good amount of work. Got it locked up at a pretty good price. Sent a partner over there to grab some pictures and a video walkthrough the day for dispoing it, and apparently there's like a nut job brother there that was cussing him out, screaming about they don't have the right to sell the property. property and all this crazy stuff. So hopefully everything is straightened out with that. I talked to the seller again and he apologized. He's like, yeah, that's my brother who lives there. He's kind of off the rails. We didn't tell him we were selling it, anything like that. But they say that they're the only ones on the deed. So hopefully everything's to the seller's testimony there and we have a deal, but I'll keep you all posted on that. That one is called Hamilton Avenue. Pipeline update. So Westward Wood, dude, I can't say this properly. Westward Wood Way. We're gonna start calling this Humble because I slip every single time I say it. The Humble deal should be getting pictures. They're scheduled for Thursday, so hopefully that listing gets live probably more like next week, unfortunately. Hollow Green, the auction should be delayed for today. Grenadier, just heard back from her. She filed bankruptcy with an attorney. The auction's tomorrow, so that should be delayed. Finding a time to talk to her and kind of game plan what we're going to do about the IRS tomorrow. And then we're still waiting on offers on both San Antonio Drive and Tesoro Trail. Tesoro Trail is probably just screwed dead in the water, but San Antonio Drive we've been getting some decent traction on. The prices need to be a little bit higher for us to be able to cover our costs and make a good fee. And then Johnson Avenue, the solar payoff came back like 30 grand higher than expected, and that was already a really tight deal, so we're just scrapping that one. Good Monday, ton of cold calls, one new deal, pipeline update. Hopefully we'll have some new pre-foreclosure leads to knock tomorrow or this week before the 4th of July and the holiday this weekend. So I'll catch you on the next video. Today is day 67 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000, and we're starting off with some bad news. The seller at Houston condo got foreclosed on. They were advised of a few different ways to be able to stop the auction process. They assured me they were getting that taken care of, and for whatever reason they just straight up did not do it. So yeah, they got foreclosed on, and now she's like shocked about like, oh, why did this happen? It's like, well, the lady was kind of all over the place. I mean, she obviously, we'd gotten our under contract like a week or a week and a half before the auction anyway, and she knew she had her head in the sand and was procrastinating. Chose to do it again, and unfortunately now she's foreclosed on. So can't do much other than kind of just pray for the poor lady. Her house sold for exactly what the payoff is, so there's no surplus funds or anything. Just not really anything for us to do there anymore, unfortunately. So that one is scratched off the books. Did a lot of cold calling today. Had one very long conversation with a woman who was kind of the exact same, just head in the sand about the situation. She's been there for 25 years, can't afford the payment, has bunch of health issues going on, lost her job, just knows she can't keep up with the payment, but also can't make her mind up with selling it. She knows she has nowhere to go. I don't know, we had a real just like down to earth conversation for almost 2 hours, and she just can't bring herself to do it. Ultimately kind of just left her with the fact that, hey, I have to make a decision. You know, we're 30 days out from the auction. I'm not Superman and I can't do this overnight. So really just left the ball in her court. We'll just see from there. So it was one of those where you just put like every trick in the book to try to close it, every word track, and just nothing. Hopefully we're getting some pictures tomorrow at Harrington Avenue, the new JV deal we got. Hopefully everything's kind of ironed out with the crazy brother that's over there. That's today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Today is day 68 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. New Dallas leads finally came out. I've been waiting for, gosh, I don't know how long it's been, but it just feels like these leads haven't dropped in forever. We got like 32, 33 days, something from the auction today. So hit the ground running on them. Dallas should still drop some more leads, but that's in my local market, so these are my favorite ones to work. Knocked a ton of doors today, really got after it. 2 good conversations / appointments. One appointment was set for a guy who was back on the December auction, so this upcoming auction is the August one, on auction 8 months ago, whatever that is. Ended up filing bankruptcy. He's had trouble keeping up with the bankruptcy payments, where kind of just shot him straight, and I was like, hey man, you know, you've got all these debts that are racking up on you. Is it time to maybe just look at lightening the load a little bit? And he was like, yeah, I mean, that'd probably be a good option for us. So his wife's out of town. We'll be back this weekend, so got an appointment set up with them this weekend, and then had another kind of like loose appointment set. Lady's going through a like real sad like divorce situation, everything like that, so couldn't nail down a time with the husband because like she said he's gone on a work trip and didn't tell her when he'd be back. Not sure what gone on a work trip means, but I'm sure we can all assume. Unfortunately, a lot of sad situations going on, and it's good to keep in mind that whenever you're talking to a homeowner in foreclosure, it's not just the foreclosure going on. There's always other stuff, whether it's relationship issues, health issues, loss of employment. There's so much more going on, so it really pays to be nice and come at it with a an attitude that's accepting and forgiving of people's situations and not of an accusatory attitude. But yeah, 2 good conversations today, a lot of doors knocked, decent amount of answers, but got 2 appointments out of it. Gonna finish up hitting the rest of that list on the east side of Dallas tomorrow, so hopefully we'll have some more action tomorrow. Today is day 69 of wholesaling real estate till I've made $100,000. So today we finished up the rest of the Dallas leads. Honestly, not a ton of action today. Tomorrow is the 4th of July and today's a Thursday, so I think people probably taking long holiday out of town, but granted, not sure how much that affects people that are in foreclosure. I would think maybe they're dealing with their situation or, you know, staying home or something like that. So I don't know, maybe that was cause for not as much action this close to the holiday, because there was a lot of answers yesterday, not as much today, but that's all right. So really no new updates. Tried kind of checking in on some of the leads from yesterday, still trying to nail down some time for those appointments, and then spent some time on the phone talking with the seller from Grenadier Court and trying to get in contact, see how we're going to navigate this whole process with the IRS debt and the bankruptcy, and get in touch with her attorney. So probably got a long road ahead on that one. Hopefully that deal's just not dead and there's something we can do. So fingers crossed. But yeah, not going to work tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 4th of July. Got to enjoy the holiday. Might do some more knocking on Saturday or Sunday and see if some more people are home. So we'll see. See you guys in the next video on whatever day it is. Today is day 70 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. A little bit of knocking on a Sunday. We had the 4th of July this weekend on Friday, so we're just trying to get some extra doors in. Knocked a tenant list that came out Friday, so the day before the 4th, so I still think not a lot of it was hit. Pretty good answer rate. 2 good leads from today. One, a really good lead, didn't get to talk to his wife as she wasn't home. Following up with him tomorrow after they call the mortgage company to kind of see what's up, try to get in contact with the wife as well. The other guy sat down, we were looking at numbers, would have to be sub 2, meaning we take over his mortgage payments, and honestly his principal balance and the reinstatement together is exactly what the house is worth, so there's no equity in it. You'd have to pay to sell it on the market, so sub 2 is really his only option, and it sounds like his rate is like over 5%, so not super favorable. You're gonna see potential what we could do with this, but it's probably just a dead lead, honestly. Little reminder just how sensitive sometimes you have to be knocking pre-foreclosures and calling pre-foreclosures trying to wholesale real estate. End of the day, very last door was somebody telling me to, excuse my French here, but fucking kill myself. That's the tough part about these leads. Everybody's going through something extremely challenging, and you have to be really sensitive to that and not wear your heart on your sleeve when somebody tells you something like that. It's not fun. Behind many times of rejection is, you know, the ultimate reward and a very good life and paycheck and knowledge, just learning the game of real estate. So kind of liked getting told that tonight. It was almost like an attitude refresher, you know, coming back from the holiday and stuff, being like, all right, you know, here we go, we're back. Hoping to have a good week this week. Hoping everybody watching this is having a good week this week too, but I'll see you guys in the next video. Today is day 71 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000, and today's a Monday, so I'm going to take you through a quick pipeline update. Wish we'd done this from the beginning of the challenge, but just started the Mondays doing this. Tongue twister, I always say it, Westward Wood Way. Photos were finally taken today, so hopefully we get those back tomorrow or Wednesday and get that listing live ASAP. We actually had a realtor go through and show Tesoro Trail today, I believe, so hopefully we get some feedback within the next couple days on that. It has been forever since a showing there, but we've only had one showing on it, and we got an offer, but they like flaked and just completely disappeared off the face of the earth. So hopefully same thing happens without disappearing off the face of the earth this time. San Antonio Drive, the platform we've used to list, still hasn't updated the new photos we got after we cleaned out the property, so hopefully those go live and are updated tomorrow. They're still not updated today. Grenadier, pretty much on hold for now. I'll probably stop doing updates on that one unless like something new comes out. Just trying to work with her bankruptcy attorneys and the IRS and a bunch of other parties to be able to get this done somehow. Not part of the challenge, but I know I've been talking about it a little bit. Our flip we did, we finally got another offer on that. It's not a super favorable one, but that's the nice part of having such a big project and big spread, is we'll still make plenty of money on it, but definitely a little bit less than the last 2 we had. But the market stinks right now and it's been listed for forever, so we're kind of just trying to get rid of it. So blessed to be in a position where obviously we can just get rid of it and, you still make a bunch of money on it. Spent the day re-knocking some of the Dallas leads that came out last week. 2 new leads from it. One guy is a guy that's been on a bunch, and I've knocked his house like 12 times, and he finally answered. We talked for like 40 minutes. Super cool guy. Just going through an unfortunate situation, and gonna try to help him out. Got into another house with a husband, and it was just a really weird situation. The wife was cooking dinner the whole time, not really listening to us. It was really hard to kind of get them on the same page. Left them with an offer. They like it. They just wanted to talk when she wasn't cooking dinner and all that kind of stuff. So it was more so just like a bad timing thing, which knocking on doors and showing up unexpectedly, sometimes that happens. Hopefully we'll get something to fall here soon. Hopefully we get a freaking cash deal. I'm tired of all these novations and stuff like that. I just want to wholesale something cash. So hopefully this is me manifesting this for the video tomorrow, another time this week, but let's get a freaking cash deal. See you guys in the next video. Today is day 72 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Started off the day with some calls in the morning, had a 1 o'clock appointment, so tried to rip as many as I could before, was catching up on a lot of old leads, so wasn't necessarily using the triple line dialer, so not a ton of numbers there today, but trying to touch base with a lot of stuff. But the 1 o'clock appointment was a lead we had set last week before the 4th, and finally got a time nailed down and everything like that. This guy has been going through, or I guess this couple, but it's more so the guy handling it all, going through financial duress for forever. They've done chapter 13s, loan modifications, all kinds of stuff, trying to alleviate the pressure the mortgages cause. They're 50 grand behind, and at first they were just super closed off. We're not selling the house, we've got to find a way to keep it, everything like that. That's all our conversation was about. And this was the longest appointment I've ever been in. I think I was in there for 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer, which is some people that do this, that I've heard of some crazy 3-4 hour long appointments. We had wife was crying, we were praying, they were arguing at one point. She was saying, talking about how this is all his fault. It was crazy, to say the least. These people unfortunately just have their head in the sand, think somehow this is going to be different. It sounded like I really got through to them, and I think at the end of the day, they really realized they need to sell, and they'd be able to get enough money to be able to relocate and do all that kind of stuff. But it's just one of those things where they've gotten away with dancing around the foreclosure for so long that it's hard to convince them in their minds they can't do it again. Sounds like they're gonna have some real serious conversations and kind of figure out where to go from here. So built great rapport with them. They absolutely love me. Was in there for forever. She was crying on me, hugging on me, all kinds of stuff. It's crazy the amount of rapport you can build in sensitive situations like this, which is something to definitely, for new people doing this, learn how to utilize. So ended up after that, once I got out at 3:30, whatever it was, finished hitting the rest of the Dallas leads that dropped last week that I hadn't knocked twice yet. That was today. Catch you guys in the next video. Today is day 73 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Was supposed to be a cold hill day until Dallas dropped new leads, which is always a good thing. So spent about an hour in the middle of the day pulling those. Spent the first part of the morning and middle part of the day cold calling. Didn't get a ton of calls in, but almost like 2 hours of talk time, so pretty productive there. Also on my JV platform, the lead I sat with and talked about in yesterday's video for like 2 hours got submitted. So sounds like they probably know now they need to sell. They're just shopping around offers, which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. For almost the whole day, I've been going back and forth on email with this chick for a seller finance deal. This one is kind of a crazy deal. It's a fully remodeled house. She owns it free and clear besides like a couple $1,000s in taxes. Been on the market for like 110 days. Needs to get out of it like ASAP to pay an attorney's retainer, and also has to make monthly payments to them. There's something going on with her mother's estate. Part of the other family is contesting, so she needs money to be able to battle them. Anyways, super interesting story, but instead of just giving her like a lower cash offer where she loses kind of value in the property and everything like that, she just needs some temporary money now. So working on her getting her like a big down payment. The ARV on the house is $240. It's already fixed up, fully ready to go. Right now we're settling somewhere around like a $215 seller finance offer with a lot down, unfortunately, to help cover that payment. So it would be like around $40,000 or $45,000 down, 0% interest. So we would be making payments around like $400 something to her. Our PITI would be like just at the 1,000 mark, and it would rent out for like $1,800, $1,900 a month. Would cash flow almost $1,000. Over a 20% cash on cash return, walk into immediate equity. It's a pretty cool deal. Trying to lock that one up. Got the contract out to her today. Let's day 73 and see y'all tomorrow. Today is day 74 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So we're out grilling today. Look how cool my apartment pool is. Shout out my apartment. Had a crazy appointment this morning. Sat in a guy's house who had 17 cats. Kid you not, 17. And 2 dogs, just a cherry on top. Why not, right? The guy screwed. It was like $100,000 on a house that's maybe worth 200 to 220. Needs everything imaginable in the book. If you couldn't tell by him having 17 cats there and being there since 1950 and still somehow owing money on it. So it have to be a teardown. It's just bad deal. I hope the guy gets help somehow, some way. Finished up knocking the rest of the Dallas leads that dropped yesterday. Went back and forth a ton with the lady from yesterday on the seller finance offer. She claims somebody's willing to do like 60 or 70 grand down. I think she's just bluffing. We'll see though. Wouldn't be willing to do that, so kind of just pulled back and told her, hey, you know, we're here if it's something you consider, but you know, I understand you got to do what's best for you. But knocking was pretty good today. One real loose appointment. I don't know, a guy was in like a hurry. He was like, yeah, just give me your number. We'll find a time to talk. We'll see how that goes. But headed out of town this weekend and got some family stuff that's come up. I'll be working tomorrow for sure. Not sure about next coming days, so we'll see, but I'll at least see you guys in the next video. Today is day 75 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Not a ton of updates from today. Was kind of an unproductive day. Traveled home, spent like 4 hours in the car. Didn't get as much work done as I would have liked to. Some brief pipeline updates. Westward Woodway is finally listed. Had some issues getting the photos taken. Apparently they got pushed back. I didn't really know about it, but finally got those taken. Still waiting to hear back from the agent that walked Tesoro Trail. That one's almost just dead in the water at this point. That one is, we've had like 2 showings. It's actually crazy. And then just working some old JV leads and follow-up pre-foreclosure leads, trying to get some people back on the phones. But yeah, not a ton from today. Didn't get to work a whole lot, but that's day 75, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Today is day 76 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Finally back in town, hit some of the Tarrant leads that dropped late last week. So I was a little late to them, but it was still a pretty good day of knocking. Got a call back from a note. Real old, sweet lady, unfortunately just has no idea what to do. So set up an in-person appointment with her here in 2 days in the morning. Barely owes anything on the house. It's a nice big house that needs a lot of work, so seems promising there. The craziest part of the day is that AI just helped me lock down my first text blast lead. We just built this AI system, and honestly, it's so sick. Set an appointment for me, qualified it, did everything it needed to do, got the homeowner on the phone, made him an offer that seemed good, met him out at the property today with his sister, and just locked it down. I'll put some screenshots up. It honestly is so sick. The amount of just like annoying text blasts I used to do, texting like 2,000 leads a day and having to respond through them and just filter out all the bullshit was so annoying. But this, it filters it all out for you. It knows exactly what to ask. It was honestly really impressive. Asked about his property first, and when he didn't have any intentions of selling it, like kind of like re-asked him, double checked in with him, and then he brought up his father's property. His father just passed like 2-3 months ago, something like that, and they're looking to get rid of that. Asked him some questions about the property, qualified it, hadn't, you know, asked him an asking price, asked him his information to be able to book a call, sent it directly to my phone saying, hey, a lead wants to speak right now. Called him up last week, talked to him a little bit, met him out at the property today, locked it down. So pretty cool deal. Honestly, just so sick. AI is beyond me, and it's good to know that there's ways to implement it into what I'm doing, and it makes my life easier. So wraps up today. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Today is day 77 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000, and my voice is like almost hoarse. I've been talking to people for so freaking long today. Didn't get a ton of calls in, but almost 3 hours of talk time on the phone and an over hour-long in-person appointment. Met this guy door knock last week, set an appointment for yesterday over the phone. We decided to reschedule for today at a Starbucks, which was really interesting, meeting him in public. Pretty good interaction. The guy's been in the house since like the early 90s, has refinanced, transferred deeds to his girlfriends, done like all kinds of stuff, and is just inevitably kicking the can down the road. He still just thinks he can file bankruptcy and do more to push it off, but really kind of got him thinking about the idea of just being done with it altogether. So we'll see. We're starting to creep up on the auction, so hopefully we can, you know, get back in contact and push some more urgency here soon. As far as the pipeline goes, on San Antonio Drive, we got a 265 offer from an FHA buyer, which kind of sucks because the house is a mess, so we'll probably have to do a lot to be able to fix it. Trying to see if we can work that up a little bit. We're deciding whether to take that. And then the deal from yesterday, we've got marketed, and we actually just got an offer for it to be a $6,000 assignment, which is fine. It's honestly not a huge deal. Under contract at $59,000, they offered $65,000. It's a buyer we've worked with before, so we know them and trust them. House is a complete wreck. Like, it needs all kinds of work. Yeah, so we'll see what comes of that. Maybe we'll get another stronger offer here because we've just started marketing it. Ultimately, just super busy today. Didn't get a bunch of dials in or knocks or anything, but the hour-long appointment and, you know, almost 3 hours on the phone. But I'll see you on the next video. Today is day 78 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Hit some new leads that came out yesterday in Tarrant. We also just had some Dallas ones drop that I'm gonna hit tomorrow before I headed back out of town for a funeral. So I'm gonna spend the night pulling those. But one of the appointments we set the other day, knocking, 2 days ago knocking, ghosted for this morning. Not really sure what she's working on. Try to do like a reverse mortgage or something like that. Don't know a ton about those. I just know I see way too many of them in foreclosure, and there's almost nothing we can do to help most of the time. End of the day with calling for only like 45 minutes to an hour, and somehow got like 3 pretty solid leads from it. Couple appointments, one just kind of like fall back up. So it was a good use of time calling this evening, and that was calling from like 7:15 to 8 o'clock. So never too late to call. You'll catch people you haven't talked to in, you know, a week or something like that. So anything past 8 o'clock is a little intense, I think. And then finalizing, getting in some offers on San Antonio Drive and Humbert Avenue. We're trying to work up the Humbert assignment a little bit just to make a little bit more. All good. That house is a shit show, so try not to get greedy there. Good day there. I'll see you guys in the next video. Today is day 79 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. A little bit of a short day. Unfortunately, I'm now back home. I've got a funeral this weekend. Also had some other family health issues come up, so kind of had to race back to town. Short day. This morning hit 9 or 10 new Dallas leads that dropped just to kind of get them done before I was gone for the weekend. Followed up on some old leads, but really not a ton of action. Grateful to be doing something where I can control my own schedule, so when stuff comes up like this, I'm available. That's something not to take for granted in life. So, but I will see you on the next video. Today is day 80 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Good to be back in town. Hit church this morning. Figured I'd rip a few doors, got like 15 of them in. So not a crazy, super busy day, but got some good work in. Really not a whole lot of action. Saw a house back on the pre-foreclosure list that dumped a bucket of water on me last time I was there a few months ago. Yeah, decided to skip that door and not knock it this time. That was a crazy interaction. I'll see if I can find the video and put it up here, but it was pretty wild. But yeah, like I said, not a ton of action. Set an appointment that's a pre-foreclosure divorce combo. So chick unfortunately just got divorced, having trouble keeping up with the house. Talking to her Wednesday, so we got a couple days on her off day, but decent little day knocking. Got to get a deal this week. I feel like it's been forever since we've gotten a contract signed, or at least it feels like it. So been diligent following up with a bunch of the leads, just can't get them to fall. I think we have one that might sign tomorrow, but now I'm kind of worried. She led me on to believe that the condition of the house is not what it actually is, so I'm trying to get pictures of it before all that happens. So hopefully we get that lined up for tomorrow, or at least figure it out. I'll update y'all on that one, but we got to get something this week. Today is day 81 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So got a new deal today, but quick pipeline update first since it's a Monday. San Antonio Drive, we're still waiting on the realtor to send over the contract that they said they would send Friday. They're doing like last double checks with their buyer, I guess. Realtors, I swear, have to be some of the slowest people sometimes. No offense, realtors. Humbert, we've got that one assigned for a $6,000 assignment. Westward Way, the house is a pit for some reason. So now realtors have been going and not being able to show it because the house is too messy, they say. Ridiculous. So we're trying to get the seller to clean that up. Soro, zero traction on this. Honestly, might just have to terminate it and tell them to do a short sale. Kind of ridiculous at this point. Price good, just unfortunately their payoff with the foreclosure doesn't seem like it'll get it done. And then with Grenadier, the seller got all the IRS docs over to the IRS, so hopefully we started the discharge process there. We completely manifested a deal in yesterday's video talking about how we needed one this week. Made a disgusting amount of offers today, which is a great thing, and had 352 minutes of talk time on the phones, which is damn near 6 hours. My head is throbbing. I've been talking to people for so long, but this is a good problem to have. I'm completely whining. Novation is a September 2nd auction, so it's in like 45 days. Really, with a cash offer, nothing was gonna make sense. Sometimes that Austin area, I feel like, at least right now, at the time of filming this video, is pretty slow market-wise. He's been waiting on a modification. He's a vet. Honestly, super cool guy. Used to do like Secret Service and all that kind of stuff. He's super dope. Just single, older dude who has had a bad run with disability and just losing some income. Was trying for a modification. Honestly, he thinks that he just can't afford the house anymore. Gonna put some good money in his pocket. He's got a friend that's moving away to California. He's leaving his house behind to rent it out closer to the base he's working at as a disabled vet. So he's happy. I'm happy. Everybody's happy. We're making a little bit of money, getting the guy helped out, getting him some money and stopping his foreclosure. Huge win for all. So yeah, hoping to get another deal this week. Let's manifest another one. It worked yesterday's video. Let's go get another one this week again. See you guys. Today is day 82 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. And honestly, my voice is sore again today. 240 minutes of talk time, hardly any calls for what we're usually ripping, 312 just because we're on the phone for so much again today. Typically, I mean, yesterday, 352 minutes of talk time, today, 240. I mean, that's like almost 10 hours on the phone over the past 2 days, which is insane. Typically, I'm happy to just get like 60 minutes of talk time in a day with pre-foreclosures answering. So to win there, wish we had another deal today to show for it, but we don't. Honestly, we just slammed with a bunch of really good JV leads that a bunch of people were submitting. Great stuff there. A couple were really close to getting locked up. There's just not as much urgency with some of these since they're not pre-foreclosure. Still had a couple good pre-foreclosure conversations of my own. Unfortunately, just couldn't get them wrapped up. People wanting to think and talk about it. And the August auction is less than 2 weeks away now. So talked to a guy who was waiting on his reinstatement money to come in. The funds fell through. He's kind of scattering and he knows he needs to sell it. He just can't completely swallow, that idea. We have to close it here in 8-9 days. So not really sure what else to tell him. Kind of hoping he'll have to come around and realize it on his own. Kind of ended up the night with a bunch of CRM back-end work, uploading some new leads and pulling some Dallas ones that drop for tomorrow. Not a ton, but some. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. We should be knocking some of those. Today is day 83 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Hit the new Dallas leads that came out. Really, like, nobody answered, honestly. Had a call back from a note, but really didn't talk to anybody or have any notes really call back either, which the very last Dallas drop before the auction is always like kind of garbage. There's a lot of like vacant houses and bad leads, like we just don't even pull or knock anyway. But got back, hit some cold calls for about 3.5 hours, from like 4 to 8ish. Good news, Westwood Way is finally under contract. Honestly, a pretty quick novation, especially given the market right now. We accepted offer at a little bit of a discount, but the house is like way more trash than we thought. And honestly, we have like horrible pictures up on the market right now. But so we're just happy to really be getting something moved. Got an offer at $245. The buyers are extremely happy. We're happy with the offer. $245, we pay 3% to the buyer's agent, 2% in closing costs, leaves us at like $232, $233 or something. And we're under contract at $212 with the seller. Barring any like concessions or anything like that, that'll probably come up in inspection. Should be, pretty close to 20K profit on this deal, which pretty good. So turned a deal that we couldn't have done cash because of the payoff into a $20,000 novation. Just need a little bit more time. Pretty cool. Honestly, if any wholesalers out there watching this are not utilizing novations, just a ton of lost revenue there. I haven't closed on a bunch of these deals, but I feel like so many of what we have in the pipeline right now is novations. Kind of sucks. I just want a cash deal, but that's what we're focused on, is going out and getting more deals. And I'll see y'all tomorrow when we're trying to do that. Today is day 85 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. We hit some new leads out in Collin County. Not a lot of action, not a lot of answers, but it's okay. We got home, ripped a few more calls, and actually got one really solid appointment from it. Poor lady, single mom, comes from like an abusive divorce, just a bunch of crazy stuff. She needs to sell it, and she pretty much knows she needs to. So set an appointment on Monday to kind of talk some numbers. It'd have to be a sub 2, but she's got a 2.75% interest rate, so maybe a pretty good deal. Some pipeline stuff. This is not related to the challenge, but our flip out in Arlington, we hopefully today's Friday, hopefully are gonna be closing Monday. We're scheduled with title and everything like that. I think we're making like somewhere between 70 and 80 grand on that flip. So awesome flip, super good experience. Just hoping we get it wrapped up on Monday. For the love of God, we've had 2 buyers fall through. Please let this be the one. Humbert Avenue, I thought we were gonna have an issue with. Our meetup was at the title company yesterday, so we got to talk with our title agent a little bit about what all was going on there. Stepmother, I'm not super familiar with a lot of the probate stuff, a life estate in the property, and the kids thought there was no way she was going to sign over her rights to it without being compensated somehow, but called her and the call went super smooth and she agreed to. Hopefully we've got no bumps in the road there. Apparently this deal was with a previous wholesaler before and it fell through due to a bunch of different title issues and stuff that was going on, but as long as she signs over her portion of the deed, we've got clear title, so not really sure what went on there. Good stuff. Still working on Diamondback Cove. We're getting pictures taken there tomorrow, so hopefully we'll get that listing live early next week and just kind of chipping away at it one step at a time with all these deals in the pipeline. I will see y'all next video. Today is day 85 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. We hit some new leads out in Collin County. Not a lot of action, not a lot of answers, but it's okay. We got home, ripped a few more calls, and actually got one really solid appointment from it. Poor lady, single mom, comes from like an abusive divorce, just a bunch of crazy stuff. She needs to sell it and she pretty much knows she needs to. So set an appointment on Monday to kind of talk some numbers. It'd have to be a sub 2, but she's got a 2.75% interest rate, so maybe a pretty good deal. Some pipeline stuff. This is not related to the challenge, but our flip out in Arlington, we hopefully, today's Friday, hopefully are gonna be closing Monday. We're scheduled with title and everything like that. I think we're making like somewhere between 70 and 80 grand on that flip. So awesome flip, super good experience. Just hoping we get it wrapped up on Monday. For the love of God, we've had 2 buyers fall through. Please let this be the one. Humbert Avenue, I thought we were gonna have an issue with. Our meetup was at the title company yesterday, so we got to talk with our title agent a little bit about what all was going on there. Stepmother, I'm not super familiar with a lot of the probate stuff, a life estate in the property, and the kids thought there was no way she was going to sign over her rights to it without being compensated somehow, but called her and the call went super smooth and she agreed to. Hopefully we've got no bumps in the road there. Apparently this deal was with a previous wholesaler before and it fell through due to a bunch of different title issues and stuff that was going on, but as long as she signs over her portion of the deed, we've got clear title, so not really sure what went on there. Good stuff. Still working on Diamondback Cove. We're getting pictures taken there tomorrow, so hopefully we'll get that listing live early next week and just kind of chipping away at it one step at a time with all these deals in the pipeline. I will see y'all next video. Today's day 86 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Today's a Sunday, so it did some knocking. I usually love knocking on Sundays, get a lot of answers, but we only got 2 today, unfortunately. One of them was a call back from a note, which we set an appointment for, so at least that was productive. As far as other updates, don't really have a ton. Tomorrow we're supposed to finally be closed on this damn flip that is not part of our challenge here. Mentioned it a bunch, my first flip, so pretty excited about that. And then as far as some other pipeline stuff, had to reschedule the pictures for Diamond Cove. Should be getting those taken later in the week when the guy has an off day, nothing else to do, nothing that can hinder it. For some reason, taking pictures of houses is so damn hard sometimes, and schedules are so hard to work around. Hopefully we're getting that one done soon and up on the market the following week. Not a ton from today. I'll update y'all some more tomorrow once the week starts. Peace. Today is day 87 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Exciting news, doesn't pertain to the challenge. The flip we've referenced in this challenge finally is closed. Signed off on it this morning. Awesome stuff. Super grateful to have done my first flip. I want to do more of this, honestly. And it was really cool seeing a family buy their first house and being so stoked about it. Honestly, they got a pretty sweet deal and we still made a bunch of money as well. I've broke down the deal in a previous video. Got that from door knocking a pre-foreclosure. And the total profit on that deal ended up being $75,952.15. Sweet deal. My biggest so far. I hope to do more flips just like that one, obviously. That'd be awesome. And good news for the challenge, we got a new deal locked up. This is a cash deal. The auction is here in like 7 or 8 days, so working on getting this one delayed. It's at a pretty steep discount. It would be tough for a buyer or really anyone to be able to close. Today's Monday. We just got the contract signed tonight, so we'd have to close Friday. It's gotta be really, really hard, honestly, so kind of putting most of our eggs in one basket trying to get it delayed. Hopefully I'll have good news about that. Got this one from our SMS campaign we do. You know, lady has had her foreclosure notice for a while. Eventually just responded to one of our text campaigns and just said, hey, I haven't done anything yet. I need to figure this out. The auction's coming soon. Picked up the phone, called her, talked for about 30 minutes, and solution made sense. So, then some other pipeline news. Westward Woodway. Jeez, that frustrates the hell out of me. But auction period is up either today or tomorrow. So we're negotiating a little bit of concessions or some work that needs to be done. I think we're gonna give her like $4 or $5 grand, something like that. At this point, the seller's moved out of the house already. We're just trying to get this done for her. If we make a little bit less money, fine. We're just trying to get it done. That was today. Flip close. New deal, Monday pipeline work. So ultimately, super fun day. See you on the next video. Today is day 88 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Ripped a ton of cold calls and spent some time working on getting the upcoming auction for Valley Tree Lane. I'm not sure if I mentioned that was the deal we got yesterday, it's called Valley Tree Lane, but working on getting that one delayed. We've sent the mortgage company and the trustee a purchase contract, proof of funds, third-party authorization, a HUD closing doc settlement statement. We sent them a bunch of stuff, so kind of just fingers crossed at this point to hope we can get something done without going a different route. We also on Westward Woodway, the option period is ended as of today. Gave her like $5 grand in concessions, so now the projected profit should be somewhere around like 15 grand for that one. Working on the pipeline a little bit today. Ripped a lot of calls, had a pretty good amount of talk time, 254 minutes. So really anything over like 2 hours I consider pretty solid. So was on the phone a lot today. That concludes today, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Today is day 89 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Honestly, it was a really boring day. I've been waiting for some new leads to drop. We're kind of at that point in the month where there's not a ton of leads to go knock. So third day in a row calling here, but cycled back through some old PPC leads to talk to and had a lot of conversations with those. Honestly, it's bizarre how many leads we never got a hold of that have sold to somebody else now. Really sucks. Called a bunch more pre-foreclosures, had some good conversations, couple good offers here and there. Had an appointment from a guy I talked to yesterday. Really interesting situation, pitched what I call like a joint venture flip. He was $70,000 behind on his mortgage a few months ago, got it taken care of. Place is a complete pad, like tennis court, pool. It's in Allen, Texas, really good part of North Dallas here. Yeah, he's only like 20 grand behind on the mortgage now, but a bunch of business deals went sideways. Essentially pitched, hey, we'll come in, we'll pay the 20 grand to the bank, catch it up, we'll put in all the work and then take 10% of the sales price on the back end. Pretty unique structure there. Trying to find a time to go meet him out at the property and get a little bit further down the road on something like that. Some pipeline stuff. Humbert Avenue, finally got back in touch with the stepmom, lined her up to be able to notarize the deed over with a notary tomorrow, so hopefully we're getting close on closing that one. And I had some minor stuff come up with the Westward Woodway lender, where instead of double closing now, we're gonna have to like novate the contract and do a true novation, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass. Still getting the deal done. That's today, day 89. See y'all tomorrow. Today is day 90 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So today we finally got some new Denton leads that came out. Today some more Collin County leads dropped too, so hopefully hitting those tomorrow. I had this really weird interaction with a wife whose husband has died. Talking about how she can't get into all her inheritance and insurance, about how he was sleeping around and had AIDS and all this just crazy shit right before he died. Didn't know what was going on there, but apparently right before he died, he pulled out a bunch of second and third liens on the properties worth the home value, so not really anything we can do to help her, unfortunately. She's like, her water's been shut off, she doesn't have a phone bill's been turned on, like just crazy stuff going on. Wish we could help. Still waiting on word for the Valley Tree auction. The mortgage company is giving us an answer tomorrow, or at least supposed to. It never ends up happening on time. The Humbert Avenue stepmother was supposed to sign over the deed today. Apparently something came up with her son in the hospital, so we had to reschedule that. Hopefully that'll get done tomorrow and hopefully he's okay. And then we had some title issues come up. Didn't know the Diamondback Cove seller was divorced, so kind of had a little scare like, oh shit, what's going on with the rights to the property? But he was awarded in the divorce, so we're just sending some more info over to title, so all good there. That concludes today to day 90, man, almost to 100. We got to get this going. So see y'all in the next video though. Today is day 91 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Had some new call-on leads come out today. We knocked, honestly didn't get a ton of them in. Had a couple calls, one good one this morning, but then went to a property visit for a JV lead. Currently negotiating that right now. I think we might get it under contract. It's super nice house out in Coppell. Lady's just ready to dump it fast and for a discount. So sounds like she likes our offer. Just got off the phone with her about the inspection period and some of that stuff. Would be a wholesale, I think. So we would take it down, close on it, and immediately just maybe do like some minor work, but throw it right back up on the market. Some pipeline headache stuff today. Valley Tree Lane, we've gotten the absolute runaround from the lender. They denied our proof of funds that we sent in because it was on a Word doc and not PDF 2 days ago. And we've been sending in a valid one and they just keep saying denied, but they haven't seen the new one we've sent every time. They've just been looking at the old one. Super frustrating, but we're supposed to have an answer on that Monday and the auction's Tuesday. So hopefully we can get something done there. And then we also ran into some issues on Diamondback Cove. The seller is a drunk. Like, he's actually an alcoholic, which is super sad. And he keeps ghosting on the pictures, and now his AC unit went out today, which is a whole mess. So I don't know what we're gonna do there. Trying to figure all that out. Hopefully we get this JV one under contract. And then one we talked to the other night actually just texted me. She asked me to call her at 5:30, but I had another phone call, but she said she wants to proceed with the agreement. So hopefully we'll get that one locked up. Headed out to a ranch, so probably gonna have no cell service this weekend. So hopefully I can still talk to those if they need to talk tomorrow to sign the agreements. But that wraps up today. See y'all tomorrow. Today is day 92 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Got a pretty action-packed video. Spent the day cold calling all the August 5th foreclosures in DFW. Today's August 6th. So had some good conversations and actually talked to a couple people that still don't have the auction stop tomorrow and are just like filing bankruptcy or something. Still don't want to make a decision about what to do, which is crazy. They're literally at the last second. Two deals we got. One, I actually just forgot to mention last week. It's an utter crap box. Today's Monday. We'd have to close on Friday, so it's like a week to close type of thing. To beat a foreclosure up in Ohio. Property's been burned down. It's completely destroyed. The seller owes $5,000 on the taxes. So we offer him $5,500 and we're honestly just trying to move it for whatever we can to somebody who can close fast. So we'll keep you all updated on that one. We've got it marketed right now. The deal we talked about in the last video, got that one locked up as well. We've got a 7-day option on that one for inspection, pretty much to try to get it assigned. We're walking like 3 or 4 buyers through tomorrow morning. So hopefully got some interest there. Can lock that one up because that would be a really cool one. Dealing with a bunch of just pipeline kind of bullcrap today. Can't believe I said bullcrap like a 7-year-old, but Humbert Avenue. We thought the stepmom was going to sign over the deed with no problems, and now she's demanding $10K, $5K for each of her kids, which are the seller's step siblings. They don't even want the money. It's just the mom being super difficult. So dealing with that, hopefully we can get all this just crap sorted out. Valley Tree Mortgage Company is probably the worst mortgage company I've ever worked with. They still haven't given us word on the auction tomorrow being delayed because of the proof of fund contingencies. First, they said a Word document wouldn't work and we sent them a PDF, and they had that for like 3 or 4 days and we were sending it every day. Now they finally looked at it, but they looked at the opening statement of the balance, not the closing statement. The opening statement was not enough for the purchase. Closing statement was like 30 grand more than the purchase, which is just wild. It's extremely frustrating, but hopefully we get some good news on that tomorrow. And yeah, just keep chipping away at some of these. So see you all in the next video. Today is day 93 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So finally had some new Dallas leads came out. Spent, gosh, 2.5 hours pulling them. There were a ton, which was crazy. But today is the August 5th auction, and I wildly got a call at like 11. This guy's auction was 1 o'clock and he had nothing done yet. He wasn't even really freaking out. He was just like, yeah, I don't really know what to do. Like, this has happened before. Made him an offer, like honestly a great offer because, well, I mean, for lack of directness, I just have unfortunately all the leverage in that situation, so I'm going to make a good offer for us. Him and his wife, we got him on a 3-way call. She was at work. They didn't want to sign it. They wanted to think about it. I was like, guys, this is getting foreclosed on in 3 hours. Like, I don't even know if we can stop the auction at this point. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, respectfully, I was super direct with them. They got off the phone. They still wanted to think about it. Like 10 minutes later, called me back, we're ready to sign. And I kind of walked him through like some potential ways to get the auction delayed since we were in such a bind. And he didn't do any of them. All they did was just email us back and bitch us out for signing a contract they didn't want to be in anymore. And it's like, dude, this is completely irrelevant. You probably don't own your house anymore. The house is probably sold. So you're barking up the wrong tree altogether. So anyways, that was a crazy story, and I've never ran into somebody procrastinating that much, and it really is unfortunate. I went through a bunch of the Dallas leads, set like 3 appointments, and made a decent offer. It's kind of a weird situation, so we're gonna have to play a little bit of a follow-up game on that one. And then some pipeline stuff. Humbert Avenue, we finally got that one kind of situated, or at least it sounds like. So the stepmom should be signing over her interest to the life estate and the deed tomorrow at 5:30. So hopefully we can maybe close like Thursday or Friday. That would be awesome. That's a small assignment, but ready to just get it out of the way. And then Valley Tree, last minute we're able to get confirmation that the auction's delayed. So good to go there. Gonna start marketing that one out, hopefully get it assigned soon and get the pipeline kind of back up and rolling. It wraps up today. We'll see y'all in the next video. Today is day 94 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Today is the most doors I've ever knocked. Like, my voice is almost hoarse from talking to people, it sounds like, but I'm beat. So I'm gonna keep today super simple because I hit like 40 doors, like I said. And this Dallas list is just huge. Had a couple good conversations. Really, like, the best conversations I had were with airship situations. So a couple of them are just like really sticky. Gonna see if we can help with any of them. Hopping on the phone with like some probate attorneys, stuff like that. Try to get an understanding of the situation going on. The news with the pipeline, the Humbert deed should be signed over, so hopefully we get the clear to close late this week, if not early next week. The Valley Tree, we finally got the title commitment back for that, and there's a big like $20,000 HUD lien on that, so I'm not sure if we're gonna have to pivot to an ovation on that yet. We're waiting to get a payoff, and there's also a small HOA lien, but it's like $2,000, so not a big deal. And then Hollow Circle, we are sending that off to a third-party disposition company to try to find a buyer before our option and inspection period ends. We had a showing yesterday, and 3 or 4 buyers were supposed to come. Only one showed up and they're not really interested, so that was kind of a waste of time, honestly. Hopefully this third-party dispo company, which basically just takes a fee and then makes another one on top of ours, we don't usually like working with ones like that, but they may be able to help in this situation. So we'll see if they can get it assigned for us before our option ends. That concludes today. See y'all in tomorrow's video where hopefully my voice is back. Today is day 95 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Finally finished up the rest of the Dallas list. This Dallas list is absolutely huge. Took 3 days of knocking 20 doors today, 40 doors yesterday, and 27 doors the day before. So pretty good amount, but still snuck in over 500 calls today. So be a good day KPI wise. Not a lot of traction with like leads or anything. Probably why I got so many calls and doors in. But pipeline stuff, got everything situated with the Humbert deed, I believe. Just waiting on like some stuff with the estate to clear, like if there's anything owed to Medicaid. And then our Grenadier seller finally got in contact with the IRS to confirm that her docs have been received. She's supposed to be confirming that her docs have been received. She sent that in like 2 or 3 weeks ago and we haven't even heard from the IRS yet. So hopefully that process is underway before she gets hit with a new auction date. That would be terrible. Not a ton of updates today. Just kind of worked some old leads as well. Fresh batch of Dallas leads is really frustrating me. I don't know if it's just bad draw, but people are short and quick and rude to me. So probably me. I feel like I've been in a little bit of a slump. Probably all my doing. So gotta think some, change some up. Gotta be adaptable if we're really gonna make this 100 grand here pretty soon. So, but we can do it. We always got to change, always got to evolve and get out of these slumps. Just part of the game. So see you on the next video. Today is day 96 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Only worked a half day. It's my mom's birthday. She's in town with my brother. Got away, played golf with my brother, hung out with my mom, doing dinner tonight and everything like that. It's the beauty of real estate. Beauty of working by yourself is to take Fridays off when you want to, halfway through. With that being said, hardly did shit today, but still got a deal. Finally got a cash contract locked up too. So made like, I think the exact number was 17 calls. So I'm not even really putting the KPIs up here today, but had an appointment scheduled last night just by texting the guy. Scheduled it for 10 o'clock today. Called him around like 9:50, 10 o'clock to go through some options, and guy's just in a really tough spot. But wanted to share this super funny part about the deal. I sat for, it was like 35 minutes trying to get him to fill out the DocuSign on his phone, and he was just like, I can't see it, it's so small, like I can't work it, I can't hit all these buttons, I can't put on the date. And I was getting really frustrated, honestly, and that's my fault. I was like, okay, he's in Watauga, I'm in Dallas. It was like a 40-minute drive. I was like, okay, I've got a tea time soon, but I'm gonna race over there and just get this thing signed in person. And the second I pulled up, this eye points that direction and this eye points that direction. So I was like, all right, I guess I understand why it was tough to read the contract. The guy's an awesome guy, got the deal under contract, and should be a good deal for us here. And for him, getting him out of the foreclosure, great amount of money in his pocket, and just getting him
to a better situation. And then some pipeline news, Hollow Circle. I had some showings and everything today. We've got that assigned. Got it under contract for $661,300, assigned at $675, so almost a $14,000 assignment fee. Pretty good. We'll chalk that one up in the books. Hopefully we'll be able to close on that here in a couple weeks. That wraps up today. Got the weekend. Like I said, my mom's in town, so I'm not going to be working a ton this weekend, but see y'all in the next video whenever that is. Today is day 97 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Spent the weekend with family in town. It was my mom's birthday. Awesome time. Always good seeing family. Hit church this morning. Hit some cold calls. Not a ton of action on the cold calls today. I'm honestly a little slow. It's all good there. Bulk of the day was about an hour and a half worth of a property visit out in Allen. I think I mentioned this in a recent video. That's a JV flip opportunity. So super interesting deal. This guy's house in Allen is worth, the comps are so weird. It's like a 5,000 square foot pad on 4.5 acres in the middle of Allen, Texas, by a country club. It's a sweet house. It needs a pretty good amount of work. It's got like a tennis court, pool out back, barn. It's on a bunch of acreage, privately gated. It's a pretty cool house, but the guy's $20-something thousand behind on his mortgage, so it's not a huge reinstatement. He is behind on a second mortgage, which I think we would have to reinstate for like 40 grand to be able to do it if we're going to take it sub 2 and flip it. But pretty much what we've pitched to him is, instead of taking a cash offer, and not honestly at the end of the day, he'd probably walk with around the same amount, but people that have these higher value houses just want to feel more in control of the situation, like they're getting better bang for their buck. So we pitched coming in, buying the house subject to, meaning like we'll reinstate the mortgage, keep up with it and be the owner, have our name on the deed. We'll front all the costs for renovations, doing everything in the house to get it marketed, listed, and sold. And then we'll take all our costs back plus a 10% fee of the sales price, and he'll get the rest. So pretty cool win-win opportunity for everybody. So hopefully that pans out. Having a follow-up conversation with him tomorrow to see if we can finalize that. So we'll keep y'all posted there. See ya. Today is day 98 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. I had a couple new Dallas leads come out today. Spent an hour-ish pulling them in the middle of the day. Monday morning pipeline meeting, so checking in on some of this stuff here. Diamondback finally got the listing agreement completed and notarized. Took forever, having to absolutely babysit this guy, but working on getting pictures scheduled for Friday on that one. Humbert, we're still waiting on the MERP. Honestly, don't really know what that is. One last thing, title has to clear before we close, hopefully middle into this week. Westwood Way, still finalizing everything with the roof, be able to close. So we're waiting on checks going back and forth from the mortgage company. So that's a lot of fun there. But the main chaos of today is Heather Drive. Got hit up by the seller's sister saying, oh, the seller's not in the right frame of mind. He has 3/4 of his brain, 1/4 of his brain was removed. He's off the walls crazy or whatever, which really didn't seem like that at all, but he seemed completely normal to me and wanted to sell and wanted to just get out of it with some cash in his pocket. But she's all up a creek about how the property could sell for way over ARV. This house is a pit and needs a complete renovation, so kind of fighting tooth and nail on this one. Sister's trying to take control of everything, threatening to block me. I think she blocked me on the seller's phone because his phone doesn't ring through now anymore, so I don't know what the hell's going on. She says that she's plenty qualified to be able to help him because she's been in foreclosure before herself too. So I'm kind of like, granted, foreclosure is a sensitive subject. There's many different reasons to be in it, but I don't know if she is probably the person to be giving him financial advice or making his decisions for him. So we'll see what happens with this one. Obviously frustrating. Not much I can do about it other than focusing on getting another deal. So we'll see. Hopefully something comes of this. They say their plan is to pay off the loan for him themselves with it, and there's like 60 grand left on the loan. So I don't know how they're going to do that, especially if she struggled financially in the past too, but she may surprise us, and we're going to keep title open in the meantime and just see what happens. That wraps up today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 99. What's up, everybody? Today is day 99 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Hit some new and old Fort Worth leads. I hadn't been out to knock some of the Fort Worth ones that dropped, so naturally didn't have a huge answer rate. Not a lot of the new ones that dropped yesterday answered either, surprisingly, so hopefully we get some calls back. A guy was added to the list. He was added to the September auction. He was added back in March and was on a time before that as well. I almost got him under contract last February or March, whenever it was before the auction, but guy just like ghosted me, didn't do anything, and luckily his house just didn't sell. Had an appointment, he called me
back out to go out there today. Thought we were gonna lock it up. They actually signed the contract, but then the dude just like put the contract under his arm. He's like, I want to talk to my nephew. The house is across the street from where he lives. He's like, I want to talk to my nephew that lives there first and like make sure he can't reinstate it or get relocated or whatever. And it just caused this like huge like total bitch fit from his wife.
Cause you might not making no sense at all.
You feel me?
Period.
You do?
It was actually insane. But I was sitting in the middle of them, like her just jawing at him. The guy like knows he needs to sell. I don't know what his attachment is to it. It's a pretty shitty, just rundown house that his nephew stays in. I don't know. The guy is just so hard-headed and thinks he can save it or play these games with like lawyers and attorneys. It's like, dude, you're behind on the mortgage and that's really it. Like you have no plans of reinstating it. Instead of letting it go, you might as well sell it. We'll see. I think and at least hope for her sake because she's pretty worried because her name's on it too that he'll come around. So we'll see. Pipeline stuff. We've got Diamondback pictures scheduled for Friday, and then we got the clear to close on Humbert on Friday. So hopefully everything will get wrapped up smoothly on that one. Tiny assignment fee. I say tiny assignment fee. I mean it's $6,000. I know that's still pretty good money. Hopefully we get that one locked up and behind us and keep working on this pipeline. I'll see y'all tomorrow for day 100. Wow, that sounds crazy, but see you on the next video. Today is day 100 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Thank you if you're still watching. If nobody's watching, screw you. This challenge has been super fun so far. We're about $42,000 in. I'm expecting it to pick up here pretty soon because we've got 2 new scheduled closings today, but I'll get to that in a second. So today we hit a few more doors out in Fort Worth. Even more leads drop. Gonna knock again tomorrow because more Dallas leads have come out. So keeping me plenty busy there. But pipeline stuff, couple good doors, still not a lot of answers. Lately, Fort Worth has just had a lower answer rate, but just got off the phone with one lady, made her an offer. ARV on her house is $240, offered her like $160, a little bit over her payoff. The house needs some work. She thinks it's worth $300, and she's like 2 weeks out from when we need to close. So not expecting a whole lot out of that there. Been working a lead up in Frisco, just on the phone a little bit too. So spent a lot of time doing that. Westwood Woodway. This agent buyer on this house is just like absolutely crazy, honestly. Look at this text she sent us. She's been all over us and there's nothing really needed on our side. So we went ahead and just, closing is in 2 weeks and we have the seller already scheduled to go to title at a certain time. Wild. She was all up Schitt's Creek because the appraiser hadn't sent in the appraisal report and came after us for that, which just makes no sense. Some realtors are awesome, some are crazy. This one's crazy. Hopefully she doesn't see this video. Also got Humbert scheduled. That's scheduled for Friday, which is 2 days from now. So hopefully that one will get wrapped up. Hollow Circle, just got the word title is clear. So trying to get our buyer to push up closing a little bit, but they're hard money, so we'll see. That should close at the end of this month as well, along with Westwood Woodway. So should have 3 closings this month, hopefully, and then have a potential offer on San Antonio Drive. That one has lost some steam, but I think it's about to get revived, hopefully. That would be awesome. I'll keep y'all posted on that one. But that wraps up day 100. Thanks to everybody who's been sticking it out for this long. And I hope to get the challenge done and by day 101. Just kidding. See you guys. Today is day 101 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. More Dallas leads came out, so this is like my 4th day knocking in a row, I believe. And now there's some call-in ones that came out for tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm gonna do 5 days of knocking in a row. Kind of want a day just sitting at home and cold calling, but we'll see. It's kind of the busy like week of the month where a lot of the leads drop. So kind of have to stay on top of those and knock them if I can. I don't know if I've mentioned this in any previous video. The 3rd Dallas drop is always kind of weird. Like it's a lot of vacant houses, reverse mortgages, just a lot of harder to work with leads, but there's still gems out there. So we've gotten deals from the 3rd Dallas drop before, so always want to make sure to hit those. Pipeline stuff, about an hour, 2 hours ago, hit like a complete wall of drama with Humbert. So 3 sellers, the kids of the estate, have like a stepmom that they're kind of beefing with if you watched any previous videos, and they don't want her to get any money. They agreed to give her 10 grand just to sign over the deed, and now they were trying to like go back on that. They were blowing us up, blowing the title company once they saw HUD and saw she was actually getting 10 grand. Don't really know what they expected. We're able to get it all worked out. I'm not going to be part of a transaction where they promised somebody 10 grand to sign over a deed. They sign over a deed and then try to rip it back out from under them. They're like, oh, well, give us the 10 grand and we'll make sure she gets it. It's like, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, I'm not going to let that happen and then my ass gets sued. Got that resolved. Seller should be signing tomorrow at noon. So hopefully we finally get that one behind us. Diamondback finally got pictures in the morning. Been working on getting pictures of that damn thing for like 2 or 3 weeks now, just because the guy's kind of off his rocker, and still waiting to get that written offer on San Antonio Drive. Apparently the realtor's clients are out of town, so that's kind of the hold up there. No urgency, I guess, is what it is. Wish they'd go ahead and send it. That's today, day 101. Hopefully we'll have a closing tomorrow, have another deal under the belt, so stay tuned. Today is day 102 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. 2 new deals and a deal that's closed. How about that? So Humbert has now closed despite all the drama. $6,000 assignment fee, little assignment fee, but ching. That brings our total for the challenge up to $47,875.42. So we're getting there. We've got some of this pipeline that's so close. So hopefully we're making a big dent into that 100 grand here very soon. As far as today went, not calling in Denton County, almost no action, very little answers, and these leads are pretty new. Sometimes it's like that on Fridays. Sometimes knocking on Fridays is just a little bit slower, but that's all right. So deal number 1 is a deal that I got from knocking yesterday. Called me back from a note. Pretty much was just like, hey man, I don't know what to do. It's a pretty tight deal, honestly. It's gonna depend on repairs. I offered him like exactly his payoff, honestly, just to see if we can get it moved for anything. House is worth like 200, so I was 120. It needs like an HVAC system and a couple other cosmetics. So my dispo guy is going out in the morning to walk it and take pictures and see if we need to scrap it or if we can continue on with it. We have to close in 14 days anyway, so it's a little bit of a tight one. But seller knows, don't think I'm like leading him on or anything. I'm like, hey man, this is tight. I'm gonna have to give you the A or nay once I come out. And then deal number 2 is out in Jonestown, Texas. Old Burnett Road is what we'll call that one. Got it from a JV lead. Honestly, super cool old guy who loves me. It seems like a pretty good deal, so we'll see. It's on a bunch of land, house on a hill. Got that under contract at $388,500. And one on a parcel of land right next door just sold at like between $700,000 and $800,000. It's super small properties, so not a lot of work needs to be done even if it was a full flip. So hopefully we'll get somebody out to take pictures, walk it, do everything next week, kind of giving us an idea where to go from there. Diamondback, this seller is a mess, man. I got completely catfished on the pictures. I told him, I was like, man, I'm not paying to send somebody else out there for pictures because we've had people ghost. We've had HVAC guy tell us the house is in poor condition, all this other stuff. So I had him send me pictures of what the house looked like. Here's the pictures he sent me, and then here's what we paid a couple $100 to have a professional photographer take. I get catfished. I feel like I'm on a dating app. At this point, man, we're trying to work with this guy. We might just have to reduce the price and roll with it. Westward Woodway made some progress with the roof. Hopefully we're able to get scheduled on the roof like early next week, mid next week, and be on track to close here in a couple weeks. We've got a lot of stuff lined up to close around the end of August. Hollow Circle, we confirmed, is going to be closing August 29th as well. I think that's the same day. No, Westward Woodway might be the 27th. Cracking at the pipeline here, working on it all. New deal funded today, $6,000 at the bank, 2 new deals under contract. We're rolling, we're feeling good. Happy Friday, gonna enjoy the weekend, and I'll see you on the next video. Today is day 103 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Cold call day, got like almost 1,100 calls in, pretty good amount of talk time. Spent a lot of the day working on the pipeline and working on a couple big fish that I'm trying to close. We're getting close here. Today is August 18th. Working a couple leads on the September 2nd auction. 2 were like joint venture flips. 1 would be awesome. Lady just needs a little bit more time in her house. She owes like $615, could probably sell somewhere around like $925 to $950. Hopefully in the condition it's in. We might have to do a little bit to it, but we would then just split profits 50-50, help her get moved, help her pay all those moving costs, find a new place and help put a deposit down, do a couple other things she needs to get done, and do some work to the property. Very minimal work, so really would just benefit both parties more than the sub 2 offer I first made. And then work on another JV flip on a huge house out in Allen, super one of a kind, private gated on like 4 or 5 acres out there. It's super cool. Needs a decent amount of work, but we list it more as is and help like the dire things get done before listing. Pretty crazy, both just like multi-million-dollar houses, or the first one is worth $950 or whatever, and the second one's worth maybe like 1.5 as is. Just goes to show anybody can be going through this kind of thing in their life, and it's a blessing to be able to help through it. Pipeline stuff, Humbert funded today, so we've got that one wrapped up and behind us. San Antonio Drive, we went under contract on that one. Under contract at $289. The payoff and agreement with the seller is somewhere at like $240, $250. We haven't run the exact numbers since having it up for a couple months. It's an FHA buyer. They've already included $8,000 in concessions to be able to get all the carpet done and some other necessary stuff. So it's super contingent on it passing like all those FHA inspections and appraisals. So I'm not feeling great about that one, unfortunately, because the property is in rough shape. They can do with what we got here. Valley Tree, we're turning that one into a novation now because a HUD lien popped up. We hadn't realized she'd done a mortgage modification, so our cash number doesn't make sense anymore. Working on trying to get pictures taken on those. Today's Monday. Pictures taken for those Thursday. And then just dealing with a lot of different moving parts for Westward Woodway. I'm trying to get the roof done tomorrow. Got to get a new appraisal. We're trying to close here in like a week and a half, and there's just a ton of different moving parts to it. We're working it all out, grinding it, hoping to get a couple of these done and funded here within the next 2 or 3 weeks kind of thing. Hoping to get at least, maybe if not both, at least one of these big fish on these big deals for the September auction. I know it's not wholesaling, but it's creative, and if you ever need help with stuff like that, you can always find somebody like us to partner with to do it if you are just wholesaling properties. That concludes today. See you on the next video. Today is day 104 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Ripped some cold calls. Honestly, a little bit of a slower day. Still got one good lead in, talked to for 50 minutes, and his wife is blowing me up over email, which is a good thing. Probate pre-foreclosure combo. He actually had his uncle's house a few years back get foreclosed on that he was supposed to inherit as well. So yeah, I guess doesn't know how to go through the probate process or stop that from happening, but now it's happening on his father's property. He was frustrated. He went through the process of trying to get all the funds recovered from the sale of his uncle's property, and it took like 2 years and he didn't get anything. So now he's like frustrated with this, and I'm like, dude, you've still got time to sell before the auction and avoid all of that. Like, I can help you, but you're gonna have to help yourself a little bit too. The lead we talked about yesterday, one of the JV leads out in Carrollton, going back and forth with her. I think we finally got an agreement finalized, sent out to her tonight to hopefully execute. So hopefully we get some signatures on that. Pipeline stuff, Westward Woodway, the roof got done today. We've been waiting on that for a while, so that's awesome. Trying to get everything over to the buyer's lender for approval, and then we're getting pics tomorrow at that deal out on Old Burnett. That's the one we got on Friday. The other one we got on that day as well, not a deal. Seller kind of started going sideways, and honestly the margins were just way too tight too, so kicked that one to the curb. We're not dealing with that one. So that wraps up day 104. See y'all for day 105. Today is day 105 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Another cold call day. We finally locked up one of those big fish. This one we're gonna call Mosswood Drive. It's a super cool opportunity for JV flip with minimal work with the seller. There's like some stuff in the backyard that needs to be done, but not a whole lot. Foreclosure's coming up in 12 days, so we got title open, and we're gonna confirm that title looks clear. She's on title with her mother, but she's about 35,000 behind on her first mortgage, 7 behind on her second mortgage. We're gonna come in and either do a TRO to delay the auction or reinstate the loan, front her 20 grand to be able to get her and her kids moved out into a new place, do whatever minor fix-up work needs to be done to get it sold. I think it should sell somewhere between like 900 and 950, and she owes like 615 the house in total, and then we split the profits from there. So for anybody doing math, pretty good potential fee for floating her some money and dealing with some headache. Could be 6 figures, hopefully. I don't think it'll be quite that much, but it hopefully will get close. But that's an awesome one. I'm super excited to do. Just did some cold calls today. Had a lot of talk time, 262 minutes, but talked to this one guy for like an hour and a half of it. Poor guy's just miserable, like not involving his wife in the conversations because they're going through a divorce and doing all this stuff. He's been on foreclosure for a while. Like, he got the notice like 2 or 3 months ago, and he finally picked up my call today. He was like, man, honestly, I haven't picked up any of these calls today. I just said I would give one of them a shot because I'm less than 2 weeks out and don't know what to do. And we just had like a really like tough heart-to-heart conversation, trying to like get the guys out of get him to come to the decision of making a decision. Supposed to follow up with him in the morning, but unfortunately we're just getting crunched for time. I mean, it's hard to make much work with this little time. And then we got marketing started for Old Burnett, the property out in Jonestown. We got under contract. That right now is under contract at $388, and we're starting marketing at $500. The comp, 2 plots of land down, which is on the same street, sold for $831, and it wasn't even flipped that nice. I don't think we'll get $500. I think it's a little antsy on dispo, but sounds like that might be a decent little fee, and I hope it is. That wraps up day 105, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Today is day 106 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Did a little hybrid day. First part of the morning, I honestly just needed to do some pipeline work, so focused on that stuff. Got Valley Tree picks taken, got the clear to close on West Redwood Way, so grinding out a few other things there, and then spent the rest of the day knocking some Tarrant leads that came out midday. So didn't get a ton in, knocked like 11 doors, so wasn't a huge list there. We got a meet up here in Dallas Fort Worth tonight, so if we're still doing those at the time of the video, check those out. But had a wild pre-foreclosure deal we got under contract today. It's a September 2nd auction, and today is the 21st, so we'd have to close this in like a week, 8 days, something crazy like that. But yeah, the guy just pretty much called me and said, hey, do you buy houses? I know you've been texting me about options and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, we buy properties. He goes, okay. Well, I was set to close today with an investor, and he pulled the rug out from under me on the lease back, and I can't get out by today, so I'm not going to the closing table to sign. And I was like, damn, that is unfortunate. I don't know if that story's true. Maybe this seller's just telling me that, but there's bad apples in every industry. I don't know what the situation was, but hopefully these investors were trying to do right by this guy. Or it sounds like maybe their buyer just didn't want to lease back and they lost the deal because of it, unfortunately. So he called me. He was under contract with those other guys for like 90, 95. I was like, I can do 77. He's like, all right, cool. So he took a haircut, and I guess he's okay with it, but he can't get it out of the house. So, but the home is completely destroyed. It's like a mobile home out in Burleson, just south of Fort Worth. So I think it's got potential. We're gonna need to find a fast buyer who can close quick and have to get title work back quick. Trying to see exactly what else is going on. I have a phone call into the title company it was at just to see what rundown they can give me. So hopefully this is still a deal and there's not just too much as like clouded title and drama with it. Obviously the seller needs to be put in the best position possible considering there's a foreclosure in a week and a half. It was the most lay down sale I've ever had. Guy was just like, you buy houses? Cool. How much? Cool. And I was like, damn, I should have said a lower number, but now it is what it is. That wraps up today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 107. Today is day 107 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Not a lot of leads have come out. Just got back from a cousin's wedding this weekend. Was super fun, so did a lot of catching up on the pipeline. Still got a ton of calls in, really like no action at all. So today was like a straight pipeline day until like 1 or 2 o'clock and called from then. Absolutely grinding out West Redwood Way. That is set to close here in 2 days, and the buyer and one of the sellers are signing tomorrow. Today we're doing like the final clean out. Seller was still moving some items out. I had to hire pest control because the buyer's been kind of complaining about some fleas and stuff in the property. Paid for that. Buyers doing their final walkthrough in the morning before closing, so should be all good there to hopefully get this wrapped up in a couple days. Hollow Circle is another one we've got closing. That one's been super easy and straightforward. No drama, anything like that. No pre-foreclosure. It's honestly so nice. I'm not having to deal with much there, but that's closing on Friday. Should be a good week though, because West Redwood Way, we should make somewhere around like 18 and a half on that, and then almost 14 grand in assignment for a Hollow Circle. So getting closer on the challenge here, but try not to count our eggs before they hatch. We obviously need both of these to close. Another big deal working on right now is Mosswood. That took a lot of work today. So today's Monday. The auction for that is next Tuesday. So we're working on getting a TRO done for that to be able to delay the auction. This is the one we're coming in, allocating our funds to be able to get relocated, doing a little bit of fixing up on the property, and then listing it and splitting profits. Super cool deal. Excited about this one. And she's a realtor, which is kind of interesting. She also has like a family friend slash buyer that might already be lined up. So we may not really have to do anything. We might catch the long end of the stick on this, which would be awesome. Then working on Valley Tree and Diamond Cove novations. Both sellers haven't really been in touch. They're not ghosting, but we're needing to push them along a little bit more. Heather Drive has completely ghosted. I'm pretty sure I'm blocked in all of the family's phones for some reason. So hopefully they're doing something to get that guy's auction stopped or delayed. And then Grenadier, one we haven't talked about in a little bit. We finally got in contact with the IRS today about the certificate of discharge that was filed. So hopefully we can make something work with that and it's not a complete lost deal and we can get some of those tax liens removed so she doesn't get foreclosed on or anything else happen and she can actually get out of this situation. Spent a lot of time on the phone with current sellers and ironing out a bunch of that kind of stuff and with attorneys for TROs and all the above. We're pushing it all along. Hopefully we got 2 closing this week and can add to this total here and get a little bit closer to our goal. But yeah, that wraps up today. Hoping for a big week. See y'all in the next video. Today is day 108 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Desperate for new leads to come out. I feel like I haven't knocked in forever. I didn't knock it all last week and I haven't knocked today, Monday and Tuesday. I was gone all weekend. So want some new leads to come out. Thought they were going to come out today, but hopefully some will come out tomorrow to go knock. Fingers crossed there. Pipeline stuff. West Redwood Way, the husband and the buyer have both signed today. The main
main seller, the wife that we've been in contact with, is signing tomorrow. Had a minor blow up with the agent today. I don't know what's going on. I paid for pest control yesterday. Seller had paid to get the property professionally cleaned. Buyer went over there earlier today and just threw an absolute hissy fit because it wasn't cleaned well, and she still had some bugs crawling up on her legs. She demanded that she wasn't going to close unless she received another $1,200. This agent has been a nightmare the entire time, so just bend it at the knee and we sent her the $1,200. Not happy about it. At this point, we've done so much work and so much cooperating with that damn agent that we were like, fine, we're just gonna send her the money to get this done because she's horrible. Pro tip, actually no pro tips about hiring your own real estate agent. Just hire a good one. Don't hire one that sucks. Made some progress with the TRO for Mosswood, so got that notarized, final affidavit and everything like that, so hopefully getting that submitted ASAP, but it's kind of just all in our attorney's hands at this point. Also got the price reduced down to $240 on Diamondback. We're trying to figure out if this is even something we want to deal with though, because Forney is kind of the same exact issue where the house is just a mess and we're having to deal with a buyer and do all these fixes when numbers are tight and there's a foreclosure looming. So trying to figure out what we're going to do with Diamondback. Forney is under contract right now, but there's so many things we've got to do, and we're with an FHA buyer that everything's going to have to pass inspection. So we're not really sure what to do about that one. We might just say screw it and take our losses because we're like $5,000 into it right now, but we'll see what happens with that. Praying for some more leads tomorrow. Got to get back on the doors, get us some fresh deals. Still working on Mosswood 1. Got Hollow Circle closing later this week, and hopefully tomorrow's video we will have Westward Woodway wrapped up. Anyways, we'll see y'all in tomorrow's video, and hopefully we got a closing going on. Today is day 109 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Westward Woodway has closed, and I couldn't be more happy about it because I don't have to keep saying that damn name every single video. That thing is an absolute tongue twister. That all wrapped up today. She got another deal under contract we'll talk about in a second. Total profit for Westward Woodway, $18,455.55, bringing our total for the challenge at 109 days in $66,330.97. Getting closer. More cold calls today. Still no leads to go knock. I think I'm gonna hit some old Denton ones tomorrow just because I'm kind of itching to knock. And good news, also finally got the Allen deal, the JV flip under contract I referenced a few videos back. This place is like an absolute pad. It's got a tennis court, pool out back. It's on like 4.5 or 5 acres out in Allen, Texas, which is really rare for that part of Dallas. Place is sweet. We're gonna come in, do like some minor fixing up for the guy. His foreclosure date is on Tuesday and today's Wednesday. He signed the contract on Sunday, but his wife finally signed the contract now. So we're trying to get this thing delayed, reinstated, just running and gunning before the auction to get something done so that we can do these minor repairs for him. We're gonna put it up on the market at $1.5 million is the agreed upon price. We have a segment to drop it after every week or so past a certain date. The guy's a huge like oil and gas guy, and his problem is he's about to close a huge business deal. It's been getting delayed, and it's caused him to miss mortgage payments, which is really sad. I mean, it's a pre-foreclosure on $1 million+ home. It's wild. But part of the agreement is if he closes his deal prior to us doing like any of this work or selling it or anything, he's just gonna buy us out of our fee, which is 5% of the $1.5 million list price, which would be awesome. That would be sweet. Hollow Circle, both seller and buyer are scheduled to close on Friday, so should have another one go through then. We just got back instructions for the TRO for Mosswood, so hopefully everything will be going to plan. Delaying that. Sadly, it sounds like we may need to terminate San Antonio Drive just because this thing's a mess. The only person we've gotten is an FHA buyer. We're gonna have to do so much in repairs, and we're probably just not even gonna break even on it, sadly, so we might just refer it out to a short sale. Should have some more info on that probably in the next day or two, but yeah, kind of unfortunate there. New deal closed, new deal under contract, another closing scheduled for Friday, and some pretty big deals we're working on this September auction that we're getting delayed. We're gonna take more time to close, but they'll be pretty lucrative, it sounds like. Good day. Happy with where things are at. Feel like we're kind of rolling right now. I'll see y'all in the next video. Today is day 110 of wholesaling real estate until I've made
$100,000. Today was kind of a crazy day. Been all day down at the Denton County Courthouse getting the Mosswood TRO delayed. Got there and it was still in front of the judge waiting on her to sign, and she was stuck in jury trial. I couldn't get in front of her obviously because she was in the middle of court, so camped out by the elevators and caught her going to her lunch break and gave her a heads up to please sign it because we were in a time crunch getting it all stopped, because today's Thursday, so we got to get it all confirmed for tomorrow, Friday, because Monday is a holiday being Labor Day, and then the auction is on Tuesday. The good news is got that stopped, paid $2,000 for the bond payment, so that's all good there. We also got a JV deed filed for the Allen deal, so he's already filed a TRO. We came in, did a joint venture deed where we're on it now too. Both of those joint venture deals have been stopped. The auctions that are coming up here Tuesday, which is awesome news. These are both super cool. Hit a few doors, didn't do much acquisition at all today. Got like 9 or 10 knocks in, just waiting at the Denton County Courthouse. Did some up there and then did some on my way back home, but I was there pretty much all day working on that. And sadly, San Antonio Drive, we are terminating. There's just way too much work that's needed with that one. Payoff has continued to grow, and honestly, working on so many things right now that's just really hard to balance and find time for that. So referring the seller out to a short sale specialist. Hopefully they can help. If the house is just a pit, we probably should have never taken this one on. You win some, you learn some. Good news is got 2 fire joint venture deals that the auctions are now stopped and we've got skin in the game and are executing on. These will take a little bit longer to close, unfortunately, but are super cool deals that should be pretty profitable. And then we've got Hollow Circle that should be closing tomorrow. Knock on wood, one of the easiest transactions I've done so far, so hopefully everything goes to plan. Almost just shy of 14 grand assignment fee, but I'll see you guys then. Today is day 111 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Good news today, Hollow Circle has closed. That's a $13,700 assignment, which brings our total for the challenge just barely above 80,000. Getting super close there. We're really just like one solid deal away from surpassing that 100 grand mark. Super excited. Knocked some new Tarrant doors today. I'm actually driving back from that today. Today's Friday. Monday's Labor Day. The auction's Tuesday. So we've kind of got a bow wrapped up on everything we've got working on. That's a September 2nd. We're able to get confirmation that the mortgage company is delayed the Diamondback one, so we're working on that a little bit more too as well to finally get it listed. Wanted to take a second and break down what we're doing with both these joint venture deals, Mosswood and Orr Road. Mosswood, super unique one, single lady, super nice home, just like needs some work in the backyard. Got in contact with her, was kind of talking about sub 2, and then realized, hey, there's a really good opportunity for both parties to do a joint venture here. She was just like trying to get moved, needed money fronted, everything like that, because her house would sell for a lot on the market if some of the work in the backyard was done. Delayed her auction, running her 20 grand to help with moving, getting a deposit, paying a few months worth of rent, everything like that. She owes about $615 all in on the house, and she's a realtor. We're starting to list it at $950, and then we're gonna work down from there. Prior to even listing it, she knows an interested party, so we're already working on trying to get them under contract. She's gonna go list their house to sell, so she'll make commission off of that and then split the profits with us for the sale of her house, for delaying the auction and fronting her the money to get moved. If we did get this buyer at $950 minus $615, get all our costs back, and then split the profit from there. Would be a pretty killer deal if it all worked out according to plan. The one out in Orr Road is very, very similar. Guy is a big oil and gas guy. Unfortunately, just behind on the payments. Needed help reinstating the loan. He kind of got to us a little bit late to be able to get all the title work to reinstate it. So we filed a joint deed with him. So we now own the house. Our joint venture partnership agreement owns the house together. And then he filed a temporary restraining order to delay the auction. We're coming in, doing a little bit of work that it needs to be able to get ready to. We're gonna list the house at 1.5 is the agreed upon list price. Again, there's a time structure just like Mosswood in there that after a reasonable amount of time we start deducting the price, but we're taking all our costs back. So anything we do to reinstate, delay auction, legal work, any kind of work to the property, and then we take a 5% fee of the sales price. If it all goes to plan, that'd be cool. You know, make 5% of whatever, you know, it sells for between 1.3 and 1.5 million would be awesome. But the kicker and what really makes this deal super cool is the reason he's struggling financially and is in pre-foreclosure is because he's waiting on this huge oil and gas deal to close. It's going to make him like $7 or $8 million, and he thinks it's going to close soon. And if it does, he's just gonna pay us out of our fee. So we wouldn't really even have to do anything or wait. He would just pay us off our 5% fee of 1.5 million. So that would be 75 grand just for really doing nothing to sign the deed back over to him, which would be absolutely wild. I don't think it's gonna work out that way, but it would be kind of crazy. Those are two super unique deals that I don't have a ton of experience doing and kind of just figuring out as I go. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. They're just figuring this shit out as they go. So if you're on the fence about getting started in something because you don't know what to do or you got analysis paralysis, just make the jump. Dude, there's people that know what to do that you can get connected with, or you just figured out like you're gonna make mistakes. I've lost deals and made mistakes and effed up plenty of times, but making it work, trying to figure it out as I go, and yeah, that's all you can really do at the end of the day. So super close to our $100,000 goal. We'll get there soon though. See you guys. Today is day 112 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Did some cold calling today. Was honestly just flying through them. Didn't call like all day, but still got 1,500 calls in. At this point, these numbers are probably tired of being hit. Was kind of just looking for like some gems in the rough type of thing. Had a couple of good conversations, waiting to hear like how their auctions are going. Their home is up for sure for auction tomorrow, or if whatever they did, which is probably a bankruptcy to delay at work for tomorrow. So kind of waiting to see if we'll get any leads from it. Had a few people text back, but haven't been able to get them on the phone, which is just kind of sad. Been blowing them up. Trying to help, but it is what it is. Part of my routine for a day like this is checking the list that gets posted on Facebook and then reaching out really late. Usually gets posted around like 9:30, so I try to text the people really late and just give them a heads up like, hey, it looks like you're still on the list. If so, give me a call first thing in the morning and I can help. Throw a line out there and see if anything comes from that. Worked a little bit of pipeline stuff and finally got the authorization to sign the listing docs from the Valley Tree seller. Been super busy with work, so I was like, hey, Labor Day, she can't be working. Perfect day to hit her up. And then Mosswood, I know I talked a little bit about the buyers that were walking it. They're interested, it sounds like, at our full asking price at $950. If we can get in there and do some of the repairs to the backyard that need to be done, which is good that we need to do those, honestly. We should have more skin in the game than we probably do. So working on getting in contact with those buyers and the seller. A little bit of stagnation just here over the Labor Day weekend, but hopefully we'll get kind of an answer and more solidified word on that. So that would be cool. That wraps it up. See y'all tomorrow. Today is day 113 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Finally, some new Dallas leads came out. I kind of figured after like halfway through last week, they were probably just gonna drop after Labor Day yesterday. So we hit the ground running today. Knocked, I think like 31 doors, something like that. But set 2 appointments from it. Overall, not a bad day of knocking. Both of these appointment situations are wild. It's, I think, one of the coolest parts about wholesaling real estate and going after pre-foreclosure leads and trying to help sellers going through that process is there are so many sensitive situations going on that are just wild. It's so cool to be able to help people get into a better situation, but then also make good money doing it. The first lady, her husband was removed by the police from the house back a year and a half ago, and she's just been struggling to make ends meet with her and her 5 kids in there. Absolutely wild. She said husband was like arrested in front of him, ripped out of it, everything like that. And then the other lady I set an appointment with, her husband was hit by a drunk driver while he was on a walk, and her son died Thursday, like unexpectedly, their young son. It's just crazy what all is going on in these people's lives, and it's a blessing to be able to help. If you're considering, or if you do market to foreclosure leads, do it with sensitivity, because there is so much crazy stuff going on in people's lives, and it's a blessing to be able to come at it from a service perspective and be able to help people get into a better situation. That kind of wraps up today. It feels like a Monday because of Labor Day, but it's a Tuesday. Not a ton of movement on the pipeline. Got the Valley Tree listing live finally, so that's good news there. Hopefully we can start having some showings and walkthroughs there. I'll see y'all in the next video. Today is day 114 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. I'm just gonna keep it super short and sweet today. Not a ton really going on. Did a bunch of just like follow-up work this morning, cleaning up the CRM from the past auction, everything like that, and then finished up the rest of the Dallas list that dropped yesterday. So knocked the rest of that today. Hit like almost 30 doors. Not a ton of action. Got either 1 or 2 appointments set and a couple other just kind of like leads, follow-ups from it. So nothing super crazy there. And working on a sub 2 deal out in Fort Worth. It's under contract technically right now. now, but having to renegotiate it a little bit after seeing it. So I'll keep you guys posted on that one. But yeah, not a ton of movements in the pipeline or any new deals or super hot leads today. So I'm just gonna keep this one short, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Today is day 115 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Knocked the new Tarrant leads that came out, but I mentioned briefly yesterday was negotiating a sub 2 deal. Got that deal under contract today. Sent the contract out pretty late last night. Woke up and it was signed this morning. Awesome, good to go. Pretty sweet deal. The house isn't in great shape. It's worth like $240 if it was fully fixed up. He owes like $130 to $135. I can't remember off the top of my head on the mortgage. So there's a ton of equity there. Bringing 15 grand cash to the seller on a 2.75% rate. Mind-boggling rate. We've already got an interested buyer who's going to walk tomorrow. 25 grand plus closing costs. We're giving the seller 15 grand. So hopefully we can lock it up for a 10 grand assignment fee. It does need foundation work and cosmetics to get it ready, but it looks like a good opportunity. This buyer has bought from us before, and they do like co-living stuff, so it looks like it would be a good opportunity for that floor plan wise. So hopefully we get that one rolling and close here soon. Other good news, pipeline stuff, Valley Tree, we've got our first showing hopefully coming up tomorrow. So just got listed live yesterday or the day before, so glad there's some traction on it already. And then we're just working on plans for both of our joint venture deals with Mosswood and Orr Road, finalizing what all work needs to be done there. We've already got the buyer lined up for the most part on the Mosswood house at our full asking price, which is awesome. And the seller, who's a realtor, is gonna list their house, which is crazy how all this is working out. Hopefully once their house is sold and everything, that's when we'll close on this one and we'll get paid our fee. But yeah, that wraps it up for day 115. See y'all tomorrow. Today is day 116 of wholesaling real estate until it made 100 grand. Dallas leads that were posted a couple days ago dropped like really late last night. I don't know if it was an error in their system or what happened. So went and hit those leads today. One good appointment from it. Got in the guy's house, talked to him for like an hour. It's a high-end townhome here, like just north of Dallas. Super nice. Probably sell for somewhere between like 650 and 680. Walked him through a couple different options and kind of landed back on the joint venture thing like we're doing with Mosswood and Orr Road. For the higher end homes, it honestly just seems to make more sense than trying to make like 10-20 grand just wholesaling it. Told him we'd come in, delay the auction. The house needs almost no work, like less than $1,000 worth of work, honestly. Help him list it, get it marketed, and then take 10% of the sales price. So I don't know, hopefully a $60-something thousand fee if that ended up working out. So still working on that. Send him the agreement tonight, everything like that. He's a high-level sales guy, and he's got commission stuff that's been held up and backed up for super long. So he thinks he can reinstate it prior to his foreclosure date. So we also put a clause in there with a buyout, just like a fixed flat fee of all our costs plus 40 grand. So that could be interesting if that ends up happening like Orr Road, which, speaking of Orr Road, the seller there is supposed to know in like a week to a week and a half if he's going to end up closing his deal and when. So we're at a little bit of a standstill there, because if he ends up closing his deal, he makes like $6 or $7 million or something, and he's just going to pay us out of our fee to get out of the joint venture deal and have us deed the property back to him, which is wild. That'd be a $75,000 fee for not really doing anything. That'd be cool. But if you know anything about real estate, it doesn't always work out as best scenario possible. Hopefully it does, but buyer walked that Burton sub 2 today. We've got it at 15 grand cash to the seller, and he's interested at 22 grand. Maybe getting that assigned here in the next couple of days. And then we amended Old Burnett Road all the way from 388 to 300. The comps, we thought that was going to be a huge deal, but our best offer is at 324, and we're like, well, shit, we have this at 388. Now we've got it at a price we can work with, so we're going to do another round of marketing, see if we can get somebody a little bit higher than 324, get it locked up and moved. That wraps up today, and I will see you guys in the next video for day 117. Today is day 117 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Got 1.5 deals, if that makes any freaking sense. Knocked the new Dallas list that dropped last Friday at like 6 o'clock, so I totally missed it, but I was also out of town over the weekend, so today's Monday. Hit that. Naturally didn't have a huge answer rate or anything like that. Makes sense. Leads have been out for a couple days and they probably got smoked over the weekend. Got a new novation deal from actually a Facebook lead, which was pretty sweet. So house could probably sell as is somewhere in like the low fours, probably 420 to like maybe 440 even. Got it under contract at 350. So we paid about 5% in like agent fees, closing costs, flat fee listing service, minus an as is sales price, and we make the difference there. Should be a decent novation deal. I'm gonna get title opened up on that tomorrow, ready to rock. The half deal in reference is a pre-foreclosure. The auction is tomorrow. Got it at like 2 or 3 o'clock. Haven't heard heard from the guy since, so don't know what's going on as far as getting the auction delayed. Hopefully he's doing what he needs to do. At this point, I mean, the guy did absolutely nothing all the way up until the day before his auction. Not a ton of pipeline stuff to update on this Monday. We just got Burton assigned, but that is a $7,000 assignment. So $15K cash to seller, find a buyer who's willing to bring 22 to the table plus all the closing costs, netting us that 7 in the middle. So awesome stuff there. That one should close here in a couple weeks once title work is all done. That wraps it up for today. See y'all in tomorrow's video. Today is day 118 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. It was a cold calling day. Honestly, just like an all over the place day. Had a ton of just like really random conversations. Followed up with JV DOA had an appointment with on Friday. So ironing out some details with him. Sounds like he likes it. We changed up a little bit of our pre-foreclosure marketing with some new laws that have come out in Texas. And the first response back we got today. Had a really good conversation with the lady. Made her an offer and following up with her tomorrow. So not getting as many responses from the text marketing as usual. This stuff we're getting is a little bit more qualified, which is promising, and honestly just saves me a little bit of time too. But as far as some pipeline stuff goes, we've got title open on the new Novation deal from yesterday that is called Hidden Pine. That we're referencing that one. Haven't heard from the guy who signed the contract yesterday, whose auction was today, so honestly just have no idea if his home was foreclosed on or not, so that one's still TBD. And then Old Burnett, we got that one amended down to 300 grand for the sales price. I've been setting up a showing for today is Tuesday. We're setting up a showing for Friday to have a few buyers walk through, so fingers crossed we'll get that assigned finally there. Actually, we have it assigned to somebody at 325, but they're gonna try to assign it on top of us, which I don't like doing things this way, but sometimes if somebody else has got a buyer or says they've got somebody who would take it and will still give us 25 grand, kind of got to give them a shot. We'll see how that goes. That wraps up today, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. Today is day 119 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Sorry my voice sounds so weird. Hopefully I'm not coming down with something. Not a ton to report today, kind of a slow day of cold calling, a lot less answers than yesterday, but that's all good. We keep moving. Had a follow-up appointment with a good lead from yesterday that completely ghosted, unfortunately. You win some, you lose some. And then just pipeline stuff in Pine Lane, the new Novation we got a couple days ago. We're gonna wait about 30 days to get that one started listing wise, even though we have everything almost ready to go. He's moving out to Wyoming and the house is like just a scattered mess and it's gonna have to be deep cleaned, so it's gonna be way easier to list it and bring in a retail buyer so we're gonna do that. And then Grenadier finally got some word back that the IRS just not received her documents at all yet, which is awesome because the process probably should be pretty close to being done by now for the lien discharge. She's supposed to get that fax in today, so hopefully the process is starting today or this week or something. I don't know. Government sucks, man. That wraps up day 119. Hopefully a big day tomorrow. Today is day 120 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Had some Tarrant leads come out like early afternoon, so called till about 2 o'clock, rushed out to try to hit as many of them as I could. Didn't get to all of them because first door we got inside, sat with single lady, made her an offer. Unfortunately, we didn't get it under contract. I probably could have underestimated ARV a little bit because I didn't run super in-depth comps while I was there. Probably bump up the offer a little bit, but we set up a fall appointment anyway, so that's probably going to be an opportunity too. Single lady, lost her husband 5 or 6 years ago and lost her job like 8 months ago, so just struggling to make ends meet on Social Security. Super cool house out in Euless though. Got chickens in the backyard, so hooked me up with a dozen eggs. I got those on the stove right now for dinner. It was really the only lead we worked today. Not a ton of answers on the cold calls, but decent appointment right off the bat there with the only hitting 8 doors. So pipeline stuff, Old Burnett Road showing is tomorrow, and then we're having some issues with Valley Tree. Sellers just not being super responsive. We've been trying to get the lockbox on there for like a week to be able to do these showings. Been trying to get our ass in gear, but not really sure what else to do. There's a fork in the road there, but we got to get over that hump to be able to make sure we can get buyers in there and get this thing sold before potentially another auction date, which would be a nightmare. Hopefully we get some of that stuff worked out, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Today is day 121 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Another slow day, capping off the back end of a super slow week. We got 2, which really ended up being 1 contract on Monday because that other guy before the auction just completely flaked. Haven't heard from him since. 1 contract this week, and really not a whole lot of stuff the past couple of days besides 1 in-person appointment. It's all good. Sometimes you just have those weeks. Had a Dallas list drop today, which is really weird because it was from November and we're still 3 weeks out from the the October sale. This is like the earliest they've ever dropped November leads. It wasn't a ton of them, so I mixed them in with hitting some older ones. As far as pipeline goes, Old Burnett Road, the showing was canceled today because apparently no buyers were interested and wanted to come. Appreciate the guys giving me heads up 40 minutes before. That was awesome. Sellers traveled back in town for that. But on the bright side, Burton just came back and title is clear there. So we've still got like 3 weeks till closing for a buyer to get all their funding lined up. That one should be on its way. That wraps up for today. Not sure what my work schedule looks like over the weekend, but I will see y'all in the next video whenever that is. Today is day 122 wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Another cold call day. We'll also do a pipeline update at the end. Wrapped up a new deal. Got this one on Friday. Set the appointment on the phone. Kind of a crazy appointment set. The guy was just trying to like brush me off. He's like, hey, already got somebody working on it. Don't worry about it. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, what are these people doing for you? What plan? And he really didn't know. So I kind of instilled like some doubt. And I was like, hey man, like, you should know what these people are doing. Kind of just like got off the call and didn't think much of it. He texted me like back late that night. Looked up the number. Figured out there were a bunch of Better Business Bureau like scams and reports on them, so he reported them as well, and he was like, thank you for helping me realize this. Let's set up a time to talk today. Now we got him under contract. Awesome stuff there. Guy's wife left him for another woman. He's got severed legs and severed arms. He's amputated everywhere. It's just really sad deal. Can't keep up with the house and just needs help getting out of it and into his brother's house. Should hopefully be a decent deal. ARV is somewhere between 200 and 220. Got him under contract for 101,700. Quick pipeline update. Valley Tree finally got the freaking lockbox on. That was a huge pain in the ass all weekend for some reason. Old Burnett Road, probably gonna have to term this one. We already renegotiated down from 388 to 300. Now these people can't find a buyer, and the only offer we have is like 240. So I don't know, probably just gonna let this one go and not drag this old guy through the dirt anymore. Moore Road, the JV deal, he should have an answer on if he's closing his big $6-7 million deal this week. So hopefully we know if we need to start doing renovations or if we're just gonna get paid out this week, which would be awesome. And Grenadier, she hadn't had anything with the IRS with the tax lien discharge paperwork she sent, so needed to resubmit it. And when she went to find all the paperwork to resubmit it, she can no longer find it, so she has to start the process all over from scratch. Awesome stuff. Got a new deal today, so focusing on the positive. Wraps up day 122. See y'all tomorrow. Well, today's day 123 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. So two big highlights of today. Got a new deal locked up that we'll talk about here in a second. Knocked some new doors out in Collin and Denton County, so in North Dallas, for those who aren't familiar with DFW, my home market. Start off the day like right as 9 a.m. hit. Seller from last night, the new deal on Duane Street, just going absolute off the walls, talking about, hey, I need out of the contract, I'm going suicidal, like all this just absolutely crazy stuff. Guy's crying on the phone, I'm praying with him, we're spending like an extra hour just trying to save the deal. And he's like, can you find it in your heart to let me out of the contract? I just want to give up. I just don't want anything to do with this. And I was like, no, I would let you out of the contract if you had something better working for yourself. But he's moving in with his pastor and doing all this other stuff, and he's like, I'm just gonna give up and just let the bank take it. So I'm like, if that's the case, no, I'm gonna do what's better for you and make sure you can get the money for it and make sure we give you more time to relocate, and the bank's not just evicting you, putting a foreclosure on your record, and probably not giving you any money. So he finally just kind of got to the point where he was like, okay. Some people just kind of have to be told what to do, man. Or just better news. New deal locked up today. Actually kind of crazy. It's the seller's birthday and knocked his door. Really just straightforward conversation. We started talking about his options. He was hurt on a job, place he worked for 25-30 years, won't give him workers disability, and he's trying to sue him. Falling behind on the mortgage, doesn't really have many other options, and he's able to get a bunch of money from selling the house. Still a super solid deal. Doesn't need a lot of work, and it's under contract at like 55-ish% ARV. Everybody wins. The guy gets out of his situation where he doesn't have any money, gets a bunch of money in his pocket, and just gets put into a better boat. So super cool guy. Dallas Cowboys fans, for anybody else who might be a Cowboys fan or hater. Everybody hates on the Cowboys. Overall, good day. Can't complain when you get a new deal. And thinking we saved the Duane one, that one's just going to be a roller coaster with this poor seller. Anyways, those are the fun ones. But that wraps up today. I'll see y'all tomorrow's video. Today's day 124 of wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Today we had some new tenant leads come out yesterday. Went and hit 25-ish of those. Set 2 appointments or got 2 leads from it. Guy that called back from a note. The house is like super distressed, honestly, just needs to be torn down. Guy filed bankruptcy a few years ago, fell back behind on the payments. He just wants to get to like a homeless shelter, which is wild. So yep, seeing if we can help that guy out. Made him an offer, but hopefully we'll get something. Second appointment is set for tomorrow night. That was the guy that I talked to back in March. He kind of just brushed me off, was like, hey, you know, everything's all good, it's just an error with the bank, yada yada yada. Showed back up today and he's like, shoot. And this was 6-7 months ago when this had all happened. So obviously something's going on, and now he's open to actually talking about options, which is good. Also spent some time today still working on negotiations with that joint venture townhouse deal, trying to take a percentage of the sales price for, you know, delaying the auction and doing some minor work to get it all sold. I think we're nearing finally getting an agreement together for that, which would be awesome because I'm kind of just ready to get that one under contract and stop dealing with it for now. Of course, we'll still have to sell it and do all that stuff. Pipeline stuff, termed old Burnett. The only offer we have is at $200,000. Our initial offer was at $388. Had to come all the way down to $300. I can't do the guy for another $100,000 drop. So we just are backing out of that one. He completely understands, knows kind of what we were doing and was okay with it. And then Dwayne Street, I think that one's back fully on board. Talked to him today, got a lot of the other information we needed after he was on his suicidal rant yesterday, which completely took it out of me having to deal with it. 8:30 in the morning, still waiting on some pictures on the inside of that one so we can start to get marketing rolling for that. That wraps up today. See y'all in the next video. Today's day 125 wholesaling real estate, so I've made $100,000. Got another deal today. Man, this is 3 October 7th foreclosures, all October 2nd close dates that we've contracted in the last 4 days. Today's the 18th of September. So we are in for a wild ride here the next 2 weeks, getting all these closed. It's a good problem to have. Spent the day knocking some new Dallas leads that dropped. Had a lady's number I got, I think it was Tuesday knocking. She set up an appointment with me, called her, super good connection. She's had a lot of trouble losing work and mental health issues because her son actually died in the house. Really nice house and area out in the colony here in DFW, and she was just, hey, I'm ready to just bury these memories behind me and get out of this thing with some money. Doing it. Going to get pictures there tomorrow. Should have an idea kind of what we're dealing with cosmetically. Still got it at a pretty good price. From the Ox today, just had a guy call me back. It's about 8 o'clock. Got off the phone about 30 minutes with him. Trying to go through docs for an offer. He's been trying to sell it for sale by owner and would have had to bring like 50 grand to the table. Offered him sub 2 with enough money to be able to get relocated, and when it was time to do docs, he just hung up and now is ghosting me. I don't know, I texted him, I was like, hey man, I've been trying to sell this property. I gave you the golden ticket out where you don't have to bring cash to the table, and I'm paying for your move. You're gonna lose it if you don't do anything. It is what it is. Didn't want him to beg him to help himself out. Pipeline stuff, Dwayne Street, the one we got locked up the other day, had 2 buyers walk today. We've kind of got like a bidding war going. We're thinking we're gonna get it assigned either tonight or tomorrow, but thinking it should be a 50 grand assignment, which would be freaking awesome. I've been missing that big deal for a while now. And then decided the plan with Jocelyn Way is gonna be to actually flip it ourselves because there's such minor work needed and we have it at such a good price. Today's video is a little too long to break all that down. Maybe if we don't get a deal tomorrow, I'll break down these 3 deals from this week and what the exit strategies are, because don't want to make like a super long video tonight. It's going to be a hectic finish of the month / start of the next month, since it's a longer foreclosure auction with it being on October 7th. So we're closing everything on the 2nd. Feeling good about that. Feeling good about where we're at. Feel hot right now. Got to convert on a few of these and close them. See y'all. Today's day 126 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Today we're just gonna break down the 3 deals we got this week. 1 from cold calling and 2 from door knocking. Today we knocked some new Dallas leads, had 1 house we made an offer on that was an absolute dump and the payoff is probably too high and they want to shop around offers, so honestly don't think it's a good deal, so not super worried about it. Starting off with the one we got under contract Monday, Dwayne Street. Got this from cold calling. It's an October 7th auction. Today is September 19th, I believe, so we're closing here in a couple weeks. Super fast. Got it under contract around $102,000 in less than 24 hours. Got it assigned for $153,500, $51,500 assignment fee. That would be awesome. Now the seller, super old guy in bad health, he's gonna move in with his pastor and everything like that. So gonna have to do a ton of legwork getting this closed because there's 2 different mortgages We're attempting to order the second payoff and can't find a loan number for it. So could have our work cut out for us on this one. Should be a handsome assignment fee if we can get it all done in time. Jocelyn Way out in McKinney. That one I got door knocking. This one we're actually gonna flip. It won't be part of the wholesale challenge because hopefully it's done by the time this thing's flipped. Got it under contract for $211,000. Needs like minor paint, flooring, maybe a kitchen rehab. We don't know yet. Should be able to sell it on the market somewhere around like 380 to 400. A pretty desirable area of McKinney, so should be a pretty good project for us depending on how long it stays on market, what it ends up actually selling for, and once we actually get in there and inspect it, know if there's any underlying issues. But the roof and HVAC are all in pretty good shape and new, so not much to complain about there. And the one we got yesterday, Rice Drive. This one we previously knocked. She texted me to set up an appointment and talked on the phone and got it under contract over the phone. Got it under contract at $191,000. ARV after repair value on the property is around $330,000. Most buyers buy around like 77 to 80% of ARV minus repairs. So going to get pictures of this one tomorrow. Hopefully we can turn it into a pretty good little fee. I would guess somewhere around like $15,000 to $25,000 for a fee on this one. I already got some buyers we've worked with in mind for it. Yeah, hopefully we get the ball rolling and get this one assigned first thing next week once we get the pictures this weekend. 3 deals, 2 of them need to be closed here in less than 2 weeks because of a foreclosure auction. Dwayne Street, that one is on the next foreclosure cycle, but as soon as title work is ready, we're gonna go ahead and close on that one too. Just give the guy a longer lease back, more time to relocate, and make sure we just get it closed since it's a good flip. Hectic week, good week getting properties under contract. Now it's time to manage the pipeline, get them pushed through, and actually get paid on them. See you guys. Today's day 127 wholesaling real estate. So I've made $100,000. Exciting stuff. We actually have 2 new deals we got under contract today, despite like hardly working on acquisitions. Was grinding the pipeline today, spent like the whole day doing it and hit some doors late in the afternoon after taking pictures at Rice Drive. But starting with the first deal, I've mentioned this one for a while now. It's the JV deal here in Dallas. It's a townhome. We'll call it Hondo Avenue. Really cool joint venture opportunity where we're going to come in, delay the auction with a temporary restraining order, so pay for that, and then help him list the house. We're taking 6% of the gross sales price plus whatever investment we have for like minor repairs, TROs. Really cool opportunity, starting at like $689,000 and gonna drop it down $5,000 after 30 days every week, with giving him the option to buy us out if some of his deals close for $25,000. Just really unique deal all across the board. Seller loves the idea of it. The other one is actually a vacant lot out in Las Vegas. Don't really know if it's gonna be a good deal at all. Got it under contract for $94,000. There's new builds out there for like 1.3 to 1.5 million. So it was one of those where I was like, hey, it's not going to take a lot of work for me. I'll get it under contract because it kind of just came my way, and see if my dispo guy can get rid of it. Not expecting a whole lot there, but would be awesome to get that one assigned. Pipeline update, I'll kind of go through this quick. Dwayne Street, we're struggling to find out who has the second mortgage. He's got an 80-20, so like a zombie mortgage that he thinks ShellPoint has. He has no loan number for this or anything like that, just to pay off. They've got no record of him from Social Security number, borrower's name, everything for the seller. So hopefully once the title commitment comes in, we'll be able to track that down and get that second payoff order there, because we got to close quickly. Rice Drive, got pictures today, trying to get a buyer in tomorrow who's interested around $220,000. We had this under contract at like 191.5 or something, so could end up being a pretty good fee on that one. Jocelyn Way, can't really tell if the seller is ghosting me or just old guy's bad about his phone, thinking he's still just bad about his phone. But the good news is that's on a later auction cycle, so we don't have to close that one ASAP. We just want to because it's a flip and we like to have the flips already closed. Bruton Avenue, this one is not a foreclosure, so we're pushing back closing 5 days just so we're not trying to slam this one in with our title company before the auction, because that would just be all kinds of hectic. That's really the pressing ones that are coming up here soon. Crazy day. Can't ever complain about 2 more deals and a bunch of work, but trying to get this pipeline pushed along because we could have a huge week next week if we get Dwayne Street and Rice Drive through, and then if we close on Jocelyn Way whenever that happens, I mean, that's a big deal too. So could be a banger week, banger month, just got to get it all done. So fingers crossed and trusting in the Lord with all this. See you guys. Today is day 128 of wholesaling real estate, and so I've made 100 grand. Today we got another deal under contract yet again. This one is Sheridan Drive. It's kind of an utter dump, but somebody sent it our way, meaning they're partnering with us to be able to get the lead closed, and we got it under contract with them over the phone. So shout out our JV partner on that deal there. Hopefully we can get it moved. The seller originally wanted 150. We got it at 105, but it's a dump. I think it's going to come down to how bad the mold is in the house, which is always a good thing, right? Everybody loves mold in the house. As far as today though, took pictures there and then also knocked the rest of the Dallas leads that came out yesterday. Just really no action. I'm running around like crazy trying to juggle this pipeline. The Las Vegas land deal that we got yesterday is fraudulent. The seller entered in their social security number on the welcome letter with the title company out in Vegas. Doesn't match the property owner. This happened to us back last year in Vegas as well. Apparently that's like a thing going on in that market, is random people trying to sell people's houses or lots or something out from under them and just make a payday with a title company. Wild. Not really a way to ever tell something like that's going on over the phone, but it's happened 2 times on my only 2 Las Vegas deals I've ever had under contract. No more betting on Vegas, I guess. Other pipeline stuff, Rice Drive, we might be flipping this one now just because it needs like minor cosmetics. Keep y'all updated there. We're going to need to get it inspected once we get a title report back. Jocelyn Way, I mentioned yesterday, I didn't know if the seller was getting off rail or was ghosting. They're getting off rail. We saw a Facebook post where somebody asking for help going over options to stop their pre-foreclosure, and then asking for help getting it under contract. We're like, dude, we've already got it under contract. MOC filed everything like that. So trying to get back in contact with the seller, even though he's ghosting my phone calls. Good news is that's on the next auction cycle, so we've got some time to be able to get that done. We're trying to get these 2, Duane Street and Rice Drive, closed like next week, so those are top priority right now, but still working on that in the background. Always fun when a seller starts ghosting you. At the end of the day, these pre-foreclosure deals are a roller coaster, and you kind of got to just write them. That's why they make huge spreads and there's huge profit opportunities there. It's because you got to be willing to do stuff that nobody else is willing to do to get a deal done. That wraps up day 128. I'll see you all in tomorrow's video. Today's day 129 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Ripped a ton of cold calls today, 1,430 calls, almost 3 hours of talk time, so did spend a lot of time on the phone today. Also spent a lot of time on the phone doing pipeline work. It was Jocelyn Way. I think we have back on board. The seller was completely ghosting. We've been getting calls and messages and Facebook posts of people trying to wholesale it or have help getting it under contract. Sent one of our guys over there today and kind of figured out what was going on. He's trying to do some weird, like somebody reinstates the loan for him and then holds the deed to the house. It's just a really bad model going through some of this stuff. He called me, kind of told me what was going on. He actually tried to lie to me and tell me that his brothers were reinstating a loan, and I kind of called him out and I was like, hey man, you just told somebody I know what was actually going on. Anyways, got him back on board, talked him back through the process. He was just nervous about moving, has been there for a while. That's how all pre-foreclosures are. They just get nervous at the fact that they actually have to do something and actually have to move. Made him feel comfortable about it, reassured him, so it sounds like he's back on board and we should be good to go there. Plan is to flip that one, so do hope that we get that going. And then we actually did figure out on Duane Street who holds the second mortgage. Now that we figured out the seller has been divorced, they were title ordered the divorce decree, and we need the ex-wife to sign over her portion of the deed because she has some weird lien for like 50% of the proceeds from selling. I don't understand how some of the title work works. I just know that we need to get in contact with the ex-wife to sign over a deed. Title's helping out with some of that, so hopefully I don't have to make that phone call to her and get all that coordinated, but kind of just TBD and staying posted on what all needs to be done there. Hopefully we'll get that done and it'll be a smooth process and it's not like a bitter divorce or anything. And she'll just let him get foreclosed on. That would stink, especially because we have this assigned for like 50 grand. Hopefully I'll know some more in tomorrow's video. See you guys. Today is day 130 of wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Sorry, I probably look like shit and sound like shit. Had a late night last night at our meetup. Had a bunch of stuff to do when I got back. Doing this in the morning the next day. Don't have a ton from yesterday. Knocked some new Fort Worth leads. One lead out of it, made him an offer. The auction's like a little over 2 months away, so there didn't have a lot of urgency to make a decision on the phone, so kind of just having to play the follow-up
up game with them, which is all good. Sheridan Drive, we got that one assigned yesterday for 10 grand, so that should be a nice little assignment. That is going to close, or is supposed to close, October 9th. Today's video is from September 25th, so we still got a couple weeks till that, but hopefully all goes well there. Then we got title commitments back for 2 of our pre-foreclosure deals, Jocelyn Way and Rice Drive. Working out a couple kinks in each of those. Rice Drive is good. We're trying to get an inspector in there and just close ASAP once we get that inspection done. This one we're actually not going to wholesale anymore. We're going to fix and flip ourselves. Not even really fix and flip, just more so wholesale because it's in pretty good shape. Just do like any minor things that need to be done and just put it up discounted on the market. And then Jocelyn Way had some stuff come up with like a judgment against the seller, some HOA liens, stuff like that. So we've got to order a few more payoffs. We're working on this pipeline trying to get this stuff through, but I'll see y'all for today/tomorrow's video. Today is day 131 of wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Today was like absolutely balls to the walls grinding on this pipeline. This is probably the craziest pipeline I've ever had, which knock on wood, hopefully we're at the end of this challenge. Awesome way to be ended it. I tried to not call in and didn't. I only got like 11 doors in just because I was absolutely slammed, like in the car going over pipeline stuff, like going to Jocelyn Way, everything. But starting off with Rice Drive. So this is one of 2 foreclosures that we have to close next Thursday to beat the auction. Today is Friday. But Rice Drive, I'm talking to literally everybody in this family at this point, trying to solidify this deal, but smoothing stuff out with them, helping them calculate proceeds, getting relocated, everything under the sun. But set up an inspection for Tuesday. We're going to be closing on this and wholetailing it, meaning like doing no work to very minimal work on it and just putting it right back up for sale on the market once they vacated. Dwayne Street, we had a hiccup with the ex-wife getting proceeds from the sale. Couldn't track her down. Title couldn't get a hold of her. I finally got a hold of her today. Got everything with the notary set up for her to sign over the deed Monday. And we got the payoff sent in to her. They're splitting proceeds 50-50 now, but we got that ironed out. Made sure our seller could still walk away with money because it was looking like he might not have been able to according to the divorce decree, but we're all good now. Jocelyn Way, stopped by since I was in the area, reconfirmed the sale, set up an inspection, did a bunch of stuff we needed to do that I just couldn't get a hold of him on the phone. I think he's just an old guy and bad about his phone, and also brought over like 10 boxes for him so he can start to get packed because he didn't have any boxes, he told me. Hopefully he starts packing and actually using the boxes. That'd be great. Sheraton Drive, we are now closing this one on October 9th. So we've moved that up. Bruton Avenue, we are now closing this one October 7th. So we've pushed that back a little bit. So these are not next week, but the week after that. And then we're working on temporary restraining orders to get the auctions delayed for 2 JV deals, Hondo Avenue and Orr Road. So we've got just a ton of stuff going on right now, which is a blessing. The main priorities are Rice Drive and Dwayne Street because those are upcoming foreclosures we need to close next week. And everything's looking good as of now. Pre-foreclosure deals are a roller coaster and something always comes up. The fingers crossed. Hopefully we're getting these in all the videos next week. Today's day 132, wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Question of the week, will this be the last week of the challenge? Fingers crossed, because I'm tired of talking to my freaking phone, honestly. Knox New Dallas leads, 19 doors, like 6 answers, so not a ton of answers or a ton of traction. Going through the pipeline real quick. So Dwayne Street, hopefully this is the nail on the coffin with the challenge here. This is a cash wholesale deal. Had to amend the sales price because the payoffs came back a little bit high and now he's splitting proceeds with the ex-wife. Bumped it up about 10 grand, so it should be like a $40,000-ish assignment if it closes. Hopefully it closes, but seller is scheduled for Thursday with a notary, buyer's cash, ready to go. Hoping we can just knock this one out of the park, drama-free. Never really ends up being drama-free, but fingers crossed it will be. Rice Drive, we're taking this one down and flipping it. It's now scheduled for closing. We've got all the payoffs. The inspection is tomorrow morning. That one hopefully won't be part of the challenge. We are going to not necessarily flip, but wholesale that one. So close on it, list it on the market kind of as is, and just find a retail buyer that way because it's already in pretty good shape. Jocelyn Way, we were supposed to have a inspection this morning. Had a tiny mishap. I guess he's got family that came in town and were like asleep in the living room and stuff like that, so he couldn't do the inspection. Anyways, working on getting that rescheduled for Thursday. Spent some time today working on Hondo and Orr Road TROs to be able to get the auction delayed. We've got buyers assigned, just waiting on title work and a couple other things for Bruton
I don't know what the hell it is, and Sheridan Drive that are closing, not this week, but the following week. So yeah, slowly but steadily getting there. Got all our eggs in one basket, 2 baskets this week with Duane Street and Rice Drive. Hoping to close these before the auction, get them done drama free, and praying for a good week. See how we get these done in the next coming videos. So see y'all then. Today is day 133 of wholesaling real estate until I made $100,000. Cold calling day, did a little bit of pipeline management as well, just because it's all hectic right now. Had a pretty good conversation and offer made here in Dallas. Cold calling leads, got the number door knocking from the sister yesterday, called him up today, had a good conversation with him. Following up for an in-person appointment tomorrow to see if we can solidify docs. So keep you guys posted on that one. Other calls, not a ton of traction. Did have a lot of talk time today, surprisingly, at like 205 minutes. I feel like that's pretty good for my averages. Spent like 30 to 45 minutes also on the phone with Rice Drive, just like solidifying the sale. She's ready to go. We've got everything coordinated. So hopefully no hiccups there. And then hopefully no hiccups with Duane Street either. Just waiting on both of those for closing on Thursday. Duane Street, we've got assigned for like a $40,000 assignment fee right now. And then Rice Drive, we are going to buy and wholesale. So basically just put it right back up on the market once it's vacant and cleaned out. Kind of just in a waiting period for both these deals. Honestly, pretty antsy about both of them, as well as Jocelyn Way, which hopefully we're closing next week. Done everything we can kind of at this point. It's just a matter of closing scheduled, buyer coming through on Duane Street, doing those kind of things. So fingers crossed, done everything we can at this point, just waiting. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Today is day 134 of wholesaling real estate until I've made $100,000. Tonight is the night before closing, which is hopefully happening tomorrow for both Duane Street and for Rice Drive. Real quick on what I did today though, I knocked calling in Denton County, partly because some new Denton leads came out, but also had to stop by Rice Drive and Jocelyn Way. Rice Drive stopped by because our insurance company did a last minute photo inspection, appraisal, whatever it was. So we had insurance for tomorrow because we're closing on this one, doing a wholesale. Ran our numbers today, projected profit, we're thinking somewhere around like the 50 to 55,000 mark once it's all said and done. We already have cash buyers that wanted to wholesale around like the 25 to 30K range in assignment fees. So we've got a good floor there. So hopefully our worst case scenario is just that. You never know what happens on a flip / wholesale. And then Duane Street, both buyer and seller are confirmed for tomorrow. That one's just shy of a $40,000 assignment. I haven't looked at the HUD, but I'll put that in tomorrow's video as long as it closes. And then Jocelyn Way, we do have an inspection tomorrow. Hoping this challenge is done tomorrow, and tomorrow is the last video. Just wanted to kind of like touch on, not anxiety per se, but just like for my other guys, they're in business or are striving or doing door-to-door, like just working hard, whatever they're doing. It's really easy to just like never feel enough with some of this stuff. Like I'm looking back on this challenge so far and I'm like, man, like I'm gonna be really disappointed if this doesn't end tomorrow. But I'm already just kind of disappointed in myself that it's gotten this far. But I have to be like, man, 23 years old, really close to making over 100 grand here in the last 130 some odd days, whatever it is. Like, gotta be thankful for that kind of stuff. And like as the night winds down, just being like anxious and being like, gosh, I gotta get these deals done tomorrow. I'm trying to slow myself down and just be like, man, like really thankful for how far I've come and how far I know I will eventually be, all the skills and just like mental stuff I've learned along the way. Like super thankful for all that stuff. I think it can be really easy to just always feel like you're not doing enough when you're a type A personality. So really just gonna try to take some time tonight to chill, whether these deals close tomorrow or not. I'm probably still gonna wake up with food on my table and a roof over my head, so eternally thankful for that. And hope maybe that little rant inspired somebody out there to either work harder or if they're working really hard to appreciate where they are. If you haven't read the book, Gap in the Gain, I think is what it's called. It was recommended to me by a buddy a little bit ago. Great book. Gotta check that out if you haven't. But yeah, hoping again this is the last night of the challenge, and I'll be wrapping it up in tomorrow's video. We'll see. Answer comes tomorrow. See you guys. We freaking did it. We wholesaled for the last 135 days with the goal of making $100,000. We have now surpassed that goal with today's closing of the Duane Street deal, if you've been following along. And in total, I've made $120,466.35. Surpassed the goal by $20,000, and we still have 10 active deals in the pipeline. Looking at the total KPIs over the last 135 days, 58,534 phone calls, cold calls. This is translating to about 434 a day, and knocking on 1,620 doors, all homeowners in pre-foreclosure, so about 12 per day. So happy this challenge is finally freaking over. So today we closed Rice Drive, which is a wholesale, kind of like an as-is flip, if you will. So nothing hit the bank account from that. That's not going towards the 120 yet. But Dwayne Street ended up being a 40,435 assignment and 38 cents, bringing that total to well over for $120,000. I will be making more videos, and for the 10 deals that are in the pipeline, maybe I'll do like a story time or hey, here's what ended up happening. At least a video showing like a grand total once all of those have gone through. The biggest thing I want people to take away from this challenge is everything is something a beginner can do. I'm not paying for inbound leads or doing any of this crazy stuff. Simply going after homeowners in distress with a solution and being a friendly face, trying to help out and making money at the same time. It takes a lot of freaking work though. Guys, I'm nothing special. This is all just the results of very consistent inputs. I've made a video almost every day I've worked. I've probably taken a day, maybe 2 days off at times, but I hope this inspires somebody that, hey, you don't need a ton of money to get on your feet wholesaling. That's the reason wholesaling's so great. I hope you are enlightened or inspired to follow along. I will be making more real estate investing content and updating about some of these other deals we've got in the pipeline. I mean, we've got some crazy stuff still coming up. Grenadier, Diamondback, Valley Tree, Mosswood, Orr Road, Burton Avenue, Hidden Pine, Jocelyn Way, Hondo Avenue, Sheridan Drive. Some of these are already assigned wholesales with closing dates. Some of these are flips we've got coming. This is all exciting stuff. I encourage you to follow along for the journey. I appreciate you for even watching this video or any other videos you've watched. I hope God blesses you guys all. Thanks for sticking with me for such a fun challenge. It was an awesome ride. Peace.
All right, so if you made it to the end of the video, thank you for watching. Appreciate you all watching all 135 days and sticking it out here. It's been an awesome ride. If you want to see some more behind the scenes content, answering some of the questions, where things stand today, as far as some of these deals that are still left over in the pipeline, and just overall questions about real estate, wholesaling, etc., make sure to check out this video right here.